perfectly coordinated attack. Their eagle mounts dove in with the instincts of raptors, their golden eyes fierce and their talons outstretched to snatch up their prey. It was a glorious, terrifying sight, a classic elven attack. It was also the worst possible strategy. Elaith's cry of protest was swallowed by the wind. He could not hear his own voice, nor did he hear the whir and thump of the catapults. But he knew in his blood and bones that such weapons lay in wait. After all, these bandits knew the caravan's route. They had found this remote site. They would know what forces they would face and how they might best be defeated. Golden feathers flew back toward him like giant leaves torn away by a wintry blast. Among the feathers were deadlier missiles, bits of metal and stone hurled as grape shot. Elaith instinctively ducked as the spray rose toward them, pulling back hard on the Pegasus reins. The winged horse threw back her head. Elaith caught a glimpse of the steed's wild, white-rimmed eyes, and the ugly metal shape that protruded from her neck. He leaned forward and eased it out. It was a caltrop, a ball covered with wicked triangular spikes. Fortunately, the thing had embedded itself more in the harness than the horse. The giant eagles had not been so fortunate. They had caught the full force of the deadly volley. 2 of the wondrous birds lay on the ground like discarded rags. A third spun down, one shattered wing hanging limp. Elaith heard Garolith Leafbower's furious battle cry as the last of the eagle riders dove in for the attack. The first volley was quickly followed by a second, and a third. Elaith's Pegasus strained upward, her wings curved almost to breaking to catch the rising winds. She leveled off and circled, whinnying with what sounded very much like concern. Elaith understood completely, though he did not know what kind of bonds Pegasi shared. With senses heightened by battle, the elf felt the death of the young eagle riders as keenly as a wound to his own flesh. He urged the frantic beast to circle down so that he might assess the situation. Utter chaos filled the valley and the sky above it. The tethered Pegasus teams frantically fought to be free of their traces. Sky chariots spun out of control, spilling contents and riders to the valley floor. Griffins reared, pawing at the air with their leonine paws as they attempted to fight their way through the lethal spray. The bandits swarmed the valley, cutting down the wounded and gathering up the spilled booty. Few survivors were in any condition to give resistance. Seeing the loss of his treasure, Elaith once again urged his steed into a dive. Stony, blood-soaked earth leaped up to meet them as the Pegasus plunged. At the last moment, she leveled out and swept into a wide circle, wings out wide. She hit the earth at a gallop. Elaith reined her to a halt and leaped to the ground. He drew his sword and headed toward the thickest part of battle.
"Stand and fight!"
roared a too familiar dwarven voice overhead.
"Lost your stones in that slingshot, did you?"
Elaith ducked as Ebenezer's Pegasus swept in low, her teeth bared in a fierce grimace. Her rider did not wait for the landing, but launched himself into the air, his stubby arms outstretched. The dwarf flopped onto a trio of fleeing looters, bringing them down like stomped-on flowers. A slender, autumn-colored figure staggered out from the midst of a melee. Using a broken piece of harness as a lash, she beat the bandits away from a wounded elven groom as she looked frantically about for a better weapon. Elaith cut his way through to Bronwyn's side. Pressing a dagger into her hand, he fell into place at her back. She lashed out at a short, black-eyed bandit. The thief ducked and darted out of reach, losing a hat in the process. The elf marked the sudden spill of long, black hair, the lavish curves revealed when the thief stooped to retrieve the fallen hat. A spray of blood dragged his attention fully back into battle. He pushed aside the man whose throat Bronwyn had just cut.
"Thanks,"
she panted out, lifting the bloodied weapon.
"Don't,"
the elf said coldly.
"There is a price."
For several moments there was no time for speech. Elaith stopped a high scimitar blow with his knife, then drove his sword up into the bandit's barrel chest. He kicked the man off his blade and lunged at the next attacker. With 4 quick, short strokes, he left a bloody lightning bolt of a gash on the man's torso. The man fell to his hands and knees. Bronwyn took advantage of the moment to leap onto the man's back. Using the surprise and the extra height, she easily cut down the bandit who came in on the heels of Elaith's victim. They fought well together. Bronwyn did not exhibit Elaith's training or skill, but neither was she hampered by his rage. Whenever the elf began to be carried along on the icy tide of battle, she stepped in and finished the matter with grim practicality. Elaith soon found himself responding in kind, protecting her by fending off attacks that she alone could not have parried. To his surprise, the heat of battle burned away his desire to take vengeance on this cunning wench. It was nearly impossible to desire the death of someone after working so long and so hard to keep her body and soul on speaking terms with each other. The Mauer Kira he must have, but if he could find a way to let Bronwyn live, he would take it. Finally, Elaith and Bronwyn stood alone, in a silence broken only by a few scattered, tired clashes, and by the groans of the wounded. She regarded him steadily with eyes that seemed to understand, and thus affirm, his change of plan. Before words could be spoken, Ebenezer sauntered up, one eye swollen shut and his tunic dark with blood. Bronwyn regarded him with dismay. "Any of that yours?"
Might be you could say that. I earned it, leastwise."
The dwarf touched his puffy eye and grinned proudly. This was neither the moment nor the company Elaith would have chosen for this discussion, but he could not afford to wait.
"The ruby. I want it back."
A faintly smug expression touched the woman's chocolate-colored eyes.
"I wasn't aware it was yours when I bought it. At any rate, I don't have it."
Seeing his doubt, she nodded toward a small leather bag lying empty on the ground. The strings had been cut, and the bag lay flat and slack. She strode over and scooped it up. Her face suddenly went very still, and she jerked open the bag and thrust one hand in.
"Stones!"
she spat out. The dwarf pricked up his ears.
"Troubles?"
Bronwyn drew out a small, round crystal and showed it to him.
"Trouble,"
the dwarf agreed.
"What is this?"
Elaith demanded. Bronwyn shook the offending sack.
"This is a bag of sending. Everything I put in it should be in a safe place in Waterdeep. The magic isn't working."
A possible explanation for this occurred to Elaith, one so fraught with dire possibilities that it blunted the loss of the Kira. He put out his hand.
"That crystal."
Ever the merchant, she countered.
"In exchange for a truce. We've both lost what we sought. Call it even."
Since this fit in with Elaith's inclinations, he responded with a curt nod. She dropped the globe into his hand. The small, iridescent crystal nestled into his palm like a living thing. His elven senses picked up the captured magic. He quickly dropped it into a bag, understanding at last the enormity of the risk and the opportunity. All magic came from somewhere. The dream spheres gave a dream and took one. But the magic power that fueled this exchange was drawn from nearby magic. Apparently, the dream spheres stole magical power, drained it off, and reformed it in much the same fashion as the legendary magic of Spellfire. Elaith's initial purpose for the Markira remained, but here was a new and enormous potential. Not only could hidden knowledge be his, but also he could possess the potential to confuse defensive spells and confound mages. All that he lacked was the Kira gem. He would have it, and would not count any amount of blood too high a price. In a cavern, hidden behind the waterfall, deep within the mountains that surrounded the blood-soaked valley, the surviving bandits threw off their masks and hoods and began to paw through their loot. Isabeau Theone strode through the crowd, looking like a pirate queen in her dark breeches and crimson shirt. She was in rare high spirits, joking with her hired band and dispensing portions of the loot with a lavish hand. Appalled by it all, Lily hugged the shadows on the far side of the cavern. Although she had not taken part in the battle, she had witnessed it all from the shadows of the trees. Never had she seen anything like it. No, actually, that was not entirely true. A former cook at the Pickled Fisherman once bought a small flock of chickens for stew. For sport, he penned them in the back alley and hacked them apart with a machete. The cook had long ago drifted off. Rumor reported that he'd ended up in Mistra's Arms, one of the houses that cared for Waterdeep's insane. Such places catered mostly to those driven mad by magic gone awry, but they also tended the occasional soul who found his way to lunacy by a more convoluted path. At the moment, Lily felt perilously close to madness herself. She had not anticipated any of this. A letter, stolen from the large, bearded man she and Isabeau had robbed together the night they'd met, gave the route of this caravan. A simple theft, Isabeau had argued, only the pigeon was a caravan rather than a single nobleman. Lily had fallen far short when she'd taken the woman's measure, and her lack made her as guilty of bloodshed as any of the hired killers. She could not stay in partnership with Isabeau. The woman was as rapacious as a troll. Who knew what she might do next? No, Lily could not stay, not with Isabeau, and perhaps not even in Waterdeep. She needed a place to hide, to start anew, a place to come to terms with what she had done, to find a way to make amends. A bright, ringing clatter tore her from her guilty thoughts. 2 mercenaries stood toe to toe, staring stupidly at the half-sack each of them held. For a moment they watched the spilled coins roll away, then they began to pummel at each other. Isabeau shouted for the others to break up the fight. Most merely joined in. All was chaos. Lily knew what to do in such moments. She had done some of her best pickings during tavern brawls. She eased her way into the melee and faked a stumble. With a quick swipe, she gathered up some coins and gems and dropped them into her pocket. When she stood up, a blow caught her in earnest. Her jaw exploded with pain, her head snapped back, and the ground slammed up to meet her. Lily awoke to the sound of dripping water, which kept an eerie rhythm with the pounding in her temples. Cautiously, she opened one eye. Isabeau was stretched out beside her, a smug little smile on her face and a pile of treasure beside her. A heap of gleaming white globes dominated the horde. Longing swept through Lily like a healing tide. She sat up and reached for one, clenching her hand around the comforting magic. "You know those?" asked Isabeau. Lily tried to move her aching jaw, and decided that a nod would do the job. Isabeau smiled. "Perhaps you would like to take your share in these? Say, 7? It was a ridiculously low payment, even at the cost of dream spheres. But Lily considered it a fair enough way out. "That will do," she mumbled. Her words seemed to ring in the empty cavern. The silence struck her, numbed her. Like a dream walker, she rose and stumbled in growing horror through the too quiet cave. Everywhere, the mercenaries lay in twisted, tortured positions. Blackened tongues protruded through mouths stretched open with silent screams. Their pockets had been turned, their gear bags sliced open and looted. Lily's hand flew to her mouth. She whirled back toward Isabeau, hardly believing what her eyes told her. "You're wondering how we will move the cargo," the woman said, misreading her partner's dismay. "The porters I've arranged know the tunnels well. They can have the goods moved to Waterdeep's Undercity faster than an overland caravan could cover the same ground." One of the shadows moved and broke away into the torchlight. Lily backed away, shaking her head in terrified disbelief at the monstrous sight. Isabeau did not seem concerned by the sudden appearance of an enormous, bipedal lizard. She strode forward and handed the creature a fine, short sword that held the sheen of a newly made weapon. "An Amcathra blade," she said. "There will be 4 more when you get to Skullport." Enormous claws closed around the hilt, and the creature grunted in apparent satisfaction. Isabeau looked to Lily and seemed amused by the woman's reaction. "Meet the Tren," she said casually. "You might as well get used to them. We will be doing a considerable amount of business with them from this point forth." She cocked her head and regarded her horror-struck partner. Her eyes narrowed in speculation, and she turned back to the monster.
Lily does not appear to approve. Show her what happens to those who speak of matters best left in shadows.
The curved, fang-lined jaws parted in a reptilian smile. With a grunt, the creature hunkered down beside one of the dead mercenaries. The enormous, clawed hand closed around the man's protruding black tongue. One yank, and the tongue came free with a wet, tearing sound. The Tren grinned again, then tossed the tidbit into its fanged mouth. Through the whirling haze that gripped her, Lily heard the grunting echoing throughout the cavern. More Tren emerged from the shadows, and they crouched down to feed. Lily began to scream. Dimly, she was aware of Isabeau scolding her, slapping her, but she could not stop. She sank to the stone floor, hands fisted against her ears to block the sound of the horrid feast, and she screamed and screamed until the merciful blackness closed in again. Chapter 9. The scent of autumn was strong in the wind that whipped along the city streets, whirling the bright fallen leaves in small eddies and tugging at the skirts of passing women. Danilo clapped one hand to his head to keep his hat at the angle dictated by current fashion. "You picked an unfortunate time to develop a love of the shops," he told his companion. Erilyn impatiently brushed a dark curl off her face. What if street rumor is right? What if the perfume merchant sells more than scents and ointments? It is hard to credit. Dilun Tyr has a fine reputation. Many of the merchant families do business with him. His scents hold true, and the few potions he sells are harmless and reliable. Believe me, the Wizards Guild keeps a wary eye on his affairs, as they do anyone who traffics in minor magic. What of the tunnels? Erilyn persisted. My dear, this city is built over a veritable anthill. Creatures of all sorts have been digging tunnels under Waterdeep Mountain since dragons ruled the land. It does not signify. Erilyn shrugged and pushed open the door to the shop. She stopped so abruptly that Danilo bumped solidly into her. Cassandra Than regarded both of them over the exquisite bottle in her hands. After a moment's hesitation, she handed it back to Dilun Tyr. The blend is not quite right. Too much spice. I have no wish to go about smelling like a Winterfest pudding. I will see to it at once, the merchant said. He made a quick bow to her, then turned aside and snapped his fingers at one of his apprentices. You, Harmon, see to this gentleman while I repair this perfume. He bustled off, leaving the two women eyeing each other like swordsmen in need of their weapons. I'm fond of Winterfest puddings, Erilyn commented. Since that perfume didn't suit you, perhaps I should buy it. Cassandra looked nonplussed for a moment. She quickly covered her reaction with a cool smile. My dear, that scent is far too formal for you. Surely there is something in this shop that would suit you better? The subtle insult held an opportunity. The noblewoman was aware of Erilyn's dark reputation. The half-elf decided to play upon that knowledge. She folded her arms and let her gaze go flat, cold and deadly. The stare of a hunting hawk or a hired killer. So I hear. I have no immediate use for such things, but I would be very interested to know who might. They regarded each other for a long, measuring moment. Cassandra glanced back at her son. She took a small vial from the shelf and handed it to him. Take this as a gift for your lady, and go. You would do well to heed my advice. Cassandra pulled on her gloves and sailed out to her waiting carriage. Danilo waved away the perfumer's assistant. He led the way out into the street, then turned an apologetic gaze upon his friend. I suppose you realize she was not referring to perfume, he murmured. The thought occurred to me, Erilyn said with a touch of sarcasm. Does Cassandra have a general aversion to half-elven assassins, or did she have some other, more specific advice in mind? I'm not entirely certain, he admitted. She was most insistent that I not involve myself with Oth's death, but I put that down to her abhorrence for scandal. She is concerned about my choice of companion, probably for much the same reason. As you have observed, some of the nobility look askance at alliances between their peers and other races. This was the first time Danilo had openly admitted that a problem might exist. Erilyn decided it was time to put her cards on the table. I spoke with Arlos Deslantier yesterday. Danilo looked at her sharply. He told you about his first wife? So you have heard that story, Erilyn said. I'd wondered, yes. Her death made quite a stir among the elves. Many were indignant when no real attempt was made to find her killer. If, indeed, she was murdered. Sibylanthra was a young elf in apparent good health, and happy with her work, her husband, and her young children. What else could it be? When Danilo offered no argument, she continued. You admit that your peers are unhappy to see you with a half-elf. Someone was unhappy that Arlos Deslantier married an elf woman. Tren tunnels link the Deslantier estate with Diluntier's shop. Shall we find out why, or would you rather spend the rest of your life checking shadows for a Tren ambush? There is something in what you say, he said slowly. Do we have any reason to believe that the Tren attacks were directed at anyone other than Oth El Torkel and those who happen to have recent dealings with the man? Once the truth of his death is known, there will be no further need for concern. Erilyn sniffed. Truly, Dan continued earnestly. No one among the nobility wishes you ill. Some might be displeased by my choice of companion, but they could hardly see our future children as a threat to the peerage. After all, the line for the Than family title is as long as a dwarven ballad. They walked in silence for several moments before he spoke again. Your mention of Lady Deslantier took me aback. Lady Cassandra reminded me of that story a few nights past, he said slowly. At the time, it was apparent she meant it as a cautionary tale. Although it pains me to say this, I am not certain whether it was intended as a warning or as threat. Erilyn did not respond at once, giving him time to absorb the impact of his own words before she added another painful layer. That perfume your mother recommended. Would you recognize the bottle if you saw it on the shelf among others? I suppose so. Why? Lady Cassandra was quick to give it up when she saw us. If we wish to prove that Dilunthier sells things other than simple perfumes, this might be a place to start. You heard what I said to her in the shop. Heard, yes. I'm not sure I understood what went unsaid between you. I implied that her potions, or others in the shop, might be poison. I told her I had no use for them at the moment, but was looking for those who might. An assassin hunting down assassins. She heard and warned us. I know people who can test it for me, see what it is and how it works. It will take a few days for me to get back the answer, but it would be information worth having. Danilo digested this in silence. Do not misunderstand me when I say that testing the perfume would be effort wasted. But, he cut her off with an upraised hand. Dilunthier took the bottle into the back room, promising to repair the scent. By now, the contents have been altered. We must look elsewhere. Erilyn could not refute his logic. She gritted her teeth and acknowledged it with a curt nod. There was no more speech between them, though she could not help but wonder if Danilo was relieved at finding a wall at the end of this particular alley. She had her moonblade and her duty to the elven people. Danilo had title and privilege and a nobleman's loyalty to family and peers. Of one thing she was grimly certain. Before this matter was settled, either she or Danilo would be called upon to sacrifice something of deep value. She only hoped it would not be each other. In all truth, though, she did not see how it could be otherwise. Lily walked quickly down the streets of the castle ward. She seldom had reason to come to this posh district of Waterdeep, but her determination sustained her, just as it had through the horrid trip back to the city. This ward was almost as foreign to her as the tunnels and caves had been. There was little work to be had in the castle ward, since the taverns hired serving girls with more polished speech and manners. Nor did she dare ply her trade as thief so close to the castle and the horde of guards and watchmen who patrolled the area. She nervously smoothed her hands over the skirt of her best dress and hoped that she did not look too conspicuous. More than one masculine glance lingered upon her and followed her as she turned onto the Street of the Sword. Usually, Lily would look upon such things as nature's course, a compliment paid without words. Today, she feared the stares meant she was out of place. Worse yet, under scrutiny. The thought sent her blood skittering through her and set up a humming in her ears like that of a dozen whining mosquitoes. "I'm in a dither, that's all. No call for it," she assured herself in the most stout-hearted tone she could muster. Tossing back her head, she walked the rest of the way with feigned confidence and entered Balthor's rare and wonderful treasures as if she did so twice every 10-day. The proprietor glanced up. Lily rocked back on her heels, unprepared for the man's scarred visage. She'd heard that Balthor had lost an eye in a battle with a chimera, but she didn't expect that he would flaunt his loss as proudly as a family crest. He wore a glass eye, striking in that it was nothing but a white sphere. To Lily, it was eerily reminiscent of the dream spheres. "I have come to sell," she said, more abruptly than she had planned. Balthor studied her with his one good eye. He rose and jerked his head toward a curtained room. Lily followed him, then quickly spilled her coins onto the table. "These are platinum. Not many will accept them from the likes of me without asking questions. Can you exchange them for lesser coin?" The man studied one of the large, shining discs.
200 silver,
he offered. She worked out the exchange in her head and decided the deal was fair enough. "This too," she added, placing the ruby on the table. Balthor picked up the gem and studied it.
Very pretty. Too big to be real, though.
For a moment, Lily's heart sank, but she quickly gathered herself, bolstered by her conviction that this stone was something very special, almost a living thing. It was not so very big, not much bigger than the nail on her smallest finger. "It is a precious stone," she said severely. "I heard tell you knew about such things." The man spread his hands and shrugged, as if to say that she could not blame him for trying to make the best bargain.
200 gold, paid out in trade-weight bars. Not a copper more.
Lily's head swam with the enormity of it. Never in her life had she imagined owning such a sum. Why, with that money she could go as far west as Cormyr, with enough left to take lessons in speech and deportment and buy some respectable clothes. She could find work in a fine shop and make her own way without recourse to thievery. "I'll take it," she said, knowing she should barter, but not willing to risk that life-saving sum. She watched intently as the man counted out 100 gold coins onto a scale, then balanced them with several small shining bars to show her the trade bars measured up in weight to the actual coin. These he placed into a small sack. When he was finished, she fairly snatched up the sack, startled by how heavy that much gold could be. Lily was too eager to be off to be overly concerned with proprieties. She hiked up her skirts and attached the bag to the belt that cinched her chemise. The shopkeeper glanced in her direction, but he seemed far more interested in the ruby and platinum coins that he had just acquired. With a fistful of silver coins at the ready, Lily fled from the shop and searched about for a carriage. It was an extravagance, but one she could ill afford to pass up. Under the watchful eye of Hamish half-ogre, her tavern room was the safest place she knew. Better to waste a few coins to ride back to this haven than to risk losing all among her fellow thieves. 3 guild carriages passed by without responding to her hail. Finally, one drew up, and a pair of halfling grooms hopped down to help her up. The carriage was not empty, but Lily did not expect to have it to herself. A man and a woman sat nestled cozily together on one seat. She settled down on the opposite seat, keeping her eyes politely averted to give her fellow travelers a bit of privacy. "Doing a little shopping, are we?" The voice was darkly accented, edged with ice, and chillingly familiar. Lily started and turned a guilty gaze upon her partner. "That I am," she babbled, trying without success to hold Isabeau Thion's hard, black-eyed gaze. "Sold one of the dream spheres, I did, just as we agreed. The coins bought me a lovely dinner and this new hat. Spare me. I've been following you, and you went nowhere near a tavern or a milliner. I'm guessing you sold all 7 dream spheres. I'd like to see what they are worth." Isabeau nodded to her companion, whom Lily recognized as the captain of the bandit band, and the only thief who had survived the raid. "Hold her." Lily lunged for the door handle, intending to leap into the street. A large hand clamped on her wrist and flung it high and back. The thug seized her other hand and raised it over her head. With one hand he pinned her firmly against the carriage wall. "I'll scream," Lily threatened. "You'll die," riposted Isabeau. For good measure, she tugged a large silken kerchief from her pocket and wadded it. She seized Lily's jaw and pinched it hard, then forced the gag into her mouth. Lily sat in silent, frustrated outrage as the woman's deft hands explored her, finding the hidden bag in a few quick pats. Isabeau pulled a small, narrow knife from the coils of her hair and sliced open Lily's dress. She took the bag and dumped the contents into her silken lap. Her black brows rose in a supercilious arch. "Quite the merchant, aren't you? I never dreamed you could get so much for a few dream spheres, which we agreed you would keep for yourself." Lily watched helplessly as Isabeau slipped the bars into her pockets. "Normally I would insist upon an equal split," the woman said with a sweet, false smile. "But since you saw fit to change our agreement, I think I should take the whole as penalty. That is fair, hmm?" The false smile dropped from her face like a discarded cloak. "Your greed and carelessness could have brought this back to my door. Do not cross me again, ever. I hope you realize you can never speak of what we did without condemning yourself to hang from the city walls." Lily nodded her head emphatically, though this threat was far less potent than the grim demonstration the Tren monsters had given. "Good. We understand each other. I'll contact you when I need you again." She turned to her henchman. "You can let her out at the next alley." The bandit reached for the door of the carriage. Without waiting for it to stop, he wrenched it open and hurled Lily through the door. She hit the cobblestones and rolled, coming to a painful stop against a pile of wooden crates. The carriage moved smoothly down the street, its passage covering the brutal exit. Lily's head throbbed from the impact with the stone, and the world spun madly as she rose to her feet. She collapsed with a cry of pain. Her ankle had been wrenched in the fall. Even without this injury, she doubted she could have stood for long. Quickly, she took inventory of the damage. A long, raw scrape marked her arm, and one cheek stung. Her ears rang, and sharp sparkles of color popped and exploded through her vision. Her dress was torn, in addition to the rips Isabeau's knife had made. She had no money to ride, and her first tentative step sent bright shards of pain exploding through her battered body. She had no choice, though. She told herself that as she struggled to rise, trying to beat back the waves of darkness. But her body would not obey her. She was only dimly aware of the approach of heavy boots, the smell of leather armor as 2 men crouched over her.
"What have we here?"
one of them said. He twined a lock of pale, red gold between his fingers.
"A strawberry tart, you might say, but a bit far from the bakery."
The other man slapped his hand aside.
"You stupid sod! Look at that face! This is one of the Than brood, or I'm a 3-legged ogre. If Lady Cassandra hears you offered insult to one of hers, she'll have our stones set in silver and wear them in a tiara."
His companion grunted.
"Best get her home, then. You got the price of a carriage hire on you?"
"Not bloody likely. The watch doesn't pay that well. Wait. I've got 3 silver. You?"
As the men pooled their coins, Lily tried to protest. The best she could manage was a little mewling sound as one of the men hauled her into his arms, hailed a carriage, and set a brisk pace toward the North Ward and the Than estate. The thing she had wished for all her life was before her. She was about to meet her father, and the prospect filled her with terror. Her father. She had never really thought to meet him, much less ever once considered going to him for help. She fully expected him to reject her, if indeed she managed to find her way into his presence. Lily would far rather be lying in that alley than faced with the disdain she anticipated. That thought followed her into the darkness and haunted her dreams. Lord Ramas Than turned the wooden device over in his hands, running his fingers over the raised carving of a raven perched on a horse's head. It was well crafted, but not a precious piece. A man might throw such a thing aside on any number of whims.
This is indeed my family crest, and I seem to remember this pendant. How did you come by it?
Lily put a hand to her throbbing temples and took a deep, steadying breath. My mother passed it on, sir, along with her story.
Which, I can only assume, you intend to share with me. My time is limited, so please, get on with it.
Lily was hard-pressed to understand the nature of these limitations. The room to which she had been brought was a gentleman's study of sorts, but she saw no evidence that it had witnessed any serious study. A few books lay on a shelf, but their leather bindings were not creased and seamed by reading. A dusty quill tilted out of a glass inkwell that contained nothing but a dry stain. The only object that showed evidence of use was the set of dog-eared cards scattered about the table. The gentleman himself showed similar signs of ennui. Ramas Than must have been a handsome man once, and he still cut a rather dashing figure. His hair was thick and silver, and his eyes, though rather bleary, whether from an excess of morning ale or a lack of interest in the life he led, Lily could not say, were a striking shade of silvery gray. She could understand why her mother had spoken so wistfully of this man. My mother gave this to me, along with my name. She said to seek you out and tell you both these things if ever I was in dire need. I am that, but you can believe me when I say I never intended to come.
You said your name was Lily, he remembered. I am sorry, but I do not see the significance.
Do you recall a place called the Dryad's Garden? It was a tavern in the dock ward, long since closed. All the girls were given names of flowers. Marigold, pansy, rose. My mother's name was Violet. Her hair was of like color to mine, if that helps. Memory flickered in the man's eyes, and then wide-eyed chagrin. He looked at her closely for the first time.
Violet's child. And mine, I suppose. Yes, of course. The resemblance is there to see.
So your steward said, as he rushed me out of sight, Lily said in a wry tone. When she had been presented at the servants' entrance, the steward, an austere fellow who looked as if discretion was the sum and essence of his moral code, took one glance at her face and then hustled her into a private room. He'd tended her injuries, fed her a vile-tasting healing potion, and heard her tale. Next, he'd hurried off to arrange the interview, not even asking to see the pendant she offered as proof.
Good man,
the Lord murmured absently. He sighed and fixed a troubled gaze upon her.
Now that you are here, what is it that you want?
A family, a home, a name. Lily spoke none of these things. I'm in a bit of trouble, sir. I don't want to bother you, but it's needful that I leave town as soon as possible. This idea clearly appealed to him.
Yes, that would be best. I'll have someone see to it. Stop by on your way out and speak to the steward. No, that won't do at all, he muttered. Cassandra keeps the accounts and would mark any unusual sum and not rest until she knew the whole of it. No, that is impossible.
Lily's heart sank. She rose and dipped into a small, graceless curtsy. Then I'll be on my way, sir, and it's sorry I am to be bothering you. His eyes focused on her again, and this time there was a bit of emotion in the gray depths, and a hint of regret.
I won't turn away any child of mine, however begotten. I'll send someone to you who can take care of this.
She bobbed another curtsy and turned to leave.
One more thing,
the Lord said. Lily sent an inquisitive look back.
Your mother, she is well?
As well as any dead woman can be, sir. She is long gone, but I'm sure she would appreciate you asking about her. The words came out as a reproach, though she had not intended to speak them. Ramus merely nodded, as if he expected, deserved, this jab. The bleak acceptance in the man's face disconcerted her more than would a cruel denunciation or accusations of fraud. She had expected both. She had not expected to find this shell of a man, worn down to nothingness by relentless, petty concerns and easy luxury. This was not the father she had imagined, or the life she had dreamed of living. Lily turned and fled back toward the servants' quarters, and the discreet rear exit the steward pointed out for her. For the first time since the theft, she did not regret the loss of her coin. If this was the price of wealth, it was too dearly bought. Elaine strode into the enclosed garden late that afternoon, congratulating himself on his decision to use Green Glade Tower as a meeting place. A group of his mercenary captains awaited him. Some of them had been waiting for hours. It was never wise to have large groups gather all at once, for fear of drawing attention. 1 or 2 men at a time, their arrivals spaced over time, were less likely to raise attention. The remnants of a feast lay scattered on the long table and littered the garden floor. Hounds gnawed at discarded bones, and serving girls cleared away the empty trenchers. A few women, and a couple of handsome youths, had been hired for other tasks. Some were draped across the mercenaries' laps, while others had quit the table entirely for the relative privacy of alcoves once tended by careful elven hands. "Enough!" snapped Elaine as he strode up to the table. The mercenaries stood like puppets pulled by a single string, some of them spilling their hired companions to the ground along with other discarded memories of their revelry. This did not seem to bother the escorts. They gathered up their scattered belongings and the threadbare remnants of their dignity and slipped through the garden gate. The largest of his captains, a woman of the Northlands with hair the color of flame and various passions of similar hue, cast a wistful look toward the departing youth. Elaine settled his ire upon her.
"You, Hildegriff, your report."
The woman hauled in her attention.
"This from Castle Ward. Balthor acquired the big ruby. He wants 600 gold.
This was the news Elaine had been waiting to hear. The dream spheres he had already located, and the Kira gem was the last vital part of Oth El Torkel's scheme. The elf gave no sign of the importance of this intelligence, but he rushed his other captains through their reports and sent them on their way. As soon as he was alone, he set a swift course to the fence Hildegriff had named. This was a task too important to entrust to an underling. No one else could be trusted to handle the Mawar Kira, the dark gem. Later that day, Elaine was not certain that he himself could handle the elven gem. It was a beautiful thing, far surpassing the images his mind had painted of it. Its color was clear and flawless, and it had been perfectly cut and faceted to catch light. The Kira was a marvel of elven gemcraft, and elven magic. He was disturbed by the dark, compelling power in the stone. Not even the dire legends he had heard from his boyhood fully prepared him for the impact of the Mawar Kira Hadriat. This stone had twisted and ultimately destroyed an ancient elven clan. Only the last-born, a mage of such utter evil that he might as well have been an orc or a drow or other such abomination, could bend it fully to his will. The gem had been found several times since then, but always slipped back into oblivion with the destruction of the elf who dared to take it up. This was an enormous gamble. Elaine knew he was quite literally putting his life on the line. Was it truly so important that he know his own deepest measure?
You want it, or don't you?
Balthor had asked, seeing his reluctance.
I could sell it easy if you don't. 2, 3 people looked at it this afternoon.
That had interested Elaine.
Any make an offer?
No.
The fence had admitted, and Elaine had let the matter go. The Kira was his. The gem settled into his hand with an inaudible sigh of contentment, as if it had found its proper owner at last. At that moment, Elaine's hope died. His heart turned to stone. He had his answer. Nothing elven remained to him but the Kira. That would have to be enough. That, and the power it would give him. So be it. He left the gem in his most secure property, then hurried toward the dock ward to meet his waiting contacts. A second group would have gathered by now, brought in through the tunnel that ran between the tower and a nearby warehouse. The members of the two groups would not know each other if they passed on the street. Such precautions, he had learned many long years ago, were necessary to those who lived as he did. He slipped into the warehouse and made his way through the labyrinth of aisles that wove among the high-stacked crates. Without warning, the pile ahead collapsed, crashing down to seal off the passage. Elaine spun in a half-turn so that he could see both behind and ahead. A trio of hooded men leaped from the heights as another 4 closed in from behind. The elf scanned the stacked crates on either side. Several other men knelt in position, nocked crossbows aimed at his heart. Chagrin poured through the elf as he acknowledged himself trapped. He lifted his hands to show that he held no weapons, and turned to face the band behind him. He addressed his remarks to the largest form among the hooded men, knowing that brute physical size was deemed important in the sort of primitive hierarchies common among human thugs.
If you had wished to kill me, you would have done so by now, he pointed out. Now that you have my attention, speak your mind.
We bring a message,
intoned a gruff, familiar voice from beneath one of the hoods.
You have taken too much upon yourself. The Elf Lord, they call you.
So I am, by right of birth and property, Elaine pointed out. My concerns, both in this city and the one below, outstrip that of most of the merchant clans, yours included, he added slyly.
The man's sudden jolt of surprise was gratifying and enlightening. Elaine was not certain until this moment that Rep, the Ilzimmer's mercenary captain, was beneath that hood. Well enough. At least he knew with whom he dealt.
This is a city of laws and customs,
the man continued, as if determined to put the discussion back on his terms.
Really?
Elaine smiled blandly.
I have not heard the law permitting armed trespass. This little visit must therefore fall under the banner of local custom.
Mind your tongue, elf,
snarled Rep.
Your welcome in Waterdeep is wearing thin. Play tavern keeper if you will, but close up your Skullport trade. This will be your last warning.
Good,
returned the elf.
I find this particular custom rather tiresome. Please bring my regards to your masters.
He reached into a pocket sewn into the shoulder seam of his jerkin and drew out a small silver rod. This he pointed at one of the crates stacked high overhead, which had been marked with a curving rune that none of these louts could read. A shower of sparks leaped from the tiny staff and coalesced into a single arrow-like shaft. This sped toward the box and exploded into a second dazzling shower. This explosion was followed by a second as the contents of the box, smoke powder, highly illegal and as unpredictable as a dryad's romantic fancy, caught flame. Streams of burning light arced down, spitting and whistling in their descent. The archers dropped their bows and fell to their stomachs in an attempt to hold their perches on the swaying piles of crates. Elaine drew his sword and ran at the trio guarding the blocked tunnel. He lunged and ran one man through the gut, then shifted his weight onto his back leg and lifted his bloodied sword to meet the second man's attack. A quick twist disengaged his weapon. Another deft turn brought the blade slicing across the man's throat. On the backswing, he caught the final man's blade. He pushed up, forcing the enjoined blades high, and leveled his silver wand at the man's chest. Another tiny arrow of light sizzled forth, diving into the man's chest. Elaine dove aside as the magic weapon exploded from within, transforming the man into a crimson mist. The elf ran up over the spilled crates and raced nimbly down the other side. Quickly he found the second hidden door, one known only to him, and slipped down into the tunnel that led to a tailor's shop 2 streets down. As he emerged from the fitting room, Elaine heard the tolling bells that summoned the watch to tend the fire. He was not particularly concerned. The warehouse was constructed of solid stone and would withstand the blaze. It held little of value, and he could well afford to lose a few empty crates. Nor did he regret the survival of some of the messengers. If a few escaped to bring word of his defiance to the merchant lords, so much the better. After all, he had the Maurkira and the Dream Spheres. He now possessed the perfect weapon to strike back at those who had the best reason to send such a message. That he intended to do. His vengeance would be lingering, highly amusing, and deadly. The elf set a quick pace back toward his fortress home and the beckoning, compelling magic of the dark gem. Chapter 10. Elaine led the way through the narrow streets of Skullport, with Danilo following close on her heels. Although the city lay directly beneath his native Waterdeep, and though both were port cities, she could not conceive of 2 places more different. Here all was squalid, sordid, and ugly. Ramshackle buildings leaned and listed as precariously as scuttled ships. Creatures from at least 20 races, many of them outlawed in the city above, shoved past each other on the crowded streets. A 1-legged beggar was toppled by the rude throng. He made no call for help, obviously realizing that none would be forthcoming, but struggled to right himself with the aid of a home-carved crutch. But like most of Skullport, the man's appearance was deceiving. Far from helpless, he nimbly sliced the ear off a sly-faced goblin who sought to pick his pockets. Like his intended victim, the goblin did not seek aid. He merely snatched up the bit of living leather, clapped it to his head, and reeled off in search of a healer, or possibly just a mirror and a needle. Elaine's companion took this in with growing dismay. She'd had misgivings about bringing Danilo into this dank, dismal, lawless place. Though at her insistence he had donned rough clothes more suitable to a dockhand than a gentleman bard, he looked thoroughly, miserably out of place. "I must say, this is no improvement on Oth's cistern," he commented. "At least that was dry." Elaine could see his point. In Skullport, water was everywhere. Although it was a port city, it was entirely underground, far below sea level. Water dripped from the cavern ceilings and puddled on the walkways. It gave sustenance to the strange creeping molds and glowing fungi that writhed on the walls of the ramshackle buildings or inched along the walkways. The scent of rot and mildew permeated everything, and foul mist clung to the lamplight. Even after a few minutes in the city, Elaine's clothes clung damply to her, and her companion's mood was becoming nearly as oppressive as the thick air. "You wanted to be part of my world," she said with only a moderate degree of exaggeration. "This is the sort of place I end up going." Danilo glanced pointedly at her sword, which was dark and silent. "I would wager there are few forest elves in these parts. Shouldn't we go find some? Elsewhere?" She pulled the neck of her clinging shirt away from her throat and dashed a damp lock off her forehead. "The sooner we're finished here, the sooner we leave." She nodded toward a row of dangerously tilting wooden buildings, lined up with all the precision of a patrol of drunken orcs, and started toward the narrow street that snaked between them. Behind her, Danilo cursed with impressive creativity. "For what, exactly, are we looking?" "Perfume," Elaine said dryly as she skirted a rather suspect pile. She recognized it as the spoor of a manticore and quickened her pace. It was relatively fresh, and she had no desire to confront a monster with the body of a lion and the face and cunning of a man. "Perfume! Good thinking," he congratulated her. "Given our current surroundings, I suggest we purchase it by the vat. She shot a glare over her shoulder. "Do you intend to whine the entire way there? Back, too, I should think. No sense doing half a job." A trio of kobolds scuttled toward them from behind a pile of crates. They were hideous creatures, goblin-kin whose bald heads came not much higher than Erlen's sword belt. Their bulging yellow eyes held a frantic look, but their rat-like tails wagged in an eerily precise imitation of hounds, eager to please their master. Their arms were full of fabric, not weapons, but Erlen did not slow her pace.
"You look? Maybe buy?"
One of them pleaded as it jogged alongside the half-elf.
"Got lots of good cloaks. Not much worn. Only one got's blood and guts on it, and them's already dried."
"Now there's a vendor's cry that any of Waterdeep's roving merchants might envy," Danilo murmured. He slowed down to address the kobold. "Blood and guts, eh? Does one pay extra for that sort of ornamentation?"
Sure, you want it, we put."
"Ah, an admirable arrangement, provided one is not the source of that particular decoration." This bit of locution clearly baffled the small merchant. He settled back on his heels, and his rat's tail lashed about in apparent consternation. But the moment passed quickly, and the kobolds pressed in. Erlen elbowed one out of the way. "Don't encourage them," she told Danilo in a low voice. "Do you plan to die down here?" "Oh, surely not. 3 kobolds are no threat." "Neither is 1 mouse. Problem is, there's never only 1 mouse. More are always hidden nearby. How do you think 3 kobolds got their merchandise in the first place?" This excellent reasoning prompted Danilo to pick up his pace. He kept step with the half-elf as she wove her way through the squalid town, toward the small shop where assassins purchased death by the drop. "Pantagora's Poisons," Danilo said, reading the sign aloud. "Right to the point. No pretense, no dissembling. I find that quite refreshing." Erlen sent him a warning look and pushed open the door. The scene beyond was like something from a Northman's battlefield or a butcher's nightmare. The air was thick with a distinctively sweet, coppery scent. Flies buzzed over sodden shapes. Dark pools seeped into the old wood of the floor. Somehow blood had been spattered as high as the rafters. Here and there it had dried even as it dripped down, making it appear that the sodden timbers had wept long, black tears over the poison merchant's fate. Never had Erlen seen anything quite like it. She kicked at an empty boot, wondering how it had happened to come loose of its wearer. On impulse, she made a quick mental tally of bodies and footwear. This boot was an extra. To all appearances, its former wearer had been dissolved as surely as if he'd been hit by a blast of dragon fire. From the inside. She stooped beside one of the dead men. To someone who had seen death as often as she had, a corpse could talk without benefit of spell or prayer. The signs were there, but they were conflicting and deeply disturbing. Thin, precise cuts marked the man's body. Erlen rolled the dead man over and tugged up his shirt. There was little bruising on his back. Small wonder. By the time he died, there had been little blood left in his body to settle. The fine, thin sword that had killed this man had left layers of wounds, dealing death by the inch, by the trickle and drop. Someone had toyed with the man, taking time to kill him so he lingered far longer than she would have imagined possible. Strange behavior for a thief. It was possible, of course, that the killer was an assassin by trade, perhaps a regular customer whose skills and habits made it easier to kill than to pay. It seemed to Erlen, though, that any assassin prompted by survival would never risk such an expenditure of time and vitriol. This killing held all the hallmarks of vengeance, or rage, or insanity, or an evil so intense that it no longer considered proportion or consequence. Stranger still was the nature of the weapon. No human-made blade was so thin or so keen. The man had been slaughtered with an elven weapon. Of that, Erlen was grimly certain. Her mother's people were fierce, often merciless fighters, but few were given to such depravity. She knew of only 2 or 3 elves who would do such a thing, Just recently, in fact, she had seen Elaith Grolnober toy with a Tren assassin, in very similar fashion. Her sharp ears caught the sound of furtive footsteps on the walkway outside the shop. She rocked back onto her heels and rose in a single, swift move. Gliding over to the door, she drew her sword and gestured for Danilo to move to the other side of the frame. Slowly, the door eased open, and a small, furtive face peered around the corner. Erilyn stepped in and pressed the tip of her blade against Deluntir's throat. The perfumer shrieked and squeezed his eyes shut, as if he could block out the double terror of the looming sword and the carnage beyond. His face paled to the color of old parchment, and the bones of his legs seemed to melt to the consistency of jellied eel. Before Erilyn could speak, Danilo seized the swaying man by the front of his shirt and jerked him into the room. He shook the perfume merchant as a vermin hound might worry a rat. This served to bring some color back to the man's face. When he started to struggle with a resolve and vigor that suggested he could stand on his own, Danilo released him. Deluntir cracked open one eye and shuddered.
"Too late," he mourned. "Gone, all of it."
"That raises some interesting questions. We'll get to them in time," Erilyn assured him. She lifted her sword to his throat again. "What do you know about the Tren?" The man's eyes slid furtively to one side.
"Never heard of them."
She gave her sword an encouraging little twitch. "Odd that tunnels riddled with Tren markings should converge beneath your shop. Strange that a door from the sewers leads into your drying shed. You can talk to me about this, or you can sit before the Lord's Council."
"Talking?"
he conceded in a high-pitched voice.
"Yes. It is true that sometimes I act as a broker for wealthy men and women who desire the Tren's services. I make arrangements, but only through a second or third or 24th party. Truly, that is the agreed-upon method. It ensures I cannot give you or anyone else the name of my clients."
Erilyn wondered how the man might respond if presented with a name. She sent Danilo a look that mingled inquiry and apology. His lips thinned, but he gave a slight nod of agreement. She turned back to Deluntir. "All right, then. If you can't name your clients, I'll do it for you. Lady Cassandra Than."
"I am a perfumer. Many of the noble folk patronize my shop,"
he began evasively. His explanation broke off in a surprised yelp of pain, and he looked down in horror at the stain on the half-elf's gleaming sword and the blood dripping onto his shirt front. "Not an important vein," Erilyn said evenly, "but I know where those are."
"I cannot tell you anything. My customers prize confidentiality,"
he protested. "More than you prize your neck?" Deluntir didn't need long to balance that particular scale.
"Potions of youthfulness,"
he said, speaking so quickly that the words almost tripped over each other in their eagerness to emerge.
"The Lady Cassandra has been buying them for ages, with the coming of each new moon. Forgive me, but how else could she keep the passing years from wresting her beauty from her?"
"I take it that you are not well acquainted with the lady," Danilo said dryly. "If anyone could stare down Father Time and win, it is she." Erilyn lowered her sword. "What did you come here to buy?"
"It hardly matters, does it? There is nothing more here of value. Clearly I did not kill these men. For all I know, you did."
The half-elf's eyes went hard, but she realized at once that this was no idle threat. She was not the only one who would recognize the marks of an elven sword, and once again, here she stood over the work of an assassin. Fortunately, Deluntir had his own reputation with which to contend. "Mention our presence here to anyone," she snapped, "and the watch captain will be reading an anonymous letter about your visit to this little shop. Now go." Deluntir darted for the exit. His boots beat a frantic, stumbling rhythm upon the wooden walk. The half-elf sighed and sheathed her sword. Danilo looked sharply at her. "You let him go? Do you believe him?" "About Lady Cassandra? Not a word of it. What does she need with youth potions if she has elven blood? although I suspect she would support Diluntir's lie rather than lay claim to her heritage. He did not refute her.
There is nothing more to be seen here.
Erilyn was silent for a long moment. Actually, she suspected there was much, much more to be gleaned in this city. The tren came from these tunnels. So did poisons, which had most likely been used to kill Lady Deslantier. Erilyn had gone to considerable trouble to find out Diluntir's supplier, visiting acquaintances she had not seen for years, and creating markers that she dreaded paying. However, at the moment there was little more that they could do. This place had yielded not answers, but new and disturbing questions. Whatever Diluntir came to buy is long gone, she agreed. She nudged at one of the corpses with her boot. Whoever killed these men has it.
Killing to procure poison, Danilo mused. Seems rather an indirect way to go about things, doesn't it? This is not my sphere of expertise, mind you, but it seems to me that the affair would run much smoother all around if the middle merchant were removed from the transaction.
That was precisely what Erilyn intended to do, but she was not yet ready to voice her intentions. In many ways, Danilo embraced elven ways more wholeheartedly than she herself did. He trusted Elaith Krolnober and the pledge of Elf Friend. She could not bring herself to destroy that until she knew for certain that her suspicions described truth rather than her own bias. Nor was she quite ready to confront the old patterns and roles into which she was falling with such ease. Every time she turned, she was slapped with reminders of her dark reputation. If truth be told, she felt more at home in Waterdeep's underbelly than she did at a nobleman's ball. Her human side was coming grimly to the fore, while the elven magic of her moonblade was oddly sporadic. At the rate she was going, Danilo might not have to worry about the inconvenience of life with an elven hero. Erilyn glanced down at the moonblade, half hoping that it would summon her to duty with faint green light. Of course, it did not. She wondered if it would ever do so again. When they returned to the city above, Danilo took at once to his bathhouse. After an hour in a hot tub, the memory of the underground city's fetid stench began to fade. Danilo was soaking still when his steward came tapping at the door.
"Your pardon, sir, but you have received a most urgent message from Lord Ramus."
News of an invading flight of dragons would not have been more unexpected. Danilo all but leaped from the tub, sending bathwater and soap flying like a flock of small, startled birds. He seized a towel and strode from his dressing room.
Is someone hurt? Sick? Or is it Judith? Gods, her babe is due at any time, her first.
The halfling wiped a blob of scented foam from his forehead.
"Your sister is fine, sir. She has another moon and more to await the child's birth,"
he reminded Dan.
"This message regards a personal matter of highly sensitive nature. Your father bids you to attend him at the Laughing Mermaid with all haste. I will have your horse brought to the front gate."
Somewhat reassured, but still mightily puzzled, Danilo quickly dressed and then rode the few blocks to the posh tavern. The Laughing Mermaid was one of the few drinking spots in the staid North Ward. It was equally famed for its sumptuous gaming tables and its small private rooms. Danilo knew that Lord Ramus prized the tavern as a place to gossip and gamble with his equally idle peers, but he had never thought of his father having cause to employ one of the meeting rooms. Certainly, Danilo had never expected a summons to such a meeting. His curiosity was near fever pitch as he dismounted in front of the enormous, ugly marble statue of a centaur. He tossed his reins to the attentive groom and hurried up the stairs to the front hall. One of the Minotaur guards nodded, recognizing Danilo as a member. The creature beckoned for him to follow, then trotted off, its massive haunches bunching with each stride. Its long, curving horns swept through a low-hanging chandelier, coaxing a hushed tinkle from the crystals that brought to mind a bevy of schoolgirls whispering and giggling behind their small hands. The Minotaur stopped before a thick oaken door and snorted insistently, as if to indicate that its mission was complete, or would be once Danilo entered the room. The sound was disconcertingly like a bull readying for the charge, and Danilo got the distinct impression that he could attend this meeting under his own power or be tossed through the door on the Minotaur's horns. He gave the creature a coin, then slipped into the room. Ramus Than rose to meet his son, reaching his hand out in the gesture of one comrade to another. Danilo took his father's hand as if this were the most normal situation in the world. They sat down across a small table, and for a few minutes engaged in the sort of meaningless talk that oiled the wheels of every such meeting the room had ever hosted. Finally, Ramus got to the point.
You enjoy considerable personal wealth. The fund your mother and I started for you at your birth has increased 1,000-fold, and could keep you in style for the rest of your days. You have also your share of the wine business and the increase on your investment in the Bard's College. I hear both are doing exceptionally well.
Danilo nodded cautiously. That is the shape of things?
I have cause to ask that you part with some small portion of your ready cash,
Lord Ramus said stiffly, and with obvious reluctance. The man paused, grimaced, and squared his shoulders to steel himself for words yet to come.
A matter of some delicacy has been brought to my attention. It is one I would just as soon keep from your mother's eyes.
Ah. Danilo settled back in his chair and considered the summons in this clear light. Of all his siblings, Danilo was the least involved in the Than family affairs, and the son least likely to report back to Lady Cassandra. Judith, the sister nearest him in age and temperament, also tended to follow her own mind and inclinations, but Judith's husband, a merchant sea captain who cut a dashing figure and who claimed distant ties to Cormier's royal family, owed his position and wealth to the Than family shipping concerns. He was therefore as devoted to Lady Cassandra's whims and moods as any lapdog. Judith was as yet too besotted to realize what manner of toady shared her bed, and she held back nothing from her husband. Lord Ramus would get little discretion from that quarter. A personal matter? Danilo took care to keep his tone even, to ask a question without offering censure.
That is so. Before I proceed, I must have your word that this will not be bandied about in one of your inane ballads.
So pledged, Danilo said shortly. The comment stung more than it should. As well accustomed as he was to his family's indulgent disdain, it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain the role he had chosen to play.
Very well, then. A woman of my acquaintance finds herself in distress and wishes to leave this city quietly and soon. Discretion is imperative. Your mother tells me you have some connections among the Harpers. You have managed such things?
Many times, Danilo assured him. Of course, never once had he considered that such skills might enable him to attend his father's mistress, and by the sound of things, a woman inconveniently with child. Danilo was not certain how he should feel about the matter. Bastards were nothing new among the nobility, or among the common folk either, for that matter. Many marriages were made for gain or convenience, and children conceived outside such unions were usually acknowledged and granted some measure of acceptance. Even so, he could understand his father's desire to keep this matter entirely from Lady Cassandra's eyes. If his father wished to discharge his responsibilities with extreme discretion, Danilo was not about to gainsay him. He was not certain, however, whether this unexpected request should rightly be viewed as an insult or an expression of confidence. One way or another, it mattered not. This was the first thing his father had ever asked of him. Whatever Ramus thought of him, Danilo could hardly refuse. I will see the lady safely out of the city in a matter of days, and see that she does not want for anything. Will that serve?
Admirably.
Ramus pushed a folded bit of parchment across the table.
You can find her there. She is expecting a visit from you this night. I hope that will be convenient.
It was far from convenient. Danilo considered the day he had spent and the plans he had for the night ahead. His servants were preparing a private feast for two, then anticipating a night's holiday while their master and his lady had the house to themselves, a stolen hour or two before they tended Danilo's latest social responsibility. Frustration swept through him. One more duty, one more delay. And this time he could not place the blame on Erlin's Moonblade. Convenient is not the word I would have chosen, he commented. Nonetheless, All will be done as you ask." When Danilo sent word canceling their evening plans, Erilyn had returned with the messenger and insisted upon accompanying Danilo into the dock ward. He seemed oddly preoccupied and was reticent about details of the task ahead. A simple matter, he told her. He would make the first contact, then 2 Harper agents would see the plan through. That much was true. Of that Erilyn was certain, but she could not guess what truths remained unspoken. Her questions settled into certainty the moment the young woman opened the door to her chamber. This woman was not Ramus Than's mistress, but his child. Erilyn glanced from Danilo to the girl. The resemblance was remarkable. Though her hair was an unusual shade of pale red gold, her face had the same well-shaped features and sharply defined bones. Also familiar was the slender, graceful form reminiscent of dancers, or, and this insight startled Erilyn, gold elves. The girl could probably claim an elven ancestor no more than 2 or 3 generations back. Erilyn had never seen the evidence of Danilo's distant elven heritage, but it was there, beyond doubt, in the mirror that was his sister's face. Nor did the similarity end there. Familiar mischief lurked behind the girl's uncertain smile, and intelligence was evident in the quick, observant glance she cast over her visitors. Erilyn would wager that the girl didn't miss much. The tavern maid seemed reassured by what she saw, at any rate. She stepped back and swept a hand toward the poor room, a gesture that was at once sincere, welcome, and self-parody. "You are kind to come, Lord Than." "Lily," Danilo said, studying the girl with puzzlement. "I did not expect to see you." "I'll warrant you did not," she agreed. She glanced over at the half-elf and gave her a small, knowing smile, one that confirmed what Erilyn saw and gave a wordless, wistful commentary on the blindness of men. "Thank you for coming, lass. I'm taking it as a kindness that you came along with Lord Than, seeing as how rough this part of town can be." "You'll be safe soon enough," Erilyn assured her. She looked to Danilo to explain the plan. His attention had been captured by a small object on the bed. "Is that what I think it is?" he demanded. Lily winced. I'm guessing it is. A weakness of mine, I'm afraid." "A dangerous one," he said sternly, sounding more like Kelvin Aronson than Erilyn would have thought possible. She debated whether to remark on this, and decided to keep this observation on hand for a later time. It was always wise to have a hidden weapon or two. After a few words about the risks of taking magic lightly, Danilo quickly explained the arrangements. 2 Harpers, Hector and Cynthia, would come to the tavern toward the end of the late shift. Hector would bring a small covered cart to the back alley, and Cynthia would slip up to Lily's room. The 2 women were to change clothes, and Cynthia would stay in Lily's place. Hector would take Lily to the north gate and place her in the charge of a discreet caravan master, who would give her passage to an orchard village outside the city. From there, it was westward to Suzail along with the new pressed cider. At each step, Lily would be supplied with coin and lodging. A substantial sum would await her in Suzail, enough to get her started in a new life of her choosing. Lily's eyes swam as she listened to Danilo's words. "This is your doing, not your father's. I'd wager my life on that," she said softly. A long moment passed, and she added, "It's more than I dare hope for. But for all that, I'll be sad to go." "It is hard to leave home and family," Danilo agreed. A wave of sympathy swept through Erilyn as she realized the pain these unwitting words would bring. The girl's tears spilled over. She quickly dashed them away with the back of one hand and gave a shaky smile. "Aye, that it is." As they rose to leave, Lily dipped a curtsy to Dan, and then held both hands out to Erilyn. It was a common form of leave-taking among women of the working class, a simple statement that the recipient was valued enough to warrant putting aside work entirely, if but for the moment. Erilyn understood the gesture for what it was, the only claim to sisterhood that Lily would make. On rare impulse, the warrior went one better. She gently pushed aside Lily's offered hands and took the younger woman in a sister's embrace. The strength of Corallan, the beauty of Hanali, the joy of Erili, she said softly, speaking the traditional elven blessing in the language of their foremothers. Lily pulled away and managed to smile. Many's the year since I heard those words. The same to you, lass, though I've more respect for the music of the thing than to wrap my caterwauling tongue around it. Now, off with you both, before Hamish misunderstands the nature of this visit and tries to charge you rent by the hour. She made little shooing gestures with her hands, as if herding recalcitrant chickens. They shooed, walking down the creaky back stairs and into the alley beyond, where Danilo attacked the problem at hand with unusual vigor. He wanted Erlin's opinion on the best spot for the cart to wait, her assessment of possible ambush spots, and what they should do to ascertain whether or not additional watch guards were needed. With an attention to detail that would not have been out of place in King Azun's court, they went over the small escape. When that was settled, Danilo's supply of words ran uncharacteristically dry. They walked together in silence, and the young bard's expression was unusually pensive. Erlin began to doubt whether Danilo was as oblivious to Lily's identity as he had seemed. After a time, the half-elf's curiosity overflowed. Does Lady Cassandra know about Lily? He looked startled. I, for one, do not intend to apprise her. If Lord Ramus wishes to confess his mistresses, he must tend to the matter himself. It's a bit late for that, Erlin said dryly. When Danilo sent her a puzzled look, she shook her head in astonishment and dug in her bag for the tiny bronze mirror she carried. This she thrust before Danilo's face. Take a good look, and try to remember where you last saw those features. I'm thinking that you and your sister both managed to get a bit of elven blood from your various mothers, but you both got your father's eyes. His puzzled expression froze. Then he nodded slowly as he understood the truth of it. Of course. I should have seen it. Perhaps I did. Lily is a merry lass, and I liked her upon first meeting. She was serving at the gemstone ball, he explained. Sudden anger flashed into his eyes. She was serving in her own father's house. How could Ramus countenance such an insult to his child? Perhaps he didn't know. You only learned of it just now. There is that, Danilo admitted. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he pondered this revelation. A sister. How marvelous. You would think I had enough siblings that the novelty would have worn off, wouldn't you? She needs you. The others don't, Erlin pointed out. Danilo looked surprised, then pleased. That is so. He considered the matter, and then cast a sidelong glance at her. What would you say about wintering in Suzale? It is close to Cormanthir. If the sages are right about a harsh winter to come, there will be the usual attempts to reduce the borders of the elven forest to firewood. Chances are you'll be heading that way anyway. True enough. It's settled then, he said happily, taking her comment as assent. Erlin listened as he chatted on, full of plans for their time together and the life they would help his newfound sister build. It sounded so easy and hopeful that she could almost believe it might come true. She glanced at the moonblade, almost afraid that it would be aglow with warning light or humming with silent energy. However, the elven sword was silent, as if content at last to reflect Danilo's high spirits and bright hopes. Chapter 11. Midnight had not yet come, and already Danilo had borne witness to the death of some 20 barrels of wine, and the subsequent birth of 2 new betrothals, a dozen covert business deals, and 3 challenges to duels scheduled to be fought upon the morrow. By these measures, Galinda Raventree's annual costume ball was its usual success. Of course, there was the buzz created by Hadrak's arrival. A city obsessed with nobility could not resist the lure of the young man's claim to royalty. For many years, it had been common belief the royal house of Tethir had been obliterated in the terrible wars. A few minor relatives survived, and from time to time one made a dubious claim, but Haedrak arrived in Waterdeep with unassailable credentials, not the least of which was the support of Elminster the Sage and the bard Storm Silverhand. Haedrak had expressed a desire to unite with Zoranda, the mage-turned-mercenary who had recently been acclaimed queen of the city of Zazaspur, and to join with her in uniting all of Tethir. He was in Waterdeep gathering support for the Tethir reclamation from the wealthy, the bored, and the adventurous. Danilo supposed Haedrak would do well enough. A dark, thin man with a serious face and a small, pointed black beard, he looked more like a scribe than a warrior. But Waterdeep, enamored as she was by royalty, would no doubt flock to his banner. It was almost amusing how the nobles tripped over each other in their eagerness to be seen in Haedrak's shadow. The most entertaining spectacle, in Dan's opinion, was Erlin's participation in this frivolous event. The shopkeeper who'd supplied them both with costumes had outfitted Erlin as Titania, the legendary queen of the fairy realm. This had proven nothing less than inspired, for it built upon the half-elf's fey heritage, transforming her from somber warrior to a creature of heart-stopping beauty. The costume was a marvel of translucent wings and floating, glimmering, silvery skirts. But the shopkeeper had not stopped there. She had dressed Erlin's black hair in clusters of ringlets dusted with silvery glitter. The half-elf's eyes were remarkable to begin with, a deep, vivid blue flecked with gold. But cosmetics made them appear enormous, exotically tilted at the outer corners and startlingly blue against her white skin. Her face had been buffed with some iridescent powder, and it glowed like moonstone in the soft candlelight. In all, Danilo congratulated himself on having had the good sense to lose his heart to this marvelous woman years ago, before the general rush began. That was the second source of his private entertainment. More than a few of Danilo's peers had started to pay court to the apparent fairy queen, only to reconsider the notion when the half-elf turned upon them a flat, level gaze more appropriate to a battlefield than a ballroom. Faced with a forbidding Erlin, even the most intrepid or inebriated man suddenly remembered pressing business on the far side of the hall. This amused Danilo to no end. He supposed that evinced some serious character deficit, but he saw no immediate cure for it. He had always enjoyed Erlin from their unpromising beginning to the complicated present, and he could not get out of the habit. He gave a nod of mock sympathy to the latest of her spurned suitors, then flicked a non-existent bit of lint from the ruffle at his cuff.
"You're looking smug,"
remarked Regnant Amcathra. Danilo's pleasure in the evening deepened as he turned to face his longtime friend.
"Why should I not? Winning that lady's regard was no small accomplishment. I like to think that sterling personal qualities, which admittedly are well hidden, enabled me to accomplish this feat."
The nobleman chuckled. His amusement stopped abruptly as two men disguised as a centaur thundered past in pursuit of a coyly fleeing nymph. Danilo studied the strange tableau. The centaur's head was undoubtedly that of Simon Ilzimmer, a black-bearded, broad-chested mage who looked so positively saturnine that Danilo would not have wagered whether or not the hoofs he sported were genuine. The back end of the centaur was not quite as motivated toward pursuit, but he stumbled gamely along. Not nimbly enough, however, and the costume's fabric tore as the creature broke in half. Simon, nothing daunted, pounded off in pursuit of the nymph. The centaur's anonymous rump, a role undoubtedly played by a servant or possibly a family member of lesser rank and lighter purse, took a few staggering steps in pursuit of Unity. He quickly abandoned the quest and went off in search of a full mug, apparently not overly concerned by the statement his partial costume made. Regnant shook his head in disgust.
"After that spectacle, I'm almost inclined to believe what they are saying about the Ilzimmer clan."
It was on the tip of Danilo's tongue to ask what that might be, but it occurred to him that if he did, Regnant would probably tell him. Dan and Erlin had attended this evening's affair for the express purpose of gathering information, but he saw little profit in the sort of salacious talk that Simon Ilzimmer inspired.
"Shame on you for spreading such tales.
You have been spending too much time with Myrna, Danilo pointed out. His friend heaved a heartfelt sigh. On that, we are in accord. Speaking of the lady, she appears to be searching the crowd for me. You will excuse me while I run shrieking into the streets? Certainly, Dan replied. I would offer to detain her, but the bonds of friendship go only so far. Regnet snorted with good-natured scorn. Don't worry, I wouldn't do it for you either. Farewell, coward. Dan chuckled and turned back to survey the scene before him. He was truly of no mind for festivities, but this would be one of his last chances to study the peerage for signs of enmity deep enough to inspire Oth's assassination. All of Waterdeep society gathered for the costume ball, which was one of the last large parties before many of the merchant nobility left for their country estates or southern villas. It was one of the most lavish affairs of the season, and one of Danilo's favorites. At least, it had been until this year. Usually he enjoyed the pageantry and silly excess, but this year there seemed to be a decidedly sylvan flavor to the costumes. In addition to the usual pirates, orcs, moonshade druids, drow, and such like, there were an inordinate number of revelers dressed as forest elves. Even Myrna Castellanter picked up this theme, if only as an excuse to bare vast expanses of the creamy skin that was her best feature. Nearly every exposed inch of the woman was decorated with the swirling brown and green designs that represented some artist's conception of what wild elf tattoos must look like. Myrna had taken the notion of wild greenwood hunters a bit too far, perhaps. She had woven peacock feathers into her bright red hair and hung a necklace of porcelain beads shaped like dragon's teeth around her neck. All these imitation forest elves served to tweak at Danilo's more painful ruminations. Erlin's response had been utterly unexpected and no help at all. She had taken one glance at Myrna and excused herself from the room. Danilo had found her in the cloakroom, clutching her sides and rocking with silent laughter. Not authentic, I take it? Danilo had observed. She'd wiped her streaming eyes and subsided to a chuckle. Not even close. She frowned and plucked at the diaphanous layers of her skirts. Who am I to talk? When was the last time you saw a 6-foot fairy? The answer to that, in Dan's opinion, was not often enough. He and Erlin had decided to go separate ways for much of the evening, assuming that Danilo's peers might be more forthcoming with gossip if the half-elf were not too close at hand. Her hearing was keener than any human's, so she could gather information in a different fashion. Apart from talk of Hadrak's claim, most of the gossip Danilo had heard focused upon the party's hostess. He watched Galinda Raventree as she glided about the dance floor, deftly steering compatible guests toward each other, and just as skillfully heading off possible confrontations. The woman was a marvel. He had often remarked to his fellow lords that she would be a redoubtable diplomat. His fellow lords, was it? Danilo grimaced as he realized that he had yet to return the lord's helm to Purgirin. So many other matters demanded his attention. He would be glad to get the city and its demands behind him and begin shaping his life in a pattern more to his liking. This returned his thoughts firmly to Lily, and to the confrontation he intended to have with Lord Ramus concerning duty to family. All members of that family, regardless of which side of the blanket they happened to be born on. He handed his empty goblet to a passing servant and took off in search of his father. Not a difficult task. He merely followed the tang of pipe smoke to the room where Lord Ramus and a dozen or so of his peers waged war with weapons of thick, painted parchment. Danilo had never been one for cards, but courtesy demanded he wait and watch until Ramus tired of the game. Finally, the older man threw down a losing hand and announced his desire for air. He did not acknowledge his son's tacit request for conversation, but he fell into step and they walked out to the garden together. Neither man spoke until Danilo was reasonably certain they would not be overheard. All has been done as you requested, sir. The older man nodded.
Good. That's settled then.
After a fashion, yes. But I am curious. Why has Lily never come to light before? Did you not know of her? Ramus sent him a quelling glance.
The matter has been handled. There are other, more important concerns to attend.
More important than a newfound daughter? Danilo did not speak the words, but he saw from the flash of anger in his father's eyes that he had not managed to keep the challenge from his face. Well, now that his opinion was known, he might as well be shorn for a sheep as for a lamb. I cannot conceive of anything more important, Dan said softly.
Then apparently you haven't heard of the raid upon the consortium's air caravan.
This was the first time his father had ever mentioned the family business in Danilo's hearing. The shock of this was quickly overtaken by the implication of his father's words. A feel of cold, creeping dread threaded its way through Danilo's irritation.
The caravan was a joint effort among several of the noble families,
Ramos explained, oblivious to his son's stunned reaction to this news.
Fine cargo, gems, swords, small statues, and the like, were flown to Silvery Moon with the intention of bringing back more of the same.
Danilo's mind raced with dire possibility. Foremost among them was Bronwyn's safety. She had sent him word that she planned to join an air caravan organized by the Ilzimmer and Gunwind families, in which both Elaith Krolnober and Mizzen Dor, the crystal merchant, had purchased passage. Flown, he repeated. Ramos took this single word as a question.
Griffins, Pegasi, large birds. Ingenious notion. But we all warned Lord Gunwind that he stood to lose a fortune should things go awry. Those beasts were at least as valuable as the cargo they carried.
Were? This time Danilo did intend the question. The attack must have been devastating if some of these fierce beasts had been lost in the fighting. His father either missed the question or chose not to dwell upon such unpleasantness.
I must say, this economy of response is not your usual custom. Well done. Quite refreshing.
Danilo shook off what might have been either compliment or insult. If Bronwyn had traveled in that caravan, and Elaith as well, either or both might be dead. Were there survivors?
Oh, Lord Gunwind came through just fine. Tough old bird. Couldn't kill that man with a meat axe. So did some of the mercenaries, and most of the merchants. The caravan lost a few guards and some hired hands, and the cargo, of course. Bad business all around.
It was an unusually long speech. Lord Ramos lifted his pipe in a gesture of unmistakable finality. He took a draw, frowned, and then held it out for inspection. The wisp of smoke had vanished. He murmured something unintelligible, then wandered off in search of fire. Danilo scanned the room for a likely source of further information. Nearby, Myrna Castellanter was busily plying her family trade. The gossip monger spoke in low, hurried tones to a pair of young women, an incongruous pair, since one was clad as shepherdess, complete with beribboned crook, and the other was wearing a fur wrap and carrying a wolf mask on a stick. The protector and the ravager of sheep listened with identical expressions of shocked delight, and the glances they slid toward their hostess left little doubt as to the subject of Myrna's spiteful tale. Nonetheless, Danilo moved closer. Myrna might be annoying, but she served a purpose. Our Galinda has debts, you see, explained the gossip monger. But to maintain appearances, she has been replacing her gems with false stones. Her jewelry looks the same as ever, observed one of the women, eyeing the emerald pendant that nestled in the hollow of Galinda's throat. What would you expect? Even the faux pieces are fine work, if you consider counterfeiting an art. Myrna paused to give weight to her next words. Apparently, the Ilzimmer family does. She glanced up at Dan's approach, and a shimmer of malicious delight crossed her face. Lord Than, you've heard about the air caravan, no doubt. But of course you have, since your family had an investment in its success. The emphasis she gave to the final word held a nasty insinuation. Of what, Danilo was not certain. He pasted a bland smile on his face. Actually, I have come to inquire on that very matter. What more do you know than is commonly spoken? The woman cocked her bright head and considered him as a horse trader might size up a plow nag for possible resale. I hear that this year's spiced Winterfest wine will be extraordinary. 10 bottles would be a reasonable exchange. Myrna's companions frowned, clearly displeased by this blatant display of commerce at a social event. They withdrew with frosty little bows and flittered off to spread tales of their own. Strange that you should be seeking answers from me, Myrna purred, clearly enjoying herself. There are others who could tell you for a smaller fee, or none at all. I do not complain, mind you. Danilo was in no mood to spar. For a simple answer, speedily delivered, you might expect an extra bottle. The woman pouted. Oh, very well. The favored rumors suggest that the theft was the work of insiders. The bandits were too well and cannily armed, and they lay hidden in wait in the very place the caravan used as a rest stop on the way north. Most are suspicious of Elaine Krolnober, of course. He traveled to Silvery Moon with the caravan, but not back. Yet many saw him take part in the battle. He disappeared soon after, riding a Gundwind Pegasus. This news was disturbing, but not entirely unexpected. Whether the elf had a part in the theft or not, he would be suspected. And Bronwyn? Who? The young woman who keeps the curious past. You have been in her shop at least a dozen times. Small woman, long brown hair, big eyes. Oh, her. The noblewoman's tone was dismissive, almost disdainful. Do you know how she fared? Dan persisted. Myrna shrugged, looking none too pleased to be presented with questions for which she had no answers, even if the subject of inquiry was nothing but a common little shopkeeper. Ask the elf. He was there. She pointed to the far side of the room. Danilo's eyes widened as they settled on a tall, slender figure clad in deep purple and silver. Elaith had chosen an elaborate costume of an era long past, worn by elves and humans alike in the ancient courts of Tethir. Either the elf was being unusually diplomatic, or his costume was the equivalent of a green cloak in the forest, an attempt to blend in. Many wore the purple of Tethir in Hadrak's honor. Danilo made his way across to the elf as quickly as he could navigate the crowd. You have had an eventful trip, I hear, he began. The elf gave him a faint, mocking smile. Let us dispense with the usual pleasantries and get to the meat of the matter. When I left Bronwyn, she was in good health, if poor company. She is a most resourceful young woman. Most resourceful, he added with rueful emphasis. Danilo was beginning to see the shape of things. He also felt more than a little guilty about agreeing to have Elaith watched and followed. I am always glad to hear word of Bronwyn, he said carefully. She is an old friend. And a new harper, the elf said. Spare me the sophistry. I am watched by the harpers and others. This is nothing new. Whether you had a hand in Bronwyn's task or not, I neither know nor care. Either way, I'm sure you are interested in the outcome. Well, now that you mention it, both Bronwyn and I lost treasure in the raid, for which I assure you I was not responsible. These statements set Danilo back on his heels. Well, so much for the deft feint, the clever exchange of attack and parry. I am disarmed before I draw my sword. The elf lifted one silver eyebrow. Is that so? You accept my word on the matter so easily? Why wouldn't I? Many people would name your credulity unwise, Elaith pointed out. Not without reason. Danilo shrugged. That was true enough, but his instincts told him the elf had spoken truth. He was very interested to hear what Bronwyn would have to say about the encounter, but he'd had no reason to doubt Elaith's words since the day the elf had made the pledge of elf friend. Indeed, Elaith had been amazingly forthright, in some ways more so than Dan himself had been. He had arranged to have Elaith followed and watched, and now he found himself on the verge of abandoning the responsibility such pledges entailed. There has been some little excitement here as well, he began. In a few words he told the elf about his newfound sister. Erlyn and I will travel east to meet her in Suzail. Elaith studied him, his amber eyes unreadable.
Why do you tell me this?
Apart from making polite conversation? He returned with a grin. His smile quickly faded. I must confess some regret at the prospect of leaving the city. You were attacked by Tren and may yet be in danger. The pledge of elf friend binds two ways. I am hesitant to leave while this matter is unresolved. Erelyn even more so.
Erelyn?
This intelligence seemed to surprise the elf.
Not on my behalf, surely.
Not precisely, Danilo said, though the expression on Elaith's face made him wish he could answer otherwise. As you know, of late Erelyn's moonblade has taken to summoning her to duty. Since it has been silent for some time now, she is convinced that her duty to the people lies here in Waterdeep. Perhaps your recent misadventures have a part in that.
That I doubt, Elaith said lightly. Do not consider the matter. By all means accompany your newfound sister to Suzail. Winter in Waterdeep is often a dreary affair. You would do well to escape it.
Danilo did not miss the hint of irony in the elf's tone, and the warning. He responded to both. Somehow I rather doubt that this year's freeze will be without diversion. Elaith's smile never touched his eyes, which were as golden and full of secrets as a cat's.
Yes, I dare say you could be quite right.
Erelyn's respect for Danilo grew as the night wore on. She doggedly worked her way through her dance card, moving from one dance partner to another and trying to learn something of value from each. She kept telling herself it was not so very different from her days as an apprentice swordmaster. The intricate dances were more easily mastered than the scores and scores of forms and routines she had practiced in her youth. Anticipating the movements of a dance partner, or an entire circle, was not entirely dissimilar to battle. The feint and parry of the nobles' flirtatious banter had a great deal in common with duel, and the backstabbing jabs of their subtly brutal gossip were as keen and deft as any assassin's blade. By midnight, however, Erelyn was exhausted. Her jaws ached from holding her tight, false smile, and from holding back tart comments. That was especially difficult when it came to discussion of the Tethir reclamation. Erelyn was still smarting from her involvement in that country's woes. She had spent months posing as a member of the Assassin's Guild, learning about the country's powerful and would-be powerful by sifting through the detritus of their secret actions, their worse impulses. Her last mission for the Harpers had been the rescue of Isabeau Theone. The removal of a possible heir from Tethir solidified Zoranda's claim, as well as the power of the Tethirian nobles who supported the new queen. Erelyn had been willing to do nearly anything in support of the Harpers, but she knew far too much about the people whom the Harpers supported. Her protests had been dismissed with arguments of political expediency, safe trade routes, and important alliances. Nor did it seem to matter to anyone that Isabeau quickly proved to be just as reprehensible as the worst of Tethirian nobility. She was fated in Waterdeep, supported in part by Harper funds. Erelyn had quit the Harpers in disgust and turned her full attention to her elven duty. Yet here she was, dancing with Tethir's next king and exchanging light conversation with a roomful of nobles, knowing all the while that someone in the room might have ordered and paid for her death. However, at Galinda Raventree's balls, such grim topics seemed utterly foreign. There was still no talk of Oth El-Torkel's death. The only explanation for this that Erelyn could fashion was that Arya El-Torkel had elected to keep this news quiet as long as possible, hoping to peddle spells and potions created by the family's students and pass them off as her brother's work. One thing seemed certain. The El-Torkel fortunes would plunge when the news became common knowledge. Erelyn had liked the El-Torkel patriarch, and she doubted that he would resort to subterfuge. But it was possible that he, in his grief, gave too free a hand to his venal daughter. On the other hand, the story of the ambushed caravan was the second most popular theme of the evening, outshining even the tawdry, overfed imitation elves that strutted about in much green and brown paint, and little else. Erelyn listened closely to what was told to her and what was spoken nearby. She constructed two main stories from the disparate and often conflicting parts. One school of thought held that the theft was orchestrated by the elf lord. The other rumor, spoken in softer tones but having the extra appeal of conspiracy and betrayal, suggested that the traitor was one of the families in the consortium that sponsored the caravan. Lord Gundwyn was the lowest on the list of likely villains, at least on such lists as the merchant nobility might fashion. He had supplied the flying mounts and the elven guards, and his losses were enormous. On the other hand, the elven minstrels noted with considerable bitterness that Gundwyn had used his elven hirelings in much the same fashion that orcs deployed goblin troops in battle, to draw enemy fire and reveal position, buying time for the more valuable fighters to assess the situation. The elves were not claiming that Gundwyn had orchestrated the ambush, not quite, but their opinion of the man and his methods was not far above that mark. The Amcathra clan, dealers in fine weapons, lost some of the valuable swords and daggers fashioned by their craftsmen in Silvery Moon, but the fine, upstanding reputation enjoyed by the Amcathra clan held too high a gloss to hold much tarnish. Ilzimmer, on the other hand, suffered from a reputation that had been quilted together from scores of small scandals. Borrelden Ilzimmer, the clan's patriarch and not a well-liked man, had expected to receive a small fortune in crystal and gems on the westbound caravan. Of course, after Myrna's rumors made the rounds, no one was certain how much of his stated loss was truly gemstone and how much of it was worthless bits of colored rock. And then there was the Than family, who seemed to have a finger in nearly every pie in the city, at least as far as the shipping of goods was concerned. Their loss, by all reports, was not great, and was limited to their investment in this new mode of travel. It was an investment, if indeed they had also informed and funded the bandits, that might have paid off quickly and handsomely. These speculations troubled Erilyn deeply. If she remembered her history, war among the families of Waterdeep was nothing new, and she did not relish the possibility of seeing old times return. Erilyn sought Lady Cassandra in the crowd. The noblewoman was dressed in a shimmering silver-blue gown that suggested, but did not precisely imitate, a mermaid's scales. She looked as serene and collected as ever, and her demeanor gave no sign that she had heard the rumors at all, much less that they gave her any cause for concern. On the other hand, Erilyn noted that the noblewoman gave her respects to Galinda Raventree at an unusually early hour. Erilyn followed the older woman to her carriage and slipped inside before the startled groom could bar the door.
"It's all right, Nelson," Lady Cassandra said in a resigned voice. She moved over to make room, pointedly eyeing the wings on Erilyn's costume. "Tell the driver to circle the block." She did not speak to Erilyn until the creak and rumble of the carriage gave cover to their words. She batted aside a lazily drifting feather. "There is trouble in the land of Fairy. Molting is often a sign of distress."
"Oh, sorry." Almost glad for the excuse, Erilyn tore the annoying wings from her shoulders and impatiently flung them out the window.
"I trust this is important. You tell me."
She quickly apprised the noblewoman of the situation. Not once did Cassandra's expression give a hint of worry or dismay.
"The rumors are not entirely off target," she said cautiously. "Than losses were not very great, that much is true, but it is inconceivable that one of the consortium partners betrayed the others."
"Oh? Why is that?"
"The answer should be obvious," the noblewoman said. "Consider our past. The devastation of the guild wars when the families battled in the streets. There was no clan so foolish as to believe they could succeed in such an endeavor, and so none would engage in so blatant a challenge. Only outsiders, those who attempt to wedge their foot inside the door, would attempt such a ridiculous thing."
"Not so ridiculous," the half-elf pointed out. "By all reports, at least 20 men and elves died in that ambush. The cargo is gone. Some might call that success." The noblewoman gave Erilyn a supercilious smile.
"Rumors are like drunken men," she observed. "Most of the time they babble nonsense, but sometimes a truth slips out that would otherwise be unspoken."
Such as? Let us consider Elaith Krolnober. Few have dared accuse the Elf Lord before, or if they did, they often dropped their accusation before the Lord's Council met for judgment. Those few who persisted in their suit were never able to trail the elf's misdeeds to the source. This time, however, Krolnober has overstepped, and the truth about him is being spoken aloud.
That I doubt, Erlyn said without hesitation. I have known Elaith for several years. I certainly won't argue that he is without stain, but never have I known him to act so openly or foolishly. There is a reason why his misdeeds are so hard to trace. He is clever.
So was the theft of the air caravan.
I've seen better, the half-elf said bluntly. The ambush required information and planning, but little cunning. I do not see Elaith's hand in this. Cassandra affixed her with a look of cold incredulity.
You defend him?
I'm just trying to see all the runes on the page. There is something more going on than a single bandit attack. Danilo said that he told you Oth El Torkel was killed by Tren assassins. Elaith was recently attacked by similar assassins in your villa. The noblewoman's steady gaze did not falter at any part of this litany.
You hold Than responsible for this, I suppose?
Not yet, Erlyn returned, but it is possible that Elaith might.
I see your point,
the woman allowed.
But that is all the more reason for him to take vengeance on one of our business interests.
The reasoning was logical enough, but Erlyn shook her head. Do you know who died in that ambush? Elves, mostly. Among them were 4 young warriors not long from Evermeet. They were eagle riders and among the most respected elven warriors. Whatever else Elaith might do, whatever he might be, I cannot believe that he would condemn those lads to certain death.
Why not? If there is any truth at all to the legends and tavern tales, Elaith Krolnober has slain hundreds in his misspent life, and barely stopped to clean his blade.
Never an elf, Erlyn persisted. As far as I know, never that. I admit that might be scant virtue in this claim, but there is a pattern. Everything I know about Elaith Krolnober leads me to believe him guiltless in this matter. Cassandra sat back and regarded the younger woman with an icy gaze.
You know what you are saying, of course. You are accusing at least one of the noble families of betrayal, theft, and murder. That is a very serious accusation.
The half-elf did not flinch. Someone knew the caravan route well in advance and laid ambush. Someone is responsible for the death of those elves. It is my business to see that they pay for it. If for some reason I do not, Elaith Krolnober most likely will. For once, you should pay heed to what rumors say. Do not take either of us lightly. The woman's lips twitched.
I am put on notice, she said with an unexpected touch of dark humor. I suppose I ought to thank you for the warning?
Don't bother. Just don't pass the warning along.
Bargain made, the noblewoman agreed. In any event, I would hardly put about the fact that my son's companion, a suspected assassin, as you have taken great pains to remind me, is hounding among the peerage for a traitor. There is scandal enough without this returning to my door.
She gave Erlyn a wry, sidelong glance.
Is there any hope of turning you from this path?
None. Cassandra nodded as if she had expected this.
In that case, I, too, have a warning. Nothing good will come of this inquiry, either for you or for Danilo. If you must persist, keep your eyes open and your sword at hand, and see that you keep good watch over my son.
As I have done for these past 6 years, Erlyn said stiffly.
Really? That is a marvel, considering that you are so seldom in Danilo's company. Think nothing of that. Your dedication to the elven people is admirable, I'm sure. Ah, we are back at the gate. You will return to the party, of course.
It was an order, not a question. Since she could see little profit in prolonging the interview, Erlyn descended and watched the departing carriage. Lady Cassandra's words troubled her deeply. Until now, she had shrugged aside Cassandra's small digs and genteel sarcasm as easily as she might wave away a persistent gnat. Erilyn was well accustomed to slights. When it came to subtle insults, not even the most supercilious noble could hold a candle to an elf, and half-elves were favorite targets for elven slings and arrows. However, this time things were different, and the noblewoman was letting her know that beyond doubt. Like a master swordsman, Cassandra had slipped past Erilyn's guard and gone straight for her heart. She had used the sharpest sword that anyone could wield, the painful truth, plainly stated. "Truth is the sharpest sword," Erilyn murmured. Those words steadied her resolve as she gathered up her shimmering skirts and headed for the Raventree mansion. She and Danilo would find the truth, and that weapon would serve to cut through the deceit and intrigue. That would put things to rights. A small, fluttering movement drew her eye. The autumn wind was brisk, and one of her discarded wings had been blown against the stone wall surrounding Galinda's garden. It lay there like a dying bird, ghostly amid the darkness of the stone and the swirling dry leaves. Erilyn was not superstitious, but it seemed to her that the false wings spoke augury. She had cast off illusion, and the result was death. Though she did not waver in her determination to find her way to the truth, she could not help but wonder who might yet fall to that sharp sword. Lily hurriedly packed her belongings in preparation for the trip from Waterdeep and to freedom. It was not a large task. A few pieces of clothing, her precious dream spheres, an ivory comb missing only a few teeth, a dented pewter mug, and a small but well-kept assortment of knives and picks. She hesitated a moment before placing her thieving tools in her sack, for they seemed ill-suited to the bright future ahead. Upon consideration, she tucked them inside and folded the bundle securely shut. A girl never knew what might need doing. The door flew open so hard that it slammed against the wall. Lily jumped and reached for a weapon. Too late, she remembered they were packed away. Isabeau blew in like a leaf on a gale, more disheveled and wild-eyed than she'd been in the heat of battle. "You're looking as if you've seen a ghost," Lily commented, "and not a particularly friendly one at that." That brought a faint, sickly smile to the woman's pale lips. She collected herself somewhat, but she continued to prowl about the small room as if seeking something of vital importance. The burlap sack seemed to be of special interest to her. As she eyed it, she began to toy with the strings that held her own purse to her waist. "You're leaving?" Lily thrust the burlap sack behind her. "Just taking some things to the laundress is all." The woman studied her for a moment, then smiled. "A man and a woman were inquiring for you downstairs." Lily's heart sank. Isabeau knew of the planned escape. "Of course," the woman continued, "when I learned what they intended, I pretended to be you. I have reason to leave the city for a few days. You won't mind if I take your place, will you?" Before Lily could move, the woman swung her purse and dealt Lily a painful, ringing blow to one ear. The room spun, and she suddenly felt the hard floorboards beneath her knees. Isabeau hiked up her skirts and delivered a kick that landed just below Lily's ribs. Too winded to draw breath, the thief could not fight as Isabeau stuffed a scented handkerchief in her mouth. The woman knelt beside her. She held her palm up to her lips and blew, as if she were blowing a kiss. Red powder puffed toward Lily's face. Lily drew in a startled breath. Instantly, she realized her mistake. A languorous haze spread swiftly through her, obscuring the path between her will to act and her ability to move. It was like being in the throes of a dream sphere, but without either the pleasure or the oblivion. Though Lily could not command her body, she could definitely experience everything that happened to it. She registered the second stunning blow to the head, and she felt a cord tighten around her wrists. She smelled the dry scent of dust as the woman shoved her under the cot. Through the immobilizing haze, Lily heard the creak of the old wooden stairs announce the approach of her intended savior. She struggled, without effect, to find some way to make her presence known. Finally, she listened with growing despair as Isabeau fell into her role and took her place. The Harper woman was as small and slight as Lily, and although her red hair was not as thick and pale and lustrous, at least it was a reasonably good match. She donned the extra dress that Isabeau took from Lily's bag, and gave Isabeau the overtunic and trews she had worn to the tavern. Cynthia expressed puzzlement over Isabeau's dark hair, but she readily accepted Isabeau's story of a sudden impulse to disguise herself, abetted by a mage's apprentice and a 5-copper spell. Lily did not blame the Harper for her credulity. She knew, to her sorrow, how convincing the thief could be. When the women had changed places, Isabeau slipped down the stairs to the alley, and the carriage waiting beyond. The cot sank dangerously low as the young Harper sat on the edge. She hummed idly to herself to pass the time until the tavern closed and the streets grew dark enough for her to hold her guise as she slipped off. Again the stairs creaked, this time with more protest. Cynthia rose and crept to the door. She stood with feet braced as the portal began to swing slowly open. Lily saw the creature first, and she knew it from the enormous clawed feet. She threw her will and strength into a futile effort at screaming a warning. The silence was broken, not by her voice, but by the sudden scuttle of Tren footsteps. The creature darted forward, pivoted, then grunted with the effort of a single, massive blow. There was no time to scream, even if Lily had been able to. The Harper hit the floor hard. Lily's eyes widened in horror as Cynthia's lifeblood spilled out into a spreading pool. The red stain reached out toward her in wide rivulets. To the terrified girl, it looked like tattling fingers pointing the way to her hiding place. Even so, she was startled when a large green hand thrust under the cot and seized a handful of her skirts. The creature dragged her out with a single tug, then jerked her onto her feet. In some mist-veiled corner of her mind, Lily realized that she could stand on her own. The poison Isabeau had administered was beginning to wear off. Her terrible fear, however, was nearly as immobilizing. She stood frozen like a mouse facing a raptor, staring with a wide, dry, unblinking gaze into the fanged smile of a Tren.
"You have some very interesting dreams,"
observed the creature in a musical voice.
"It is almost a shame to end them. However, it is necessary, you see. A step toward an end I highly desire, as is this."
The Tren held up a bit of parchment. It was the note Isabeau had stolen from the bearded man. On it was written the details of the air caravan's route. A signature had been added to the page. The name was that of her secret love.
"They will find you, and they will know what you did. Of course, they will blame your gallant lover. He will pay for every loss, every death, and your family, of course. Oh yes, the Than family will pay as well."
Lily shook her head, a tiny movement of anguished denial. Her secret love had had nothing to do with this. She was the thief, not he. Never, never had she intended anyone to die. Even as she tried to shape air into protest, the creature before her began to change. The thick body became longer and more slender, the features sharp. Lily remembered what she knew of Isabeau Thion, and she thought she understood what manner of foe the woman had fled. Isabeau had stolen her escape, though, and had left her to face this handsome monster. The deadly visitor smiled, as if somehow pleased that she understood his true nature and his intention. Then his smile widened horribly, and his face elongated into a reptilian snout. Scales erupted on his face, and an anticipatory string of drool dripped from the false Tren's fangs. He lifted claws already stained with Cynthia's blood, and hooked them with slow, tantalizing deliberation. There was malicious pleasure in his eyes. He intended to feed on her terror as surely as a real Tren would have fed upon her flesh. Lily would not close her eyes. A noble's life might have been denied her, but the manner of her death she could choose. She fought the immobilizing poison with all the strength and heart and will she could muster. Her chin lifted with a mixture of pride and courage, and she regarded the creature with steady calm as the deadly claws slashed in. Chapter 12. The next morning dawned fair and bright. To the west of Waterdeep, past the north gates, lay a fair expanse of gently rolling meadow and a pleasant wood beyond. It was a favorite playground of the city's privileged class, a fine place for riding and hunting. In the distance, the baying of hounds and the excited halloos of pursuing riders spoke of a fox run to ground. The blue skies were dotted with the small, wheeling forms of hunting hawks. A dull, faint thumping spoke of beaters flailing the trees to startle game into the path of waiting hunters. Despite the evidence of nearby sportsmen, no human parties marred the immediate landscape. There was a scent of autumn in the air, the tang of drying oak leaves, the elusive perfume of late-blooming flowers, the sweetness of apples and cider wafting from the carts that trundled toward the city markets on the hard-packed dirt road. Elaine Kralnober tried to concentrate on these pleasant things, and forget his distaste for the woman who rode at his side. This should have been an easy task on so fine a day. He had his best silver horse beneath him, and a peregrine falcon riding, unhooded and untethered, on a perch on his saddle's pommel. The small lady's hawk that Myrna Castellanter carried was confined according to human custom, and rode on the leather bracer on her wrist. The elf refrained from comment. If he could endure this dreadful woman's company, if he could smile pleasantly as she gleefully slew the reputations of her peers, then surely he could overlook her treatment of her hunting birds. What was such a thing anyway, to an elf whose inner darkness both surpassed and controlled that of the Maurakira? Finally, the woman lifted the little hawk's hood and tossed the bird into the air. The tiny raptor winged off gratefully in search of game and an hour's freedom. "You are wise to pursue this matter," Myrna said, turning back to the matter that had brought them to this discussion. "Rumors abound concerning the poor treatment suffered by the Gundwind family's elven employees. It is whispered that Lord Gundwind knew of the attack on the air caravan and used the elves as cannon fodder." She smiled unpleasantly. "Surely you can make good use of this situation. There will be a number of elves leaving Gundwind's service and seeking other employ. You should be able to engage their services for far less than the going rate." Elaith did not comment on this advice. "Important information," he allowed. It was, too. He wouldn't have started the rumor if it were not. "The Ilzimmer clan is also under scrutiny," Myrna said with relish. "You might find a way to make use of that as well. There is a particularly juicy tale making the rounds about Simon Ilzimmer, a minor mage who likes to visit courtesans in shape-shifted form. Only a handful of the city's hired escorts will have anything more to do with him." "That is hardly the sort of thing likely to bring profit," Elaith said dryly. "And spreading such stories could make you rather unpopular." "To the contrary, the appetite for such tales is immense." The elf had to admit, privately, that Myrna's assessment of human nature was distressingly on the mark. "Perhaps I can repay my day's debt with a similar story," Elaith offered. When Myrna nodded eagerly, he added, "Rumor has it that Lord Gundwind is furious with his youngest daughter, Belinda, who has been dallying with one of the family's elven grooms." The woman clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, that is priceless! Belinda Gundwind of all people! To look at the prissy little wench, you'd think that a necklace of ice wouldn't melt on her bosom. A stable hand is scandal enough, but an elf? You don't know how the peerage loathes that notion." "Oh, I have some idea," he commented, thinking of 5 Tren assassins and the noble family who had hired them to kill him. That debt would soon be paid, the attempt on his life avenged. His business in Skullport and in Waterdeep would continue unchallenged, for those who had reason to stop him would be extremely busy elsewhere. Once the dust of battle settled, it was likely that those people would be in no position to challenge him, at least not for a very, very long time. An extreme measure, perhaps, but in his mind, it was payment long in coming. The costume ball lasted until dawn. Galinda Raventree's guests toasted the new day, then wandered off, intending to sleep it away. Danilo and Erilyn took their leave as well. After shedding their costumes for less fanciful garb, they went to the Curious Past to check on Bronwyn. The young merchant was less than happy with the results of her trip. "I got one of the crystal spheres you were looking for," she said. "The others were gone before I reached Missen's shop. But I did find a most interesting gem." She told them about the ruby, and her suspicion that it might hold some sort of magic. Erilyn, who had been listening to the tale with scant attention, sat bolt upright. "This stone, was it about the size of a dried bean, perfectly round with small facets whirling up to a flat surface?" Bronwyn nodded. "Yes. You know it?" The half-elf rose and began to pace. "There is hardly an elf who does not. You have heard of Kira gems?" "I believe they are some sort of memory stones," Bronwyn said slowly. "Artifacts from ancient times. They are family gems passed down through the generations. Legend claims they contain the combined wisdom of their forebears." "Not legend," Erilyn said tersely. "Fact. Long ago, one of the Kira's owners turned to evil, and his family gem was somehow twisted to reflect its bearer. The ruby became a thief of memories, other people's memories. The Maur Kira, as it is commonly known, was lost centuries ago. More than one adventuring party has spent years searching for it. Trouble follows it. Most who hold it are twisted by its power." "And this was taken by bandits," Danilo said, his voice rounded with outrage. "Most likely the Bounders will sell it as a common gem, not understanding what they have." "That has already happened," Bronwyn told him. "I've traced the ruby to a fence here in Waterdeep. After a little persuasion, he described the woman who sold it to him." Bronwyn gave a concise description. A young woman, pretty and curvaceous and strawberry blonde, neat but not well dressed, well spoken but bearing a strong accent of the docks. "Does that sound at all familiar?" Erilyn and Dan exchanged a troubled glance. "It sounds disturbingly like a young woman of recent acquaintance," he admitted. "I will look into the matter at once. About the gem, though, I'm assuming that it was no longer in the fence's possession, else you would have procured it. What did the fence tell you of the buyer?" "Nothing could induce him to part with that information, but I'm guessing Elaith Krolnober had a hand in the purchase. He mentioned the stone during the trip, and he does have a gift for intimidating people," Bronwyn concluded. A long, troubled silence followed her words. After a few moments, she asked, "Is there anything more I can do?" Erilyn shook her head and rose. "Stay clear of this. It's a marvel that Elaith let you live. Don't push him, especially not now." She left the shop with a quick, purposeful stride, setting a course for Blackstaff Tower. "Where are we going?" Danilo said in the wary tones of one who already knew the answer, and was not at all pleased with it. "You mentioned that Kelvin has elven blood. He knows more of magical items than anyone else I know, so he should know a thing or two about the Kira stones. We're going to talk to him." "On purpose?" muttered Dan. However, he offered no further complaint, and quickly cast the small spell that took them through the solid black stone of the curtain wall, and another that led them into the tower of the Archmage. Kelvin was at home, busy with a trio of apprentices. He left the students in Leryl's care and showed his visitors into his private study, where he listened to their story with grave attention. "My concern is this," concluded Erilyn. "Is it possible that the Maur Kira and the Dream Spheres might be linked?"
"Entirely possible," the Archmage agreed. He was silent for a long moment. For that reason, you must leave this business strictly alone.
That is hard to do. If Elaine does have the Kira, he should be warned of the dangers involved, Danilo protested.
He knows,
Kelvin said flatly.
The Mauer Kira is legendary. Its involvement makes the cost of simply using a dream sphere incredibly high. There is more,
the Archmage added.
You must understand that this particular Kira has the power to twist the user to evil. I dare say your friend has already taken the first few turns along this path of his own accord.
I agree, Erlen said. Mauer Kira is incredibly dangerous in Elaith's hands. It could distort and destroy what little elven honor remains to him. She turned to Danilo, her face grave. The pledge of Elf Friend is a pale thing compared to the power of this artifact. Whatever Elaith's game is, he would not thank you for meddling. I'll give you the same advice I gave Bronwyn. Stay clear of him. He must be dealt with, but not by those who are tempted to trust him. Danilo hesitated, then yielded before the weight of evidence.
I will do as you say,
he said with deep regret. Danilo went from Blackstaff Tower to the small tavern where he often met with the Harpers once under his command. Hector was there at the appointed time, wearing a look of satisfaction on his narrow, much freckled face. All went well, I take it? Danilo said as he slid into the wooden booth across from his comrade. The small man nodded. I've yet to see my sister, but that is of little concern. Cynthia said she'd wait out the night and the morning, if needs be, to convince any watching eyes that the woman was still in her room. Was our charge delivered safely to the orchard house? Been and gone, Hector confirmed. She didn't much take to the country, though. Set up a pretty steady flow of complaints, I hear. Our man set her up with horse and harness, and she rode off on her own. He shrugged. They were glad to be rid of her, truth to tell. I saw no reason to argue with this arrangement. Figured she was safe enough once she was well out of the city. This did not sound at all like the warm and merry lass Danilo had met. A feeling of deep unease assailed him. This woman. Describe her. Hector let out a short, humorless laugh. Promise first that you won't repeat the language I'm about to use to my wife, my mother, or my priest. Danilo's concern deepened. If her character is that distressing, focus on her person. An easy thing to do, the man allowed. And the same rules of discretion apply. Gods help me, the shape of her. The only thing I ever saw that stood so high and proud with less to bolster it was that moon bridge over in Silvery Moon. She has a handsome face, though it takes a while for a man to drag his eyes up to that height. Eyes the color of winter stout in a clear mug, hair like a dark cloud. Danilo stood up so abruptly that the wooden bench toppled over. Damn it, Hector, you took the wrong woman! A look of utter horror crossed the young Harper's face, a distress so profound that Danilo longed to explain the situation, to assure Hector this mistake was not his fault. That would have to wait. He raced from the tavern and rode to the dock ward like one pursued by demons. He leaped from his horse and left the steed untethered in front of the pickled fisherman, then ran through the tavern and up the back stairs. A half-ogre tavern guard shouted at him to stop and followed him up the stairs. The guard's progress was halted by the tip of Erlen's sword. Holding the glowing weapon at arm's length, she stood at the head of the stairs and blocked the half-ogre's passage. Her face was set and grim, her lips in a pale, straight line. The Moonblade drew me here, she said to Danilo, but the warning came too late. Prepare yourself. Her words were not entirely unexpected. What he had not expected was a sense of grief that was staggering, nearly overwhelming. Danilo left Erlen to deal with the half-ogre guard and slipped into the silent room. He stood for a long moment regarding the scene before him. Cynthia lay sprawled out on the floor, her thin form clad in a barmaid's worn and patched clothes. Her throat had been slashed to the bone. Blood pooled on the floor beneath and flowed to converge with another river, from another source. Lily lay on her side, Her eyes were open, calmly staring ahead into the future that was no longer hers to claim. He dropped to one knee and gently closed the young woman's eyes. Regret tore through him as he considered the waste of this blithe spirit, the joy he could have added to her life, and she to his. His eyes were bright and blurred as he took a gold ring from his small finger, upon which was engraved the horse and raven of the Than crest. This he placed on Lily's hand, and then he raised the small, cold fingers to his lips. Chapter 13. How long Danilo stayed by his sister's side he could not say. Time slipped into a meaningless haze. He was vaguely aware of Erlen's low, musical voice as she explained matters to the half-ogre, who apparently had appointed himself Lily's personal protector.
I knew it,
the tavern guard said, his voice suspiciously gruff.
Fine girl. Too good to have sprung from this swamp. Too bad you took your time coming for her.
Danilo rose and faced the half-ogre's accusing glare. I will not gainsay you, sir. Permit me to do for her what little service remains. If you have servants to spare, can you put them at my disposal? I intend to take her home, he said firmly, but not like this. The half-ogre nodded and then hollered for someone named Peg. A thin, dark-eyed girl crept into the room and began to tend to Lily with a sister's care. Other servants set off on errands, declining Danilo's offer of coin as they gathered their last gifts for their lost friend. Erlen took his arm and guided him down to the tavern. Danilo waved away the bottle that the half-ogre, who was apparently the owner of this establishment as well as the guard, sent to his table. It was effort enough to push away the dark haze of grief and regret when his wits were clear and whole. Their host had no such reservations. The massive tavern keeper slumped at a table littered with empty mugs, morosely staring into the dregs of his latest cup, and looking like a man whose last light had gone dim. Finally, Peg came downstairs and bade them come. Lily was lying at peace, clad in the simple white gown that one of the serving girls had given her. A scarf is needed, the girl said in a dull, dazed voice as she regarded the wounds on Lily's throat. Or flowers, maybe. She nodded wordless thanks when Danilo placed several silver coins in her hand, and she walked on leaden feet from the room. Tren, Erlen said softly, nodding toward the 4 slash marks. The width and spacing of the claws tell that tale. The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. Neither of them cared to give words to it or to contemplate what had kept the reptilian assassins from completing the task in their usual fashion. A nobly born mage, an elven rogue, a half-elven woman, and now Lily, Danilo murmured. Where is the pattern to it? Erlen held up a small, glowing sphere. I found this in Lily's room. If it was Lily who had the Kira, the money she got for it is long gone. He quickly took the dream sphere from her and slipped it into his boot. Better this not become common knowledge. I will find whoever did this, but the fox is more cautious when he knows the hound has found the trail. Was there anything else in the room that might help? The half-elf hesitated. A bit of parchment. A note of some sort, I suppose. But it was too sodden to unfold, much less read. Lily must have reached for it in her last moment and drowned it in her own blood. What secret did she protect? Danilo murmured as he studied his sister's still face. Who absorbed her last thoughts? The half-ogre came to the door.
All is ready,
he said gruffly. He shook aside offers of help and carried Lily himself to the waiting carriage. The closed, flatbed carriage moved with somber pace to the Than estate. Danilo and Erlen saw that it was placed in the carriage house, then started for the villa. Word of this arrival had already reached the lord and lady. Cassandra met them at the door, her face white with fury.
How dare you bring this tawdry matter to my door? She demanded.
Danilo ignored her, probably the first time this slight had been offered the lady, and looked over her shoulder to address his father. "My lord, Lily was in danger. You must have known that, yet you represented this to me as a minor nuisance. Now the girl is dead. Your daughter, my sister. I am sorry for any pain this may cost you, my lady," he said to Cassandra. "But this matter should have come to light long ago." Before she could respond, the family steward blew into the room like a storm-tossed scarecrow. Erilyn had never seen the servant in such dishabille. His shirt was untucked, the sash and emblem that proclaimed his position was askew, and the strands of his sparse sandy hair stood up like bits of straw. A slight puffiness of his upper lip lent his mustache an asymmetry that on any other man might have been mistaken for a wry and roguish grin. "Lord Gundwin to see you, sir. Madame," he announced with stiff dignity and slurred diction. "Not now, Yartsworth!" all those present said in rare and perfect unison. "He is most insistent," the steward observed, gingerly touching his fingertip to his swollen lip. Cassandra took note of this, and her indignation rose to another stage.
"Show him in?"
The small, gray man burst into the hall. Before he could sputter out a word, Lady Cassandra bore down on him like a prevailing wind.
"This is beyond the pale, Gundwin. You might mistreat your own servants and suffer no ill for it, but do not presume to abuse any person in my employ."
Lord Gundwin fell back a step. Some of the wind knocked from his sails, but quickly recovered his peak.
"Your choice of words is telling," he said coldly. "You have heard of my trouble, but then who has not?"
"Than had losses as well," she pointed out.
"If only the loss ended with the ambush!" he exploded. "All the elves in my employ have left. Do you know how difficult it is to find riders for aerial steeds? As if that weren't enough, there is the threat that all those of elven blood in the city, and beyond, for all I know, will refuse to use Gundwin transport, and will not buy or sell goods carried by my family. Elves are few enough, thank the gods, but this scandal could mean my ruin."
"My sympathies," Danilo said in flat, ironic tones. Erilyn noted that he shifted a step closer to her, wordlessly, and perhaps without thought or design, declaring his allegiance. The Lord whirled on him.
"You will be sorry soon enough. I would not be surprised to hear that this whole affair is somehow your doing, you and that elf you keep company with. This one, too, for all I know,"
he added, looking wrathfully at Erilyn.
"Well, the truth will come to light. I will bring suit against Than and Ilzimmer and let the Lord sort the thing through."
A long moment of silence followed this pronouncement. Lord Ramus turned so pale that Danilo feared he might faint. Cassandra took a step toward her husband, as if her near presence might serve to bolster him.
"Idle threats, Gundwin. You have too much to lose to take such action."
"My family faces ruin, disgrace. If it comes to that, do you think I care who falls with me? I will know how this came about, mark me."
Danilo saw a pattern emerging. According to Bronwyn, the Dream Spheres had left Mizen's shop the very day Gundwin's caravan returned to Waterdeep. She had reported to him the malfunction of her bag of sending and the small crystal orb that had remained in the magic bag. Lily, who had sold a ruby stolen from the caravan, had had a dream sphere in her possession when she died. It seemed certain to him that the answer to his sister's death was entwined with this string of events. Without thinking of possible consequences, Danilo reached into the hiding place in his boot and took out the dream sphere Erilyn had found in Lily's room. "Were there any such items among the lost cargo?" Lord Gundwin's face turned a deep shade of puce, and his eyes slid guiltily toward the suddenly wary Cassandra. He puffed and humphed for a few moments, then admitted there had been.
"We had an agreement,"
the noblewoman said coldly.
"None of us would support the sale of these toys."
Arrangements for this delivery were made well before that agreement, he argued. This was between Mizendor and Oth El Torkel. Take it up with either of them.
His eyes narrowed into slits as he regarded the ball in Danilo's hand.
Where did you get that?
In an alley behind the bazaar, Danilo lied smoothly. The thieves must be an efficient lot. The goods have already reached the streets. The merchant snorted in disbelief.
I knew it! He exploded. The Than family are behind this, you lot, and the elf lord with you. So much for your agreement, my lady. I'll see you all ruined before this is through.
He sliced the air with one hand in a gesture of finality, or possibly execution, spun on his heel, and stalked out. Cassandra took a long, calming breath and turned to her son.
Danilo, I am going to ask the same question Lord Gundwind posed. Where did you get that infernal thing?
It was in Lily's possession, Danilo said bluntly. In light of Oth's death, it is reasonable to assume that the dream spheres at least in part led to Lily's fate. The noblewoman turned white.
Have you any idea, any at all, of what you have done?
I know that I had a sister, that she was in danger and in need of my aid. I know that I failed her. Now she is dead, and I intend to know why.
Sentimental nonsense.
Her angry blue eyes settled on the watchful half-elf.
Can you talk no sense into him?
Erilyn merely shrugged. Cassandra hissed a sigh.
Let me paint the picture. Many caravans are waylaid. Pirates, bandits. These are hazards of the trade. This theft was unusual, but we could have quietly worked the matter through to its conclusion. For whatever reason, rumors are turning it into a parlor guessing game, in which all those involved are suspect. By presenting that thing, while Gundwind was ranting about the ambush, you gave him fuel for his fire. What do you suppose he will conclude when he learns what you've brought to the family villa? Do you think the pieces will not be put together? By your actions, you made it appear that Ramus's little bastard was involved in this theft.
That was hardly my intent, Danilo began.
Intentions seldom matter. Impressions, on the other hand, matter a great deal. This may well put the Than family in an untenable position. Once this new scandal comes to light, and it will, for you've made sure of it, no one will believe that the girl acted without the complicity of the legitimate clan.
How can any reasonable person draw that conclusion?
Protested Lord Ramus.
I did not even know the girl existed until after the attack. From our scant acquaintance, I would venture to say that she could not possibly have had a hand in that sordid affair.
Oh, and I'm sure all Waterdeep will accept your word as if Ao himself had finally spoken,
the noblewoman retorted. Her angry gaze traveled from her husband to her son.
You are a pair of children, blinded to the larger issues by a worthless trollop.
That is remarkably callous, even for you, Danilo said with equal heat.
Think what you like, but obey me in this. The matter dies with the girl. You and Erilyn have already stirred up more trouble than the pair of you can possibly charm, buy, fight, or spellcast your way free of.
Danilo studied his mother for a long moment. Forgive me, my lady, but I must observe that your words could be construed as a threat.
Could they now?
Her thin smile was as sharp as a dagger.
I am gratified to hear you say so. Evidence at last that you are not such a fool as today's events would suggest. But enough, she said in cold command.
She suddenly changed tactics.
Would you be content if we acknowledged the girl as family and buried her in the Than tomb?
This concession startled Danilo, and his anger softened somewhat. Thank you. But in all honesty, that will not end the matter.
Possibly not,
murmured Cassandra.
But we will do what we can.
Erilyn rode out directly from the Than villa, leaving Danilo to battle Lady Cassandra over the details of Lily's final arrangements. She tracked Isabeau to the orchard farm and confirmed from the farmers the tale that Hector had passed to Danilo. Isabeau had left soon after her rescuers deposited her in the safe house, but not before she had managed to insult the farmers who risked their home and their safety for the Harper's charge. As Erilyn picked up the trail of Isabeau's horse, she wondered where the woman was bound, and what sort of reception she expected to get. It would seem that Lady Isabeau's ambitions were lifting faster than a courtesan's skirts. Just a few moons past, when they'd found her on the road north of Baldur's Gate, she was happy enough to have left the remote gnome settlement that had given her shelter all her life. Waterdeep delighted her, as did the modest wealth that had awaited her there, most of it the legacy of her mother, who had been forced to leave the city without gathering her possessions. Now it seemed Isabeau was no longer content with her transformation from serving wench to lady of station and substance. She had progressed from thief to murderer. This Erilyn firmly believed, regardless of the facts of Oth's death. Whether or not Isabeau was responsible for the Eltorkal mage's fate, she had left Lily to hers. To Erilyn's way of thinking, that made Isabeau as guilty as if she herself had cut the girl's throat. Nor was the woman any more merciful to the animals under her control. Isabeau had pushed her borrowed horse at a high pace, with callous disregard for the creature's safety. The moon had been full the night before, and each of the 7 gleaming shards that followed the silver orb through the sky had been as bright as will-o-wisps. But no amount of light, not even the brightness of high sun, could justify running a horse full out on such rough terrain. As Erilyn followed the trail, the road widened, and the forest gave way to fields. She rode past a few tidy cottages, through an orchard dense with late fruit, to the gates of an imposing country estate. Whose lands these were, Erilyn could not say. Many of the merchant lords of Waterdeep had farms or stables or country manors in the Northlands. One thing was certain. The owner possessed a rather dark streak of whimsy. The manor and the wall around it had been fashioned from grey stone, a ghostly color that seemed to merge with the mist of coming twilight. Gargoyles, most of them winged cats with vampiric sneers, stood guard on the ramparts and towers. Erilyn did not bother to stop by the gatehouse to seek admission, even though the guards seemed more interested in their dice game than in their post. When a group of peasants came to the gate pulling a cart laden with late-summer produce, Erilyn left her horse in the shadows of the orchards and took a long, thin rope from her saddle. She slipped around to the rear wall and tossed her rope. The first try fell short. With the second, she snared one of the gargoyles. She gave the rope a tug to ensure it would hold, then quickly climbed the wall. Using a spreading elm for cover, she draped the rope down the inside of the wall and slid to the ground. While the estate's cooks were haggling with the peasants over the price of carrots and cabbage, and the guards' attention was absorbed by the cooks, Erilyn crept into the building through the kitchen entrance to await the coming of night. It proved to be a good choice, for the heavy tapestries and drapes intended to keep out the chill also provided ample places to hide. When all was dark and silent, Erilyn slipped into the halls. Her passage went unchallenged, for the servants demonstrated the lax concern for their responsibilities that often marked those who labored under an absent tyrant's rule. She checked each bedchamber for occupants. Most were empty. The noble family was not in residence. Most of the chamber doors were open. At the end of a long hall, near a balcony overlooking the garden, one door was firmly shut. Erilyn tried the door and found it locked. She took a bit of thin paper from her pack and slid it under the door handle to catch the key, then inserted a pick into the lock. To her chagrin, the key had been removed from the lock. Picking it would take several minutes more. The task felt familiar to her fingers, and she overcame the lock in short order. Carefully, she eased open the door. Moonlight poured in through the round window placed high on one wall, lingering on the sleeping woman and the abundant dark locks strewn about the pillow. It was, without doubt, Isabeau Theone. Before confronting the woman, Erilyn took a few moments to take stock of her surroundings. The chamber was luxurious, but macabre. The bed was enormous, and it was covered with a heavy coverlet of blood-red velvet. Drapes of similar fabric shrouded the tall bed frame and the windows. A statue of a man with the head of a cat stood vigil in the corner, and winged cat gargoyles leered down at her from their perches on pillars and shelves scattered about the room. Other than the sleeping Isabeau, the only sign of life in the room was the gray tabby curled up at the foot of the bed. The cat raised his head and regarded Erilyn with a somnolent stare, then yawned hugely and went back to sleep. Erilyn quickly scanned the room for hidden doors and found none. She parted one of the velvet curtains and discovered another balcony beyond. She affixed a length of rope to the railing in case a quick exit was in order, then turned to her quarry. The half-elf pounced onto the bed and seized Isabeau's wrists, pinning them up over her head. The tabby cat yowled and disappeared under the bed, and the woman came awake with a startled, inelegant snort. "Call out, and I'll break your fingers," Erilyn said softly. It was a potent threat, for hands were a thief's most valuable tools. A dancer would sooner lose the use of her legs, or an artist his eyes. Isabeau went very still.
"What are you doing here?"
"I was about to ask you that." Erilyn cast a quick glance around the room. "What is this place? It's got more cats than Cormier."
"This is the El Torquil estate,"
the woman said haughtily.
"I am here by invitation."
"Who did the inviting?"
"Lord Arth, of course. He and I are dear friends."
Erilyn considered the possible layers of deception that formed this boast. Oth obviously had not invited her, but was this claim meant to cloak a darker deed? She decided to go on attack, for people often stumbled over themselves in an effort to explain and justify their claims. "You're a liar," she accused. Isabeau didn't take the bait.
"You will have to be more specific."
"All right, how's this? Lord Oth is dead," Erilyn said plainly. Panic jolted into the woman's eyes.
"Let me up, and I'll tell you what I know,"
she said in a subdued voice. Erilyn eased away. She rose to her feet and stood by the bed, arms folded. The former barmaid sat, pushing aside the heavy mass of her hair from a face that had suddenly grown pale.
"You are certain he is dead? Who killed him?"
Interesting, Erilyn thought, that she would immediately come to this conclusion. How do you know his death wasn't illness or accident? The woman scoffed, dismissing that notion with a small, spitting sound.
"From what I knew of him, I'd say it's a marvel he lived so long."
"Yet you seemed upset to learn of his death."
"Naturally. Lord Arth was a wealthy man, a powerful man. He could have been useful. See this?"
Isabeau brandished one hand, her fingers spread to show the pink and gold ring on her middle finger.
"He gave me this as a token and bade me present it when I wanted use of the estates."
"You picked an interesting time to use it," Erilyn said coldly. "The woman whose place you took is dead." Isabeau didn't so much as blink her heavy lashes.
"What of it? The dock ward is a dangerous place."
"Especially when there are Tren lurking about."
"Tren?"
The woman shifted one silk-clad shoulder.
"That word means nothing to me."
The half-elf tamped down her temper.
"All right, then.
What is your connection to Lily?"
"Who?"
Her bored, derisive tone did not match the defiant challenge in her eyes. Erilyn saw that she had two choices. She could play this woman's game by rules Isabeau understood, or allow herself to be played like a cheap fiddle. She backhanded the woman across her lovely, sneering face, then hauled her up by her hair. "Let's try that again," she suggested in a cold, dangerous voice. A measure of respect crept into Isabeau's eyes, and she eased Erilyn's hands from her hair.
"You are speaking of the red-haired serving wench. Yes, I took her place. I overheard a man and woman talking about seeing a young woman to safety out of the city. Why should that be her and not me? I seized the chance, as a drowning man might take hold of a rope. Would you begrudge that man his rescue, demanding that he die while he considers whether someone else might be more worthy of it?"
Erilyn folded her arms. "Drowning, were you? In what cesspool?" She tossed her dark head.
"I fled the elf. You know the one. He was pursuing me."
The half-elf carefully kept her face neutral as she considered this revelation. She had to admit that Isabeau's story was plausible. Elaine had promised Danilo months ago that he would let Isabeau live. Perhaps the elven rogue thought that he'd kept the promise long enough. If indeed he had followed Isabeau, he was most likely behind Lily's death. With all the weapons at his command, it would not be difficult to imitate the cutting patterns of Tren claws. Certainly, Elaine had some knowledge of Tren. Another, darker thought occurred to her. Perhaps the Tren assassins she had come across in the Than Villa were there not for an ambush, but for an arranged meeting. Arya El Torkel had said that her brother had done business with Elaine. Perhaps their dealings had gone sour, and the elf had intended to arrange for Oth's death. Once Elaine was discovered with the Tren, it was not inconceivable that he would kill a few of the creatures to maintain his cover. Even as the thought formed, Erilyn acknowledged this was an extreme measure. For one thing, it courted Tren vendetta. For another, Elaine and 5 Tren could have easily overcome her, and there would have been no one left to tell the tale. However, as Erilyn had told Lady Cassandra, she had never heard that Elaine had slain another elf. She turned her attention fully upon the watchful Isabeau. There was room for truth in the woman's words, yet Erilyn did not trust her, and did not believe her claim that she just happened to wander into Lily's tavern. Erilyn knew what would have led Elaine to Lily's door, and she could easily imagine Isabeau having a part in its acquisition. "As you say, the dock ward is a dangerous place," Erilyn said, as she conceded the woman's argument. "Lily recently sold a large ruby to a fence, and probably had ready coin." Isabeau's eyes went dark with rage, and she pounded on the bed with both fists.
"The little cheat!"
Immediately she recognized the error of her words, realized that she had been tricked into admitting more than she had intended to. The vindictive, malevolent rage that twisted her face robbed her of beauty and stole Erilyn's breath. Erilyn fought away the instinct to take a step back. The last time she had retreated from anything was a chance confrontation with a wounded panther, and that was a tactical move rather than one motivated by fear. Nonetheless, she recognized this was a truly dangerous woman. Even as the thought formed, Isabeau sprang, cat-like, from the bed. She lunged not at Erilyn, but at the statue with the feline head. This she shoved with all her strength, sending it toppling toward the pursuing half-elf. Instinctively, Erilyn ducked, but the statue never quite fell. One stone hand flashed up to catch its balance against the wall. The painted eyes took on depth, then a luminous glow. It was clear that Isabeau had not been expecting this. She scrambled back up onto the bed, her back against the headboard and her eyes enormous. The Catman leaped at Erilyn, fangs the color of alabaster bared in a deadly smile. She dove straight toward it, rolling under the spring and rolling again to put distance between herself and the magical guard. She rose to her feet and drew her sword, although she was not sure how much good it would do her. The cat, for all its light-footed speed, was fashioned of stone. A paw lashed out. Erilyn parried, and sparks lit the room as steel struck stone. The cat's other hand closed around the steel blade, and it wrenched the sword from Erilyn's hand. It threw the sword across the room, and batted at the half-elf with its other paw. Erilyn could not dodge the blow in time, but she rolled with it to minimize its force. She came up aching and bruised, but not badly hurt. The stone cat had kept its claws velveted. The statue was playing with her. Once it unsheathed those alabaster claws, Erilyn was done. On impulse, she dove at Isabeau and tore the signet ring off her hand. Brandishing it at the cat, she commanded the creature to stop. A heart-stopping moment passed as the magical guard studied her with its inscrutable feline gaze. It was an enormous gamble, Erilyn acknowledged, and if it didn't work, she would be dead. The cat turned and returned to its post. It assumed a regal pose, and the light faded from its eyes. Erlen's shoulders sagged in relief.
"Don't think this is over,"
Isabeau said, her dark eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The half-elf heard the voices and hurrying footsteps of servants in the hall. They began pounding on the door. Apparently this was yet another trigger for attack. The winged gargoyles began to stir. Erlen dove for her sword and came up in a battle-ready crouch. Unlike her first adversary, true gargoyles only looked like stone. These were living creatures, and what lived could also die. She spun away from a diving attack and delivered a backhanded slash. Her sword sliced through the bat-like wing. The creature plummeted into the bed, sundering the ticking and sending feathers flying into the air. Isabeau edged toward the window, obviously intending to take Erlen's escape route. "Not this time," the half-elf muttered. She lunged at Isabeau and caught her by the nightdress. She sent her spinning back into the room and took a stand in front of the window to block the woman's escape. By now the manor's servants were at full alert. They had improvised some sort of ram and were pounding at the door with it. The wooden planks bulged inward with each resounding thump. Erlen paused at the window and sent a warning look at Isabeau. "We're not through."
"Oh, but I think we are."
The woman gestured toward the door. The bar was beginning to splinter. The half-elf swung herself over the balcony rail and slid down the rope. Though it galled her to do so, she had little choice but to retreat. Isabeau was in no position to bring a formal accusation against Erlen, but if the El Torquil servants found her on the estate, Isabeau would not have to speak out. The penalties for unwanted intrusion in a lord's home could be stiff. She ran through the garden and to the rope she had left hidden behind the elm. Quickly she climbed the wall and then made her way back to the orchard. Her mare awaited her, and she cantered toward her mistress. Erlen caught the saddle's pommel and swung herself up. She leaned low over the horse's neck and urged her on to Waterdeep. Isabeau would have to be dealt with, but the half-elf herself was in no position to do so. An old question, one that she had not asked herself in years, floated to the surface of her mind. Who would take the word of a known assassin? The door splintered and flew inward, sending a half-dozen servants stumbling into the room. Isabeau gathered up the neckline of her gown in one hand and drew back, as if this intrusion were not so much a rescue as an affront to her modesty. One of the maids snatched up a coverlet and draped it around Isabeau's shoulders.
"What happened, my lady? Are you hurt?"
Isabeau sent her audience a tremulous smile.
"No. Thanks to your quick response, a man came in through the balcony. I think he just meant to rob me, but the statues came awake and they fought. It was terrible, terrible."
The maid clicked her tongue soothingly.
"Rest, lady. As you've seen, the master's magic will keep you safe." "I cannot stay here after this,"
Isabeau exclaimed in astonishment.
"Saddle my horse at once."
"But dawn is hours away,"
one of the men protested. He wavered before Isabeau's steady gaze and conceded.
"We could send a guard with you."
"I would be most grateful. Perhaps you could see to the arrangements while I dress?"
she hinted. The servants retreated, leaving Isabeau alone and furious. She threw open the doors of the wardrobe and began to toss rich garments onto the bed as she considered what her next step should be. Without Oth as a protector, she was in a delicate position. That wretched half-elf had surprised a reaction from her that might tie her to the theft of the air caravan. Much good had that done her. The treasure was lost. The goods had been moved to Skullport, but they had been stolen before Dilun Tyr could claim them for her. Or so he said. Isabeau would not be at all surprised to learn that the perfume merchant had double-crossed her. So now what? She had no treasure, very little money, and a pair of diligent hounds on her trail. Isabeau had witnessed how relentless Erlen and her handsome companion could be in pursuit of one of their little crusades. She muttered curses as she dragged a small traveling chest out from under the bed and began to hurl her new, stolen wardrobe into it.
"You are quick to take what is not yours,"
observed a cold, male voice behind her. Isabeau gasped and whirled, one hand at her throat. A tall, slender figure stood in the shadows, smiling with icy amusement. Her heart leaped painfully, then picked up the rhythm at a shallow, frantic pace. A strange giddiness overtook her, and the floor tilted as if it were an enchanted carpet on the verge of taking flight. She seized the bed curtain for support.
You!
She gasped on a short, sharp breath.
It was you who pursued me.
Clearly, this is more of a surprise to you than it should be, the intruder said.
What are you going to do with me?
She said in a tremulous voice. His laugh was equally resonant of music and scorn. Please, the role of delicate maiden does not suit you. I am not going to kill you.
Then what?
This is a warning, nothing more. Do not pursue the dream spheres. I will brook no more interference. Isabeau seized what seemed a likely distraction.
You will suffer interference regardless of what I do. 2 meddlers are already on the trail. You know them well. Elaine, the half-elf, and Lord Than.
This news was received in silence. He lifted one hand, displaying a small, glowing sphere. If they cross me, they will die, but not before I learn what death they fear most. She laughed scornfully, a bit of bravado that went a long way toward restoring her spirits.
So much for the vaunted concept of honor among peers.
With the speed of a striking snake, his open hand shot toward her. Isabeau turned with the blow so that it barely grazed her cheek. The intruder reined in his anger with visible effort.
Do not press me,
he said in a low voice quivering with rage.
Heed well my words. I do not wish to see you again, but I might yet have use for you. The tides in the Southlands have turned, and you will be welcomed in your homeland. Find your way there as soon as possible.
There was a puff of acrid smoke, then a soft hissing sound as air rushed to fill the void left by the shadowy figure's disappearance. The sudden wind swirled Isabeau's hair and nightdress around her, and then was gone. Isabeau brushed aside one of her dark locks and realized that her knees were trembling like aspens. She sank down on the bed and considered this new development. Tethir, the land of her ancestors. The suggestion had merit, and it fit well with her new and loftier ambitions. However, it was one thing to decide upon a trip to the distant south. It was quite another to manage it. She had no patron, little money, and slim prospects of getting more before the winter snows set in. The only solution she could devise was to return to Waterdeep and recover the lost treasure. When she had accomplished that, she could return to her homeland in style. Yes, that was what she would do. Isabeau rose, her mind made up, and continued stuffing the garments owned by some El Torkel woman into the traveling chest. She would have the dream spheres, and she knew just how to get them. Let the half-elf and her courtier chase down the magical toys. She would follow them, as the desert jackal slinks after a pride of hunting lions. Jackals ate well, as a rule. It did not concern her that many had died because of these spheres, some of them at her hand. She would not meet that fate. Elaine and Danilo were powerful buffers. When they fell, Isabeau would know to retreat. She began to hum as she finished her packing. The servants who carried her things to the stables and handed her up onto her horse commented with admiration on her courage and resilience.
I will be fine, she assured them. I will do very well indeed.
Danilo knew he was dreaming, but he took little comfort from that knowledge. Images, disjointed and surreal, chased each other through his shallow, restless slumber. A small, white kitten playing in a courtyard, the sudden descent of night and the approach of an owl. He tried to intervene, but found he could neither speak nor move. A child chasing a ball into the street, unaware of the carriage bearing down upon her. Again and again, grim variations on the theme. A cool hand smoothed over his forehead. Still caught up in the tumble of dream images, Danilo responded to this new threat. He seized the thin wrist and tugged. It was a great relief to be able to act at last. On instinct, he twisted and pinned the intruder beneath him. A familiar voice said his name. He emerged fully from the nightmare and looked down into Erlen's face. She regarded him calmly, which made him feel all the more nonplussed at being caught so much out of countenance. "Are my wards and locks so poor that you could easily overcome them?" he asked. "Probably," she said mildly, "but Monroe let me in." "Ah." Dan moved aside and let her rise. "Well, that's reassuring, I suppose." He rose and placed his hands to the small of his back as he tried to ease out the stiffness of his restless sleep. "Where have you been?" "I went after Isabeau." He froze in mid-stretch. "She's dead, I suppose?" "No." "You're unusually tolerant. In this case, I'm not sure I approve." "She will get her due," the half-elf said with certainty. "Soon, I'm guessing." He eyed her sharply. "Meaning?" "Isabeau claims she took Lily's place to save her own life. She says she was pursued by Elaith Krolnober. Dan, before you deny the possibility, remember that Elaith probably has the Maurkira. Remember that Lily might have sold it." Danilo turned to the window. Dawn was near, but dark clouds blinded the setting moon. "Elaith went after Isabeau once, and it is conceivable that he might do so again. But I do not want to believe that Elaith killed Lily." "It is a possibility." "I know," Dan admitted with a sigh. He rubbed both hands briskly over his face, as if to clear his vision. "Damnation! I've grown rather fond of the rogue, and I truly believed he would honor his pledge. Of late, though, I have discovered reason to doubt my judgment of those around me. I do not know what to make of Lily's death, but I feel as if I am standing on shifting sands with my family." "And with me," Erlen added softly. "No. You only do what you must," he protested. "The end is the same. Promises made and not kept. You need to know where things stand and whom you can trust." She fell silent. For a long time she looked troubled, as if she were fighting some invisible battle. "You must speak with her," she said abruptly. "Lily. Get a cleric, summon her spirit, find out who killed her, and put your mind at ease. Whether it was Elaith or not, you will know, and you can move on." He regarded her with astonishment. "Elves do not believe in this. You fought me over Oth's possible resurrection." "I do not like it, but it's a matter of elven tradition, not principle. Right now, it's something you need." He was deeply moved that she would set aside her elven scruples, putting his concerns paramount. Gently, he touched her cheek. "Thank you." She twisted away and stalked toward the door. "Let's get it over with." Danilo swallowed a grin. "Let's. If we linger any longer, we are in danger of finding ourselves in a sentimental moment." The half-elf sent him a suspicious look over her shoulder, as if she half expected him to be laughing at her. "Later," she said shortly, "and that's a promise I intend to keep." "In that case," Danilo said, trying to wrest what lightness he could from the situation, "I think I can promise this will be a very short conversation." They rode to the city of the dead, the vast walled garden where slept many, many generations of Waterdeep's folk, from the poorest commoner to the most fabled heroes of distant times. High walls surrounded the city, and guards stood watch at the fanciful iron gates. This protection went two ways. It kept treasure hunters from despoiling the graves, and it kept the inhabitants contained. In Waterdeep, the dead did not always rest quietly. For a moment, Danilo regretted the course he was about to take. Peace and rest. Surely Lily deserved that much. "She deserves justice," Erlen said firmly. He sent her a quizzical look. "Since when did you start reading my mind?" "Just your face. Let's do what we've come for." They rode in silence to the gate and tied their horses to the rail provided. The guards admitted them, and they walked through the park-like grounds, past enormous statues and small, serene marble buildings. Here and there stood a building that was little more than a shallow facade, for the door led not into an edifice, but into a dimensional gate. Danilo paused before a statue of a white horse with a raven poised for flight on its shoulder. Never had he found the Than family symbol so appropriate. Both creatures were part of the journey, the horse as a traveling partner in life, and, if legend had any basis in truth, the raven to guide the spirit into the lands beyond. "Lily will be in here," Danilo said, nodding toward the small, low building just beyond the family emblem. Erilyn tried the door. "It's locked. Want me to pick it?" "No need." Danilo placed his hand on the raven's marble head. Magic guarded the tomb, and none but family members could pass. The door rolled back, silently, revealing an empty room. He took a torch from the holder beside the doorframe and lit it, then peered into the chamber. The doors that lined the room were marked with the names of those who slept beyond. No new engraving marked Lily's rightful place among her kin. "This is not what we agreed," he muttered. "She was to rest here in the main chamber until her permanent place was prepared. Perhaps the Lady Cassandra had Lily moved to the commoner's grounds, or even an unmarked plot. If so, she will answer for it." They sought out the groundskeeper, a rather stringy-looking dwarf who was relaxing on the grass beside a site marked by an eternal flame. The small fire cast a pleasant warmth into the crisp air, and the dwarf was taking full advantage of it. He lay on his back, with his hands behind his head and his boots propped up on a headstone. When Erilyn cleared her throat, the dwarf scrambled to his feet and dusted off one hand on the seat of his breeches. This he thrust toward Danilo. "Sorry for your loss." Frequent repetition had drained the words of any empathy they might once have conveyed. Danilo grasped the offered hand briefly. "Loss is the word in more ways than one. I can't find my sister's body. It was supposed to be in the family tomb." "Humph. What family might that be?" Dan told him. The dwarf scratched at his beard and ruminated. "Seems to me you're too late, boy. That family's quick to get rid of servants and such like, ain't they? The ceremony was finished yesterday." Dan and Erilyn exchanged a puzzled look. That was not to have occurred until tomorrow. Where was she interred? "Not buried. Burned." The dwarf spat into the eternal fire and admired the resultant sizzle as if it illustrated his remark. "Who was responsible for this mistake?" Erilyn demanded, clearly outraged. "No mistake. We had our orders." "Really?" Danilo said coldly. "Who has the authority in this place to issue such orders?" "She ain't from this place, and I'll be lighting a candle to almighty Clangeddon over that," the dwarf said fervently. He placed a stubby finger on his nose and lifted it to a haughty angle in imitation of his recent nemesis. Danilo began to get an extremely bad feeling about this. "You're not speaking of the Lady Cassandra Than, are you?" "You know her, I take it." Without intending to do so, he shook his head. "No," he said in a wondering tone, and realized that he spoke truth. "No, I don't think I know her at all." Chapter 14. Danilo found his mother in the garden, deep in the contemplation of the thick tome on her lap. He quickly cast the spell he had prepared on the way over to the family home, one born of his anger and fueled by his haunted dreams. He intended to reshape the words on Lady Cassandra's page, transforming the scholarly text into an accusing restatement of the agreement they had made just the day before. But the moment he shaped the spell, he felt the magic twist away from him and spin beyond his will and control. The ink of the open page melted, flowed together. The black stain turned into the color of blood, then leaped up into flame. Lady Cassandra jolted to her feet with a strangled little cry. The precious book tumbled, unheeded, from her lap. Smoke rose from the smoldering tome, twisting and swirling in a futile attempt to shape the words that Dan and his mother had spoken, and that he had placed into the spell. Now their agreement was broken, his trust shattered, and the spell could not recall it. The noblewoman regarded her visitor for a long moment as she composed herself. "You have my attention," she said at last. "And you have my promise," Danilo returned with quiet intensity. "I will find out what happened to Lily, despite your efforts to ensure that this could not happen. Why, Mother? Given the events of this day, the events of the last 10 days, one might reasonably ask what you have to hide.
Why, indeed, she retorted. This whole situation is disgraceful. A barmaid's daughter in the family tomb? What were you thinking?
You agreed to the arrangements.
For your own good, she argued. If I did not grant some apparent concession, you would not rest until you had your way in every particular.
Nor will I. Danilo studied her, trying to fathom what went on behind that lovely, composed face. Aren't you at all curious about Lily? Her life? Her fate?
No. Nor do I want to discuss this further. Not now or ever.
Damn it, Mother! You're as stubborn as a full-blooded elf! Finally, his words had effect. A look of consternation crossed her face, quickly controlled.
You should choose your words with more care. There are those in this city who might read too much into your comment.
A terrible, impossible suspicion snaked into his mind. Perhaps Lily was murdered because she was a child of a noble house who clearly carried more than a little elven blood. Erilyn had been attacked. Elaine. Perhaps someone was determined to separate the Than family from any contact with elves. Perhaps Cassandra's desire to deny her heritage was so strong that she struck out against anything that reminded her of it. Quickly, he thrust this thought aside. He could not believe that of his own mother. He could barely fathom how he himself could have imagined it. You may hear that Elaine Krolnober had a hand in Lily's death, he said as soon as he could trust himself to speak. I do not deny it is possible, but I will find the truth of the matter. Until then, do not support any efforts against him. He paused, then added with difficulty, or any others of elven blood. His mother was dumbfounded, speechless for the first time in Danilo's recollection.
You presume to instruct me?
She said at last. In a manner of speaking. Our elven heritage might be a faint and distant thing, but I want you to understand that I am proud to own it. She shook her head in disgust.
Kelvin,
she muttered, turning the Archmage's name into a curse.
You must have gotten this notion from him. I must say, he picked a fine time to stop being close-mouthed and enigmatic.
Then it's true. Why did you never say anything?
Why should I? It has been forgotten for generations. There is no need to open the closets and let the skeletons cavort about.
The Than family fortune was built on the slave trade, he reminded her. Are you saying that it is acceptable to have slavers as ancestors, but not elves?
Watch your tone, she said in a voice that simmered with anger. And watch your step. Elaine Krolnober has overstepped, and he will pay for his presumption. Take care that you do not go down with him.
She stalked out, leaving Danilo standing alone amid the ruins of his long-held illusions. Erilyn waited at the agreed-upon tavern until the moon rose and the fire burned low. Danilo came in, looking as wind-blown as a sailor and more desolate than she had ever seen him. He threw himself onto the bench and dashed his damp hair off his face. I'm sorry. I was walking the seawall. She knew the spot. It was a good place of solitude. A sharp wind, laden with salt and spray and secrets, blew in from the sea on the mildest of days. Nothing provided shelter from the buffeting wind or offered much of a barrier between the path and the long, sheer drop to the icy water below. It was not a stroll for the faint-hearted or those too fond of comfort. A person could walk the length of the wall at nearly any hour and not meet another soul. Looks to me as if you came in too soon, she commented. She tossed some coins on the table and rose. Let's go. He did not argue. They headed north and climbed the stairs carved into the stone wall. For a long time they walked along the rim. The setting moon glittered on the restless waves. The receding tide exposed the expanse of barnacles desperately clinging to the wall. There was no sound but the crash and murmur of the waves. It occurred to Erilyn that she had seldom seen a more lonely, desolate place. "I come here from time to time," Dan said suddenly. "The sound of the sea often serves to wash clean my thoughts, allows me to start anew and think with greater clarity. Tonight, it does not avail." He related his conversation with Lady Cassandra, his terrible suspicions. "I have always felt somewhat apart from my family, but I never realized how little I knew them. I never conceived of the possibility that they could turn on their own." "It happens," she said shortly. For Danilo's tale was too like her own early life for comfort. After a moment's hesitation, it occurred to her that he might find, if not comfort, then at least community in her story. "My mother died when I was barely 15, she said. "A half-elf of that age is little more than a child. Her moonblade came into my keeping. She had always intended that it pass to me, and she had begun training me with an eye toward its demands, but as you know, her time was cut short before she could tell me all I needed to know. My mother's family came to Everesca for the funeral. They were robed and hooded in traditional elven mourning. I never saw their faces, but I heard them argue about the sword and its fate. None of them thought I should have it, but they left it in my keeping. Much later I realized why. No one thought that a half-elf could claim a moonblade. They fully expected I would die in the attempt, and that the family could then reclaim Amnestria's sword. But they gave me no word of warning or explanation." Danilo's lips thinned in anger. "I never knew that." "It's not something I like to talk about. It took me a long time to realize that my mother's family are not evil, or even thoughtless. Far from it. I was simply not a part of their world. Half-elves are not people to them, and so do not merit consideration. That sounds harsh, but they have reasons for their way of thinking." "Even so, you were left alone, and at a very young age. I think I have some understanding of how difficult that must have been." Erilyn halted him with a hand on his arm. They moved without speaking into an embrace, two figures silhouetted against the night sky. "You are not alone," she said softly. "Never that." As they stood together, a small tendril slipped into her mind, a presence that she had always sensed, but never so vividly. She recognized Dan's merry, blithe spirit, but behind it was a darkness that she had never glimpsed. She accepted them both, understanding what this meant. They were connected by elven rapport, a deep psychic and spiritual bond. It was far from complete. The soul-deep union of the Fae folk was beyond either of them, but still infinitely more than a meeting of flesh or even of hearts. "There is that, too," he said softly, answering her unspoken thoughts. By that, Erilyn knew the elven bond encompassed them both. The joining was made, the circle complete. Suddenly, he swept her up into his arms, as if she were a silk-clad maiden rather than a warrior. To her surprise, she found she did not mind. Danilo had his own patterns, and at this moment the alien urgency of a human's desire seemed as natural to her as the coming of spring. She circled her arms around his neck. Magic engulfed them, and the roar of the sea was lost in the sweeping tide of the travel spell. They emerged from the white whirl of the magical transport into a world that, to Erilyn's heightened senses, seemed just as enchanted. Apple logs crackled on the hearth fire, and lamps fueled by scented oil burned low. Globes of blue glass filtered the lamplight and cast an azure glow over the room. Erilyn glanced down, half expecting to find herself clad in the deep blue silk and gems of Danilo's preference. "Not tonight," he said aloud as he set her gently on the floor. "As you are." She reached for the buckle of her sword belt and cast the elven weapon aside. It was an instinctively protective gesture, for even a casual touch from the moonblade could burn the careless. She let it fall without care or concern. The sword was her elven destiny, but tonight she had another pledge to fulfill, just as sacred. Danilo put her hands aside and tended her himself. He gently smoothed away the indentations on her forearm where the bracer and knife sheath pressed against her. Her skin fascinated him, and he explored it with exquisite, torturous delicacy. "Moonlight on pearl," he murmured in a reverent tone, easing her shirt away from her shoulders. Erilyn began to experience a very human level of impatience. Had she possessed any magic, she would have dissolved all impediments. She began to tug at the laces that bound the side of her leathers. He caught her mood and moved to help her, but urgency made them both fumble-fingered. Finally, she pushed him away and bent, pulling a knife from a sheath hidden in her boot. This she handed to Danilo. He deftly cut the laces, and she kicked the ruined garment aside. She kicked her boots off so emphatically that one of them hit an oil lamp. The blue globe rocked wildly, and the flame guttered, then disappeared. The darkness suited her. Moonlight was all that was needed. It filled her, in a very tangible sense. Its silvery light began to gather, burning ever brighter as it rose. Her mind washed clear. There was nothing but this. No time but now. Elven rapport melded with very human urgency. But there was no discordance, only completion, and a shared sense of homecoming so poignant and sweet that she knew the memory would stay with her long after her life essence melded with the moonblade. Later, they curled together before the fire and watched the patterns in the flames. There was no need for words, for those served to bridge a gap, and the communion they had shared made this unnecessary. Whatever came, Erilyn felt that neither of them would ever truly be alone again. The morning came in slowly, for the sun was curtained with clouds, and a faint rain whispered over the roofs and rustled the falling leaves. Danilo turned to the sleeping woman beside him and woke her with a kiss. "As much as I hate to say this, we should rise. We have business outside this room." She stretched, looking as smug and languorous as a cat. "Had I known what was awaiting me, I would not have waited so long." He caught up her hand and kissed it. "My fault entirely," he said ruefully. 4 years ago, when they had declared their love, he had been determined that all would be done as tradition demanded. Their union would be blessed by clerics of Hanali Selenil, the elven goddess of love. There would be a splendid ceremony, a lavish celebration. Theirs was no trivial fancy to enter into lightly. "You just wanted to do things right," she consoled him. "I picked a damnably foolish time to start," he said with a wry grin. After the depth and shattering communion of their joining, ceremony and tradition seemed paltry things. They were bound for life, and had been, for a very long time. Nevertheless, there was still a part of him that yearned for the ceremony, the symbol. He reached for the bedside table and took from the drawer a small box. 4 years ago he had purchased a hoop of sapphires and moonstones, which he had planned to give her at the gemstone ball. "You don't wear rings," he observed. "Perhaps I could persuade you to make an exception." She held out her hand. "At the moment, I find myself more open to persuasion than is my usual custom." He slid the ring onto her finger. "It's almost a shame that I can't take advantage of that. But I can think of nothing in this world that I wish to ask for, that we do not already have. With the possible exemption of a new pair of leather breeches," he amended, nodding toward the ruined garment. Erilyn frowned as she tried to follow his reasoning. Then she remembered, with a smug little grin that delighted him. He chuckled and reached for the bell pull. Monroe came promptly to the call. The steward opened the door a discreet crack and asked how he might serve. Danilo sent him off in search of a gown that might fit Erilyn. Monroe returned with admirable haste. He draped a linen shift and kirtle over the back of a chair.
"Simple garments, but they should suffice for the present,"
he announced as he left the room. Erilyn eyed the practical garments with approval. "Your steward has sense. I suppose I should feel odd, though, wearing clothes that belong to another woman." Danilo regarded her with astonishment. "There are other women?" She sent him a mock glare. "Keep thinking along those lines, and we shall get along fine." The peace and unity of that morning lasted until they were on the streets. Erilyn's eyes turned hard and watchful. An aura of battle-ready anticipation rose from her like mist. "You're as nervous as a squirrel," Dan observed. "What is wrong?" "I'm not sure." The half-elf looked genuinely puzzled. "What of the sword?" He spoke easily, with none of the resentment that had shadowed him for so long. "There is no warning, but I feel as if we're being followed. Why, I couldn't tell you. I don't hear anything. I just sense it." They skirted an open gutter, mindful of the attack that had followed the last time Erilyn had a presentiment of danger, and hurried onto a more populated street. So close to the market, street vendors did a brisk business. Small meat pasties scented the air, and fragrant steam rose from baskets piled with small loaves of fresh bread. People ate these as they walked and stopped to wash down their meal with a mug of ale poured from the keg, or fresh milk dipped up from a pail. A woman's scream froze them in mid-step. Before Danilo could turn toward the sound, Erilyn already had her sword out. No fey light limned its length, but Danilo's attention was captured by the runes carved along it, one for each elf who had wielded the sword and who had imbued it with a new level of power. One of these markings glowed with eerie white light. Never had Danilo seen the Moonblade respond in such fashion. This was nothing like the blue glow that warned of coming danger, or the soft green luster that led Erilyn to aid her fellow elves. The woman gave another cry, this one closer to a strangled sob. Danilo tore his eyes from the Moonblade. A dairymaid stood beside her upturned stool and pale, her hands at her mouth and her eyes enormous, oblivious to the spilled milk pooling at her feet. The girl seemed to be in no immediate danger, but Danilo tracked her gaze to the source of her distress. Behind Erilyn, almost indistinguishable from the play of light and shadows cast by the milling crowd, was the ghostly image of an elven woman. Though the form was faint and as translucent as a soap bubble, Danilo made out the ghostly elf's stern expression, the sapphire-colored hair braided tightly in a practical, battle-ready fashion. "Thasitalia," Erilyn murmured. Danilo had heard that name, and he knew at once what it meant. This was an elf shadow, a manifestation of the Moonblade's magic and the symbol of the spirit-deep link between elf and sword. Thasitalia had been one of Erilyn's ancestors, one of the elves who had wielded the Moonblade, and whose spirit lent magic to the elven sword. He had seen the elf shadow before, but it had appeared more solid, and it had worn Erilyn's face. That had been a time of uncertainty and danger, for the Moonblade's magic had been twisted and exploited by an elven mage. Erilyn had confided once that she often had nightmares about the possibility that this could happen again. It would seem that her fears had come to pass. The ephemeral shadow studied them, her insubstantial face awash with puzzlement and consternation. Erilyn was equally dumbfounded. "I did not summon you," she said to the ghostly elf in the elvish language. "Return to the sword at once." The essence of the warrior Thasitalia merely shook her head, not in refusal, but as if to indicate that she could not hear or understand. Danilo caught Erilyn's arm. "Let's move on before we create a panic," he said in a low voice. She nodded and fell into step as he ducked down a narrow opening between two buildings. They followed a Harper's Road, an intricate, hidden path through the back ways of the city, over rooftops and through the hidden entrances of shops whose owners were sympathetic to the Harper folk. Each step of the way, the ghostly elf followed them like a third shadow. Elaine Krolnober padded lightly through a similarly convoluted path, as quiet and anonymous as the occasional cat that prowled the alley for vermin. For all his wealth and power, the elf still moved about the city without attracting much notice. He preferred it that way. This was one reason why his recent inclusion onto Galinda Raventree's social registry had been so ill-advised. There were many people of wealth and influence in this city who knew his name, but not his face. Elaine could deal with them or gain information in casual conversation that they would never knowingly confide to a competitor. To oblige the man he had named Elf Friend, he had yielded this advantage. The peerage knew him now, or at least they thought they did. If they had true knowledge, they would not move against him by sending masked men and second-rate soldiers such as Rep. It was almost a shame that they would never know the shape of his vengeance, but that was the way of things. Elaith would never have achieved his wealth or success if he had dealt in an open and forthright manner. Nor would he survive now if too much attention came to be focused on him and his activities. It was time for the eyes of the merchant nobility to turn elsewhere. He found Rep loitering behind an Ilzimmer-owned warehouse, shooting dice against the wall with a trio of Ilzimmer soldiers. Elaith lingered in the shadows long enough to take the measure of his foe. A woman clad in a tawdry scarlet gown leaned against a discarded barrel and watched the game, not apparently much concerned about the outcome of the men's wager. From the coarse comments the men made, Elaith discerned that she was to be the prize. The men had pooled their coin to pay her rent. It would be convenient, Elaith mused, if Rep won the wager. He could then follow the man to his afternoon's entertainment and deal with him in relative privacy. Rep's luck, however, was not good. A short, ginger-bearded man with a peg leg stumped off in triumph with the woman. His comrades threw a few more rounds for the sport of it, all the while discussing the likelihood of finding a tavern that would extend credit. The elf managed to catch Rep's eye as they turned to leave. The man stopped abruptly and made a show of patting himself down. "You lads go ahead. Seems like I lost my best dice," he improvised. As soon as the men were out of earshot, Elaith stepped from the shadows.
"Your nose is healing nicely," he commented. "It's a bit bigger and flatter than it used to be, but why quibble about a drop in a keg?"
Rep scowled.
"Hold your tongue, elf. I'd just as soon kill you quick, but keep it up and I'll be getting ugly." "It's rather too late to be concerned about that, don't you think?"
The big man wrenched open the door to the warehouse and jerked his head toward the opening.
"Inside. We settle this now."
Elaith bowed and extended one hand, indicating that the man should precede him. The soldier flushed a dull red at this reminder of his earlier treachery. He drew his sword and made a point of backing into the warehouse, rather than turning his back to the elf. Elaith silently applauded him. As insults went, it was a rather good one. Any claim that he was on the same level as this thug was base slander.
"Only one leaves this place," Rep said.
"Agreed." The elf drew his sword and began to circle. Rep turned to keep the elf in front of him, but he waited for the first strike. Elaith obliged, delivering a high, lightning flash of an attack. Before the mercenary could parry, Elaith spun, stepping past the man. As he did so, the sword whistled just short of Rep's ear. On the backstroke, he brought his sword low and slashed once across the seat of the man's leather breeches. Rep howled and whirled at the elf, lunging as he went, but Elaith was no longer there. The elf moved with his opponent, keeping just beyond the edge of his side vision. His next attack came in high, cutting a thin, shallow line across the man's cheek. The elf danced back a step and gave Rep a chance to face him down. The mercenary advanced with a furious onslaught of quick, hard blows. Elaith deftly parried each one with an economy of motion that was contemptuous in its ease. For a long time he was content to defend, one hand on his sword's hilt, the other resting lightly on his hip, his feet never moving. His faint, mocking smile never faltered. He intended to enjoy this. At last, Rep backed away. They circled each other, swords held in low guard position, while the human caught his wind. With one hand he reached around behind his back to explore his first wound. His hand came back bloodied. He wiped the stain on his tunic and sent the elf a defiant sneer. Always heard elves favored attacking a man from behind, if you catch my drift. Elaine let the crude comment pass. Consider yourself lucky. I could have hamstrung you, he pointed out. This notion stole the sneer from Rep's face. His bravado vanished as he realized the truth of the elf's words and saw the battle could have been finished that quickly and that easily. His eyes were dark with the image of himself lying helpless, unable to rise, impotent to do anything but await the killing stroke. No games, Rep said grimly. Let's have done with this. He came in with a rush, sword held high with both hands. He smashed down hard toward the elf, wagering everything on his superior size and strength. Elaith whirled aside, not bothering to parry the mighty blow, but Rep kept coming, battering away at the elf, pounding at him with all his force and fury. It was actually a good strategy, Elaith acknowledged. It forced him into a two-handed grip and slowed him down. He was smaller and faster, and Rep's attack forced the battle into a contest of strength. To compensate, the elf came in close, dangerously close, so that he had to catch the furious blows near the hilt of his weapon. He was close enough now to bring a second weapon to bear once the opportunity presented itself. Rep saw the strategy and began to retreat. The elf pressed him, following him, matching him step for step and meeting each blow. With growing desperation, the man struck out hard and then followed the sword attack with a bare-knuckled punch. The elf leaned to one side to dodge the blow, then sliced his sword downward, cutting into Rep's arm before he could withdraw it. The blade caught the inside crook of the man's elbow and dug deep. The soldier immediately fisted his hand and brought it up tight against his shoulder, closing his arm over the wound to slow the flow of blood. Grimly, he kept on, though with less force now than he could only fight with one hand. Slowly, determinedly, the elf worked the clashing blades up high. Their swords crossed overhead. Rep managed to hook the curved guard of his sword under Elaith's blade. With a triumphant leer, he hauled upward with all his strength, trusting in his greater height to drag the weapon from the elf's grasp. Elaith simply let go. The soldier staggered back, too late realizing his mistake. Elaith crossed his arms and pulled twin knives from the sheaths on his forearms. He advanced with the speed of a striking snake and slashed both blades across the man's unprotected throat. Rep's sword clattered to the wooden floor. He sagged against the wall, his mouth working as he tried to form a final curse. Crimson bubbles formed at the corners of his lips. Will and spirit and life itself faded from his eyes, leaving nothing but hatred. The elf watched until even that dark light went out. Elaith glanced at the fine daggers in his hand. They were Amcathra daggers, the best human-made weapons in the city. Without hesitation or regret, he hurled first one weapon and then the other into the former Ilzimmer soldier. Let them make of that what they will, the elf murmured. He turned and melted into the shadows, pondering with great satisfaction the course this action would spawn. Chapter 15. The unlikely trio, the human bard, the half-elven fighter, and the ghostly shadow, wandered through the city for the better part of the morning. Finally, Danilo called a halt on a rooftop garden, a place far above watchful eyes and visible to none but the griffin riders who circled lazily against the clouds. He hoped the legendary vision of the eagle-headed beasts was not so keen that it could discern the shadowy elf-woman who stood beside Erlin, resting on an equally shadowy sword. I have to find whoever killed Lily, Danilo blurted out. Erlin gave him a long, measuring look. She turned away, propping her elbows against the garden wall. Have I tried to dissuade you? No. No, of course not, but you must let me continue alone. The half-elf straightened up and affixed him with a challenging gaze. Forget it. He shook his head and took the small glowing sphere from its hiding place in his boot. Don't you see? Something is disrupting magic. It has to be these dream spheres. His eyes shifted to the far edge of the roof. Thacitalia was all but gone now. Only a faint outline remained, invisible when he looked at it directly. "I've been carrying this sphere with me since the day Lily died. As a result, the magic of your sword has been seriously disrupted. So are your spells. That's what happened the night of the Than party. Oth brought some of his dream spheres to pitch them to a group of wizards and merchant lords. I took one from Isabeau," he added. "Yes, I understand that now." She took a step closer. "I am more than my sword," she said firmly. "You are more than your magic." He regarded her with a faint smile. "You've always said that there was too much magic in Waterdeep. It seems we may have the opportunity to do without it. Let's get to it. We'll assume that Lily was mixed up with the bandits who ambushed the air caravan, and start there." They worked their way across the city's rooftops toward the Gundwind Manor. As they approached, Danilo caught sight of several detachments of the Watch milling about, conspicuous in their green and black leather uniform. They climbed down to the street and walked up to the manor. "No one in, no one out," announced the grim-faced woman who stood at the side gate. "What happened here?" The watchwoman gave Danilo a quelling look. "Move along, sir. The Gundwind family is not receiving visitors at present." Danilo turned toward Erilyn, but she had disappeared. He nodded politely to the watchwoman and went on his way, circling the walled villa as he observed the placement of trees on that street. He stopped 2 blocks down, then sat under a stately oak. Several moments passed before he heard a faint rustling in the branches. He glanced up as Erilyn climbed to the lowest branch and dropped lightly to the ground beside him. "Well?" he inquired. "One of the servants found Belinda Gundwind, the youngest daughter, dead in the stables. She was with an elven groom, the only person of elven blood who remained in the family's employ. Seems he had a personal reason for staying around. Rumors have been circulating about Belinda and her lover. The servants overheard the family fighting over it. They were forcing her to give him up. The family is claiming that her death was a lover's pact." "You don't believe this?" She shot him an incredulous look. "The servants who found them said that the bodies were in the hay, not dangling from the rafters." "Still, is that reason to conclude that the Gundwind family is wrong?" "It's reassuring to know that you haven't strangled anyone lately," Erilyn said dryly. "The task demands considerable strength and will. Hard to do when you're being distracted, and I'd say that being strangled yourself is a bit of a distraction. They could hardly manage to kill each other and die at the same time." "They would need a bard's timing," Danilo agreed. "So the Watch is not buying the Gundwind's story, I take it?" "They are not hearing anything but the Gundwind's story. The servants who told me the tale were encouraged not to talk. Let's move on. There's a watchman over there who's starting to take note of us." As they walked, Danilo struggled to sort through this. Like Erilyn, he doubted that Belinda Gundwind and her lover had contrived their own deaths. Then who? The Gundwind family? Motivated by the nobility's bias against alliances with elves? If that were so, then Danilo had lived his entire life among creatures more vicious than Tren. "They eat their own," he murmured. "It's a matter of honor." Erilyn sent him a sharp, concerned look. "Do you really think that's what happened?" "The possibility is hard to ignore. If I can suspect my own family of attempting to rid itself of elven alliances, why not the Gundwinds?" "That doesn't account for Oth," Erilyn pointed out. No, it doesn't, and this will only deepen the scandal regarding Gundwind and the elven folk. This could mean the end of the Gundwind fortunes." Danilo stopped short as his mind replayed the angry confrontation between Lord Gundwind and Lady Cassandra. "It could mean the end of the Gundwind fortune," he repeated. "The death of Belinda and her elven love gives substance to every rumor spoken against the family. Who would have reason to do such a thing?" "One name comes to mind," Erilyn said. "Someone who saw elves die in the ambush and who might want Gundwind to suffer for it." Danilo shook his head. "Not Elaine," he insisted. "It simply does not make sense." "It might not need to," she pointed out. "Remember, he may have the Maurkira."
In the past, those who fell under the Dark Gem's power acted in twisted ways that made sense to no one but themselves.
It's possible, he allowed. Certainly some people will believe it to be true, but Lord Gundwin will not. He will look elsewhere for blame.
Oh?
She said cautiously. Than, Ilzimmer, Gundwin, Amcathra, Danilo said, ticking off names on his fingers. 4 families sponsored the ill-fated caravan. All suspect each other of betrayal and ambush. Perhaps the Tren are not the only creatures who take vendetta against attacks on their clan.
Erlen nodded slowly, following his reasoning. If so, none of these recent wounds are self-inflicted.
If so, he added, then the time of the guild wars could soon be upon us once again.
Erlen considered Danilo's words for a long time as they left the Gundwin villa behind. If you are right, I suspect that this will be a very different type of war, she said at last. No armies, no open bloodshed in the streets. As Cassandra pointed out, the noble families are very mindful of those times and are not eager to see them return. Any clan that came out in open aggression would be swiftly quelled.
Danilo considered this, then nodded his agreement. He had sat through enough meetings of Waterdeep's secret lords to see the truth in it. The lords had been chosen from every corner of the city, every strata of society. As a result, very little happened in the city that did not reach the ears of the hidden rulers. Their decisions were enforced by the Watch as well as a small standing army of guardsmen and some of the most powerful wizards in the Northlands. The days when wholesale war could rage within the city walls were over. So what then? The half-elf sent him a measuring look.
You play chess, I suppose?
When I cannot avoid doing so without bloodshed, yes, he said in a dry tone. Is that what you think this is? A chess game?
It is possible. Waterdeep is a large city, with thousands of games played out on every street. Who notices the loss of a single pawn on a single board? Even Oth El Torkel's death could be explained in that light. He had ties to the caravan. He arranged to have his dream spheres quietly shipped into the city.
A plan that Gundwin carried out, against Lady Cassandra's strong objections, and despite an agreement the families had made. Danilo concluded. He sighed and cast a sidelong glance at Erlen. In that case, what was Belinda's death? A warning?
The Gundwin clan will probably think so.
I cannot accept your argument, he said quietly. You imply that the merchant families maintain order with a brutal hand. Why would this be necessary? There are laws enough in Waterdeep, and many and powerful are those who ensure these laws are kept.
Erlen was silent for several moments. You've just answered your own question.
He lifted one brow in a supercilious arch. I did? Perhaps I should start listening more closely to myself.
Let me put it this way. You've heard the old saying about honor among thieves. I wouldn't go that far, but there is definitely a code. The same could be said of assassins. If someone starts getting too greedy or too careless, the others pull him back or do away with him. They can't afford to have too much attention focused on their activities, you see.
I do indeed, but how does that signify? We are talking about some of the most respected noble houses in Waterdeep.
We are talking about merchants, she said bluntly. None of them wanted to get behind Oth's dream spheres because they knew the sort of attention these would bring. The wizards would have opposed them even before they found out about the disruption of magic, and they would have ferreted out everything there was to know about the trade. Who knows what might have been uncovered in the process?
Danilo did not answer at once. He sidestepped a pair of street urchins who thundered past in a race as old as Waterdeep itself. The boys rolled a pair of old barrel hoops down the street, sticks in their hands and grins on their dirty faces. Their carefree innocence drew Dan's eye, and for a moment he watched them and wistfully recalled the comfort of long-held illusions. Your words are hard to accept, he murmured. I could be wrong, Erlen said. She hesitated, then added, It would explain why your mother was so concerned when Lily was linked back to the Than family after her death. It occurred to Danilo that perhaps Cassandra had fallen short of the full truth. Lily was linked to the Than family before her death. That is why she died, he said with sudden bitter conviction. It was a strike against the family. The killer was removing a pawn. Yes, but Lily evidently saw the danger coming. Why else would she go to your father when she had never made any claim on him before? Until that time, none of you knew her as family. Someone else did. Someone she knew well, confided in. They considered this in silence. I have been thinking about the manner of Lily's death, Erilyn said after a while. By all appearances, she was slain by a Tren assassin, but the killer did not follow the usual Tren custom. His lips thinned to a grim line at the inference. Yes? So? What if the killer wasn't a Tren? What if he only appeared to be, and took this guise either to displace suspicion or from twisted sport? Danilo looked sharply at her, understanding at once her reasoning. Twisted sport, he repeated slowly. By any chance, was Simon Ilzimmer at Oth's presentation the night of the gemstone ball? Possibly. His cousin Borelden was there. I heard several voices I couldn't name. One was very deep, with a bit of a rumble to it that almost hinted at dwarven speech. That does sound like Simon. Would you recognize that voice if you heard it again? I think so, she said shortly. Dan smiled faintly. Judging from your expression, you would rather take another stroll through the city's sewers. She did not deny his words. Actually, they expressed her feelings rather well. Among her contacts in the city were a number of women who worked in the taverns and bathhouses. After some of the stories she'd heard about the Ilzimmer lord, she could hardly imagine herself sipping wine and making polite conversation. Danilo seemed less bothered by the prospect. They went directly to the small, brooding manor that was home to Simon Ilzimmer. The bells in the nearby temple of Ilmater tolled solemnly as Danilo left his card with the servant. Erilyn idly counted the rolling peals, wondering as she did why anyone would devote his life to so dreary a creed as that of the god of suffering. By the time the call to worship faded into silence, the servant returned with word that Lord Simon would receive them. At first glance, Simon Ilzimmer did not fit his dark reputation. He was a tall, broad man who appeared to be no stranger to the disciplines of sword and horse. His manners were faultless, and he received his guests with every courtesy. He and Danilo sipped warmed czar and chatted about mutual acquaintances and recent events with apparent candor and good humor. Despite his genial manner, he was indeed one of the merchant nobility who had attended the meeting in the Than villa. Erilyn easily recognized the deep, resonant voice. Now that she faced Simon Ilzimmer, she found the man exceedingly difficult to read. Indeed, she doubted that he was entirely sane. There was an emptiness to his eyes, an utter lack of connection between his words and any discernible emotion. On the other hand, she sensed the seething energy of the man. His gaze seemed to skitter away without actually moving, and he had a sort of brooding intensity about him that reminded her of the portentous quiet before a sea squall. It was as if he were two men, one altogether too controlled, little more than a shell, the other a violent storm, likely to strike without warning. His study supported this impression. Though the furniture was sparse and practical, the walls were lined with disturbing pictures. Dark, twisted visions from a madman's mind. Danilo walked over to consider a rendering of two red dragons entangled in fierce mating amid the burning ruins of a village. Fascinating, he murmured. Was this painted from life? Erilyn sent him a warning look. Chances were that the Ilzimmer noble was not overburdened with a sense of humor. We are trying to retrace the goods stolen from the air caravan, she said frankly, for she was tired of the inconsequential talk and growing increasingly uncomfortable in Simon's presence. Anything you could tell us might be helpful. The storm behind the man's dark eyes kindled and flashed. You accuse me in my own home? No one is making accusation, Danilo said mildly. We are merely trying to gather together the pieces of this puzzle. Since your family also suffered losses, is it not in our best interests to work together?" Simon eyed him with deranged cunning.
Lady Cassandra is shrewd. Sending you here nosing about was a brilliant ploy. Everyone knows that you have little to do with the family's business, and all know you are her favorite son. A brilliant way for her to deny involvement.
"Why should she need to do such a thing? Than had no part in the theft," Danilo said with as much conviction as he could muster. "For that matter, the Lady Cassandra does not know of my presence here." The mage snorted. He was about to say more, but his eyes widened with mingled surprise and horror. He leaped to his feet, pointing with a shaking finger.
"Threaten me, will you? Here in my own place, no less. I won't have it. All of you, leave at once. Get out! Out!"
Simon's voice rose on the last words into near hysteria. "We should do as he says," Danilo said in a low voice. "He is a mage, and I'm in no position to challenge him." Erilyn needed no urging. She turned to leave the chamber and immediately fell back onto her heels. She stood nearly face to face with the ghostly image of an elven wizard. He was a tall elf whose silver hair had been woven into scores of tiny braids. He held a shadowy moonblade, point down, and he was leaning on the hilt as a wizard might rest upon his staff. His translucent blue eyes were watchful, and he was gazing at Simon with a quiet intensity that gave substance to the mage's fear. They quickly left the estate, the shadowy mage walking soundlessly behind them. As soon as they were beyond the gate, Erilyn commanded the elf shadow manifestation to return to the sword. To their relief, the ghostly image dissolved into silvery motes. These swirled out into a neat line and disappeared into the moonblade one by one, like a row of ducklings slipping into a pond. "This is getting out of hand," Erilyn muttered as they hurried back toward Danilo's home. "At least the elf shadow is gone. You can still control the sword," he said in the tone of one who was searching for good news in unlikely places. "Not really," she said, then shot a quick glance over her shoulder. "I still feel as if we're being followed. The Moonblade's magic is getting more and more unstable. How can I go about my business, knowing that one of my ancestors might come calling at any moment?" "Look on the bright side," Danilo suggested. "That is? Well, at least we're not being followed by Tren." "Don't be so sure about that," she said grimly as she glanced at the cobblestones at her feet. "Remember, you're a sixth son. I'm your half-elven companion. Can you think of a more expendable target for reprisal?" For a moment he looked as if he would protest, then his face turned thoughtful. "Belinda was the youngest Gundwyn child." She turned to him, her face deadly serious. "That had occurred to me, too."
"The woman is a positive marvel,"
Elaine murmured as he read the note Myrna Castellanter had sent by trusted messenger and fast horse. Even the most unlikely of her rumors had borne fruit. Just that day, not more than a few hours before, Simon Ilzimmer had been arrested by the Watch for the murder of a courtesan, in one of Elaith's establishments, no less. Simon was noble, and the men and women who would give testimony against him were common servants, but the end result would be the same. A minor Ilzimmer lord would hang from the city walls. It bothered Elaith not at all that Simon Ilzimmer was innocent of this particular crime. His death would be true justice, even if the facts did not tally in every particular. Best of all, no one would trace the man's death back to Elaith's door. His servants would give true and earnest testimony to what they had seen, or believed that they had seen. Magical examination would bear that out. Simon's reputation would supply the extra nudge needed to push him over the hangman's leap. The pot was simmering nicely, Elaith concluded as he turned back to the note. Reprisals would be soon in coming, and the nobleman would be busily employed for some time to come. His brow furrowed as he read on. With great relish, Myrna recounted the death of a tavern wench, a bye-blow of Ramis Than. Rumor had it that the girl's body had been claimed by Danilo Than, who insisted that she be laid to rest in the family tomb. Elaith reached for the bell pull. His elven steward came promptly to the call.
Send a message to Lord Than, the elf said. Tell him I require an immediate audience at... The elf thought quickly, then added, the steps of the Pantheon Temple.
The servant bowed and disappeared. Elaine hurried to the temple complex, hoping that the unspoken message would not be misunderstood. Danilo had reason to distrust him, especially if he had pieced together the story of the Maorkira. Bronwyn had no doubt reported back about the magic-rich ruby she had found in Silvery Moon, and about Elaine's interest in it. It was likely that Erlyn would recognize the Kira from its description and know those who held it could be twisted to evil. Reason indeed for concern, at least to those whose knowledge of the Kira was limited to legend. He found a quiet place in the courtyard just below the sweeping marble stair, and fell into apparent contemplation of a statue of some goddess or other. This reflective pose did not at all mirror his state of mind, but it was common among the elves who came to the temple for a few moments' respite from the frenetic pace of the human city. Even the dull sensitivities of the human folk perceived some of the tranquil calm of this elven haven. Those who strolled by softened their step and quieted their chatter. Elaith watched as Danilo reined in his horse at a respectful distance, then swung down and paced quietly over to the waiting elf. "A matter of some urgency, your messenger said," Danilo prompted. The human did not look well, Elaith noted. It was difficult to call him pale, in comparison to a moon elf's complexion, but the signs of several sleepless nights were etched on his face, and there was a deep sadness in his eyes. That, and nothing more. There was no warmth, no humor, none of the growing friendship that had come to mean more to the elf than he cared to admit. Suddenly the task was harder than Elaith had anticipated. The elf turned aside and clasped his hands behind his back. "I heard of the loss to your family. I am sorry." Danilo's eyes clouded with grief, as well as a flicker of anger. "No loss to my family," he said shortly. "But on Lily's behalf and my own, I thank you for your sympathy." "Sympathy is a cheap gift. In your position, I would prefer vengeance," the elf said. "You have the look of a hound that's picked up the fox's scent." "A skunk, more like it. Yes, I will run this vermin to ground." The elf expected this response, but he did not like the grim set of the man's face. He recognized that look of absolute, relentless stubbornness. Once those traits had saved Elaith's life. He feared that now they could mean the end of Danilo's. "Perhaps I can be of some assistance," he said, schooling himself to feel no remorse over the sudden leap of hope and gratitude in the man's eyes. Help he would give, but to the fox and not the hound. Better to send Danilo off following another scent than to allow him to come too close to the heart of the matter. If the hound lived to hunt another day, he reasoned, the Maorkira's master would find a suitable use for him. "You know that I do considerable business in the dock ward. I have some knowledge of the young woman," he said. "She had a sporting nature, and from time to time she found her way into my gambling dens. Since I make a point of knowing my customers, I learned her name, if not her heritage. But she has more in common with you than appearance might indicate." "The point, please, and swiftly," Danilo implored. "It will not be easy to hear," the elf cautioned. "More than once I have seen her in the company of one of your peers, a friend of yours, I believe." The flash of stunned recognition, the sudden bleak flood of loss, and then the cleansing surge of anger, told Elaith that a name was not necessary. Nevertheless, he gave it. "Regnet Amcathra has been known to make an occasional visit to the Pickled Fisherman. He has been seen in Lily's company there and elsewhere." Elaith let the man absorb this, then took a small package from the folds of his sleeve and unwrapped a blackened dagger. "One of my warehouses caught fire. The structure stood firm, but everything inside was burned, as was no doubt the intention. This was found between the charred ribs of a man in the employ of the Ilzimmer family. Do you recognize the workmanship?" Danilo took the dagger and turned it over in his hands. He gave it back after a quick perusal. "My first sword was an Amcathra blade, as is nearly every weapon I own," he said evenly. "They are incomparable."
"Nearly as good as elven weapons,"
Elaine agreed. He saw the sudden leap of surprise and speculation in Danilo's eyes, and wondered what it meant. The resolve returned, as suddenly as it had fled, now tempered by a new layer of sadness.
"I am sorry to bear this news," the elf said. "What it means I cannot say."
"Rest assured that I will find out." The elf's resigned sigh and look of concern were not entirely feigned.
"I thought as much. Have a care. The Amcathra clan is subtle and canny. Who would think them capable of such deeds?"
Those words were true enough to cloak the elf's deception, and hide another truth layered beneath it. Elaith knew full well that the Amcathra clan deserved its sterling reputation. There was no better quarry to set this particular hound upon, for Danilo would follow this path with dogged determination, and that would keep him and Erilyn out of Elaith's way. Of course, the cost to Danilo would be the loss of a lifelong friendship, but in Elaith's opinion, Regnant Amcathra was a highly expendable pawn. Regnant Amcathra. Who would have thought? Danilo echoed with a faint, pained smile. He extended his hand to the elf. "Hard words to speak, but I thank you for them." Elaith took the offered handclasp and met the human's steady gaze.
"What are friends for?"
he said, with apparent warmth and deliberate irony. Regnant Amcathra lived in the Sea Ward, a sedate sector of the city that was nonetheless close to the roiling life of the docks. It seemed to Danilo that this contrast suited his old friend. The Amcathra family was obscenely wealthy, and Regnant, like Dan, was a younger son and not involved directly in family affairs. Although Regnant was as fond of luxury and as complacently serene in his position as any man of his class, he had a fondness for adventure. A few years back, he had founded the Deep Delvers, a group of bored young nobles who went into the tunnels beneath Waterdeep in search of adventure. Dan had always admired this endeavor. At the moment, however, Regnant's deep-delving ways held too much coincidence for Danilo's peace of mind. Adventuring was often a convenient mask for roguery, and any connection with Undermountain in general, and Skullport in particular, was highly suspect. He sincerely hoped Regnant had not been involved with Lily, that he'd had no part in the business that had led to her death. He left his horse with the groom and walked through the iron gate, a daunting affair fashioned from 3 pairs of rearing pegasi. His friend's home was small, by the standards of the Sea Ward, and had once been a carriage house for a wealthy mage who owned a small fleet of pegasi. The mansion itself had burned down years ago, another casualty of magic created without thought of possible consequence, and it had never been rebuilt. The door opened before Danilo could knock. He smiled down at the halfling steward, a hiring trend that had become all the rage since word of Monroe's efficiency had made the rounds of Danilo's social circle. This halfling wore a blue and red uniform that proclaimed his service to the Amcathra house, and his hair was as yellow as a dandelion. At the moment, the comparison was particularly apt, for the steward's hair stood up as if he had raked his hands through it repeatedly and with great agitation. Danilo regarded the little fellow. "Is something amiss, Munson?"
"You might say that, sir."
Before the halfling could elucidate, a jaunty step behind him spoke of his master's approach.
"Dan, welcome! How long has it been since you've stopped by? Longer than a dwarf's beard, I'll warrant."
Though Regnant's words were a fair reflection of fact, there was no reproach in the man's face or voice. Danilo took the offered handclasp and returned his friend's smile with genuine warmth and deep sadness. Regnant was an affable soul, handsome in a roguish sort of way, with curly brown hair and laughing hazel eyes. He had his faults, including a hot and ready temper, but Danilo could not believe he could be part of something as vile and needless as Lily's death. His need to know deepened and settled his resolve. "Have you time at present for conversation?" Danilo asked.
"I am at leisure this whole day, and yours to command. We must have a drink. Munson, is there any czar in the house?" "Of course, my lord, but—"
"Fine, splendid.
Bring some to the game room. Dan, you haven't yet seen my new trophy."
Regnet clapped an arm around his visitor's shoulders and began to lead the way. The halfling's eyes bulged, lending him a distinct likeness to a panic-stricken trout.
"My lord, I must have a word with you."
"Later,"
Regnet said firmly. Dan fell into step beside his friend, listening with only half an ear as Regnet chatted about his latest adventure, something about icy tunnels and caverns so sparkling with crystal and ice that a single torch seemed to transform the place into a house of mirrors. Danilo was more interested in whatever caused the halfling so much consternation. The steward followed them a few steps, his small, round face a study in indecision. This Danilo could understand. Despite his good humor, Regnet had a demon of a temper. This Dan could attest to, as he had been on the receiving end of it twice or thrice. Like many men of his class, Regnet paid scant attention to his servants as long as they followed his orders without question or hesitation. It was a combination that might well give pause to the most stout-hearted halfling. After a bit, Munson gave up the effort, sighed, and veered off into a side passage, no doubt in search of the requested liqueur. They reached a set of double doors. Regnet threw them open with a flourish.
"What do you think?"
he demanded proudly. Danilo peered into the room. Fine, deep chairs were scattered about, and tables of polished wood held gaming boards and neat stacks of cards. Small bowls of semi-precious gems or brightly polished crystals stood nearby as an aid in placing wagers. The most notable feature of the room was the collection of trophies. A splendid stag gazed down from over the mantel, its enormous rack casting shadows against the flickering glow of firelight on the floor beneath. A wild boar grinned wickedly from its place over the dartboard. Dangerous tusks, the size and sharpness of daggers, lent the beast an air of dignity that was not in the least diminished by the pair of darts that bristled from its snout. A narwhal was mounted against an enormous wooden plaque. The great fish had long been Regnet's pride, for the narwhal's size and the wicked, serrated length of sword on its snout made it the most difficult and dangerous of game fish. The narwhal had been stuffed with its tail arched beneath it, the body curved and ready for a lunging attack. It looked like a master swordsman forever frozen in guard position. The new addition to the game room was even more spectacular. A giant, bear-like creature loomed out of the shadows in the far corner of the room. The thing was taller than a man, with a strangely pointed head and fur the color of sooty snow. Its rubbery lips were pulled back in an eternal snarl, bearing large yellow fangs. Clawed paws, long-fingered as a man's but padded on the palm like those of a cave bear, were raised in menace.
"A yeti,"
Regnet said proudly.
"I took it in the ice caves this spring."
The taking of trophies was a common practice, but not one that appealed to Dan.
"An impressive collection,"
he said without much enthusiasm. Regnet grinned and nudged his friend with an elbow.
"Not as impressive as my other collection of trophies won, stuffed, and mounted, eh?"
Considering the nature of Dan's visit, the bawdy jest was as painful as a bare-fisted blow. It was also an unfortunately apt segue.
"I regret to be the bearer of bad news," he began.
The nobleman's smile faltered. He sank down on a nearby chair and leaned forward, his elbows on his knees and his chin resting on his hands. Once Dan was similarly settled, Regnet nodded his encouragement.
"This regards a young woman known as Lily.
I know you have met her. She was at the gemstone ball, and you engaged her in conversation, though you did not indicate to me at the time that you already knew the lady. It has been brought to my attention that you two were quite well acquainted." Regnet's eyes widened in a moment of masculine panic.
"Timora take me! Not another bastard!"
This response was not what Danilo had anticipated.
"You have others?"
The nobleman sniffed.
"Surely you aren't claiming that you do not? Consider our misspent youth, and the long nights spent drinking and wenching. Only a special pet of Lady Luck, or a man as dry as a dwarf, could escape a mishap or two. But this is a most inopportune time. I had planned to announce my betrothal at Winterfest."
Anger flared through Danilo. stealing his breath and almost blinding him with its intensity. From the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the stuffed yeti, which seemed to quiver in sympathetic indignation. He waited a moment until his vision cleared and he could trust himself to speak with control. "Yet you toyed with this girl." "As did others, no doubt," Regnant retorted. "For all we know, the brat could well be yours." Danilo surged to his feet and slapped both hands down on the table between them. He leaned in over the nobleman. "Lily was not with child," he said in cold, measured tones. "And have a care how you speak of her. She was my sister." Regnant jolted. "I did not know. Nor did I until a few days ago. Nor will I know her." The reality of that brought an overwhelming tide of loss. He slumped back into his chair. "She's dead, Regnant." "Gods above, Dan, I'm sorry." The words were sincere enough, but they spoke of sympathy for a friend's loss. For himself, Regnant looked positively relieved. Relieved. Not guilty. Danilo absorbed this, and decided that on the whole it was the best reaction he could have expected. Several moments of silence passed. For the sake of something to say, Danilo asked, "To what lady have you decided to pay court?" "This may come as something of a surprise," Regnant cautioned, "but she is a fine woman, and she will see admirably to my business and social affairs." Unlike a simple tavern wench, Danilo concluded grimly. He wondered if Lily would have derived any sense of justice from the cool, practical description Regnant gave her rival. "Business and social affairs, is it? Spoken like a true lover." Danilo's heart was not in the teasing, but at least he managed to keep the bitterness he felt on Lily's behalf out of his tone. Regnant grinned, not at all offended. "The lady has many charms, but those are the skills that come first to mind when her name is spoken. A redoubtable hostess." "Is that so?" Danilo said without much interest. "If Galinda Raventree were not so adamant in her refusal of suitors, I would think that you might be describing her." "Indeed I am," Regnant said, not without pride. At that moment, a feral shriek exploded from the far corner of the room. The yeti rocked back and forth, like a frozen creature trying to tear itself from a tomb of ice, and then it lunged forward. Both men leaped to their feet. Danilo reached for his spell bag, and Regnant drew his dagger. The yeti crashed to the floor, taking a table with it and sending ivory chess pieces flying like shards of ice. It rolled over onto one dead side and lay where it fell, leaving the real danger revealed behind it. Myrna Castellanter stood there, her hands fisted at her sides and her face as twisted and furious as a harpy's. She was dressed for seduction. Her henna-colored hair was arranged in an artful tangle to suggest or invite a lover's touch, and her gown was scarlet, clinging, and cut exceedingly low. Much of her snowy bosom was exposed, and was, at the moment, quivering with indignation.
"You thrice-bedamned troll! Son of a poxed whore!" she shrieked.
Her hands hooked into rending claws, and she came on like a rampant dragon. Regnant tossed aside his dagger and leaped over the chair he had just quit, turning it so to put some barrier between himself and the flame-haired virago bearing down on him. She leaped onto the chair in her frenzy to get at the man who had scorned her. Regnant dodged to one side, barely escaping her raking nails. The chair, no longer supported, crashed onto its back and sent Myrna tumbling over it and onto the floor. She rolled toward the hearth, but was on her feet with an agility that a traveling juggler might envy, brandishing an iron poker in a determined two-handed grip. Regnant backed away, tripping over the upended chair. "Monson!" he roared. The halfling steward appeared in the doorway, wringing his hands.
"I tried to warn you, sir,"
he began. His next words were lost in Myrna's shriek as she took a mighty swing. Regnant leaned away from the blow, but the tip of the poker traced a sooty path across the front of his shirt. On the backswing, Myrna fetched him a glancing blow to the head. Encouraged by this success, she came on, shrieking like a banshee and flailing the poker with all the verve, if none of the skill, of an elven blade singer. Danilo settled back on his heels, folded his arms, and considered Regnit's dilemma. If Myrna had been a man, or, for that matter, a woman trained in the fighting arts, Regnit could have settled the matter in a swift contest. Propriety forbade him to mishandle a gentlewoman. Even using force to subdue her was skirting the line. To all appearances, subduing Myrna would not be an easy matter. She bolstered this suspicion by smacking Regnit in the gut with enough force to double him over. Danilo supposed he ought to come to his friend's aid. He firmly intended to do so. At the moment, however, he found the spectacle vastly entertaining. Moreover, there was no denying that it held a certain justice. Danilo doubted that Tyr himself could come up with a more fitting retribution for a casual and thoughtless lover than the wrath of one he had scorned. Who was he, the merest of mortals, to intervene in so apparently divine a pattern? Just then, Myrna landed another solid whack, this one a two-handed upswing that would do justice to a master polo player. It caught Regnit under the chin, and his head snapped painfully back. He dropped and rolled beyond reach just as another vicious, chopping blow clanged onto the floor. The halfling steward rushed in and grabbed at Myrna's arm. She flung out an elbow and caught him in the face. He staggered back, clutching an eye already swollen and darkening. "Do something!" Regnit implored his friend. Danilo relented and quickly formed the gestures for a cantrip, a small spell that would heat metal. The tip of Myrna's iron weapon began to glow with red heat, which slithered up the handle toward her white-knuckled fists. She took no notice, following Regnit's retreat as he rapidly crab-walked away from her, flailing away until the poker was entirely aglow. With a sudden yelp of pain, she released the weapon. It fell to the carpet, which began to smolder. For several moments, chaos reigned. Munson rushed to douse the fire with the first available fluid, which unfortunately was the flagon of Czar he had fetched for his master. The potent liqueur set the carpet aflame. The halfling snatched a stuffed trout from its pedestal and beat out the flames. Finally, all was relatively calm, all but for Myrna, who looked ready for another round. "How could you have anything to do with that trollop?" she demanded of Regnit. "Have a care how you speak," Danilo told her. She sent him a withering look. "Not the barmaid. That does not signify, but Galinda Raventree? How could you offer me such insult?" Myrna gathered up her skirts and stormed out. She whirled at the door to deliver a final shaft. "You will regret this, both of you." Out she went, with the halfling sneaking behind her, suddenly less concerned about the visitor's spent wrath than that which was likely to ensue. Regnit, though, was of no mind to scold his steward. He sighed in mingled relief and consternation as he rose to his feet. "I am sorry for that, Dan. What will come of this, I cannot say. Myrna can be vindictive." That did not concern Danilo, and he said so. After all, what part could the gossip-monger have played in Lily's death? She was a silly, shallow woman, venal in casual conversation, but lacking the will and focus to do any real harm. He did not regret the conversation, for if it had shed no light on Lily's fate, at least it had set his mind at ease concerning Regnit's involvement. However, as Danilo left the gates, it occurred to him to wonder how Myrna knew Lily was a barmaid. He had been careful not to refer to his sister in such terms. It seemed apparent that she had known about Regnit's involvement with Lily. At least, she had not reacted to it with surprise and anger. Danilo decided to cut through Regnit's property. It was a pleasant walk, shaded by large elms and lined with a hedge of lavender. Leggy and outgrown this time of year, but still fragrant. It was a good place to think, and he had much to ponder. Foremost in his mind was puzzlement over why Myrna did not show anger about her would-be lover's involvement with Lily. Was it because a simple tavern wench just, as she'd put it, did not signify? Most of Waterdeep's nobles readily overlooked the small foibles and dalliances that were common among their class. Or perhaps Myrna had responded with rage when the tale of Lily and Regnet was newly told. If so, what form had her anger taken? In light of her display, Danilo had potent reason to believe that she was capable of ordering a rival's death, especially the removal of a person she considered to be without much consequence. He was wondering still, when the first blow came out of nowhere and sent him staggering into the fragrant hedge. Chapter 16. Danilo hauled himself to his feet. Through eyes swimming with stars, he made out 3 dark shapes dropping from the elm tree. 3, in addition to the man who had already hit him. He reached for his singing sword, for its magic served to galvanize the wielder and those who fought beside him, while disheartening those who fought against. Against 4 men, he would need that edge. He pulled the blade free. At once it broke into melody, but not the ringing comic ballads that Dan had magically taught it. The sword intoned a dismal little dirge in the nasal tones of the Termish language. The sword's magic had no power over the fighters. They fell into place around him. The man who faced him swept his sword in a taunting circle, then tossed it from left hand to right and back. It was a show meant to intimidate. And it succeeds, Danilo murmured under his breath. He reached for his spell bag and called to hand the components for a slow movement spell. To his dismay, the casting had no effect on the men circling him, but the falling leaves suddenly defied the brisk wind, dripping slowly through the sky like honey from a spoon. The singing sword gave a ghastly croak and fell silent. Magic had, to all purposes, deserted him. The man facing him sneered.
"I seen rusty swords before. First time I ever heard one!"
He lunged forward, his sword coming in high. Danilo blocked. His sword groaned with the parry, a dismal sound that seemed to leech away his resolve. When the mercenary punched out, he could not move away in time. The heavy blow caught him below the ribs and knocked the wind from him, bending him nearly double. From the corner of his eye, he saw another thug lunging in for his sword arm. He turned painfully, blocked, and riposted. All the while his sword whined, moaning and complaining. A fiery streak flared across the surface of his mind like crimson lightning. His vision danced, and a heartbeat passed before he connected the flash of pain with the long rip in his left sleeve, the welling redness staining the emerald silk. The man behind him kicked hard, catching him in the small of his back. He could not turn to defend himself, nor would he, for another man was coming in, sword leveled for a lunging thrust. Danilo blocked. He feinted low, then shifted his weight and lunged in high. His blade slid just wide of his opponent's parry, scoring a stinging cut on the man's cheek. Danilo felt a surge of satisfaction. The outcome of this seemed assured, but at least he would make some account of himself. The next cut came from behind, a shallow, stinging jab to his shoulder. Dan whirled and thrust. His sword glanced off the man's belt buckle and sank in deep. He wrenched his blade free, shifted to his back foot, and parried an attack from another foe. At the same time, he kicked back and caught the third man on the side of the knee. The thug's leg buckled, and he stumbled, nearly falling. The man caught himself and came in, his face a mask of fury. He leaped, his sword aimed for Danilo's heart. The first man, though, the one who had jeered at Danilo's sword, slashed out and knocked his comrade's blade aside. "Not that," he snarled. He glanced at Dan and added, "Not yet." Danilo suspected the last words were meant to cover a misstep. This attack was most likely not intended to be an execution, but a warning. Still, he couldn't be sure. He lifted his sword in guard position and faced down the 3 remaining men. The leader began to advance, and then froze in mid-step. His eyes shifted down to his hand, and his puzzled gaze shifted from the sword that would no longer obey him to the broad, shining dagger tip that protruded from his beard. Suddenly the dagger jerked to one side, and a crimson fountain exploded from the man's throat. He fell slowly, revealing the cold amber gaze of the elf standing behind him. The man's comrades threw down their swords and ran. Without pausing for thought, Danilo took off after them. Elaith swore and kicked into a run.
You are in no condition for this,
he pointed out as he trotted along beside.
Have to stop them,
Dan gritted from between clenched teeth.
Have to know who ordered this.
The sound of fleeing hoofbeats resounded down the back streets, but Danilo did not slow. The elf hissed in exasperation.
You are depriving some village of an idiot, you know.
The rumble of a carriage caught the elf's attention. He glanced up as the conveyance ambled by and noted that it bore the guild sign and was driven by a halfling. Good. That made things easier. Elaith leaped onto the running board. He reached up and pulled the driver from the box, sending him sprawling into the streets with a quick, careless toss. With the horses, he showed a bit more care. He caught the nearest bridle and coaxed the team to a stop. He flung open the door and tumbled the shrieking passengers out, then shouldered Dan into the carriage. Slamming the door, he leaped onto the driver's box. He shook the reins over the horses' backs. The frightened animals took off at a tearing run. Danilo crawled through the window onto the box.
Don't think that I am devoid of appreciation, he began. But
not another word,
the elf snarled as he guided the team around a sharp turn.
You wanted to catch those men. This is the only way you'll do so without bleeding yourself dry.
Danilo considered, then gave a curt nod. That was all he had time for, because another careening turn tipped the carriage onto two wheels. He seized the edge of the seat and braced his boots against the footrest to keep from sliding off onto the cobblestones.
Hang on,
Elaith said, belatedly. They tore through the streets, tilting wildly first to one side, then the other as they thundered along. The elf kept the hindmost rider in sight. No easy task, despite the fact that the man's precipitous flight emptied the streets. Elaith followed him down a narrow alley, one that curved and twisted like a snake. The carriage tilted but did not fall. Sparks flew as the wheel rubbed against the narrow walls and showered down on them from where the upper edge grazed the opposite wall. They burst out into the chaos of a crowded courtyard. A trio of barrels rolled toward them. One shattered beneath the horses' hooves. The scent of mead honeyed the air. Chickens fled, squawking in stupid indignation. A few merchants stood their ground, shouting imprecations and pelting the carriage with spilled and ruined produce. Instinctively, Elaith reached for a retaliatory knife. Danilo caught his arm as he was getting ready to throw.
Listen,
he said grimly. The distinctive rise and fall of the watch horn sounded over the noise of the street. Elaith swore and jerked the reins to the left, sending the horses careening down a side street. 4 men in black and green scale armor formed ranks at the end of the street.
The watch, Danilo said. The penalty for attacking them is high.
Then let's hope they have the sense to get out of the way,
the elf returned. He leaned forward, shaking the reins over the horses' backs to urge them on. Something of his grim determination transmitted itself to the team. The pampered carriage horses turned back their ears, lowered their heads, and charged. At the last moment, the watchman leaped aside. The carriage thundered through, veering off to the right with a screech of wheels and a wild chorus of snorts and whinnies. An equine cry that would not have disgraced a paladin's battle horse.
At least someone's enjoying this,
Danilo commented. He sent a worried glance over his shoulder, then sighed with relief as all 4 men rose to their feet. A shadow flashed over them, tracing a circle on the road below.
Griffin Rider,
Danilo supplied. Elaith swore and pulled back on the reins, but the horses were too lost in their wild, newfound freedom to respond in time. Wind buffeted them as enormous wings backbeat the air. A huge, leonine body pivoted in the air and dropped to the ground in a ready crouch. The creature's eagle-like beak snapped in percussive counterpoint to the menacing, feline growl that rumbled from its feathered throat. The horses shied, rearing up to paw the air and whinnying in terror. The carriage tilted, spilling its occupants to the ground. Elaith was on his feet at once, alert for the attack, but he did not draw a weapon. From his position on the cobblestone, Danilo applauded the elf's good sense. At least 20 watchmen and a dozen guards surrounded them with drawn swords. Elaith cast a baleful look at Danilo.
Are you dead? He demanded tartly.
Dan hauled himself painfully to his feet, giving the matter careful consideration.
Not quite.
Good,
the elf growled as the men closed in.
I should hate to miss the opportunity to kill you myself.
The door to the prison cell clanked shut. Elaith turned to glower at his companion. Danilo had been uncharacteristically silent all the way to the castle. He slumped now onto the narrow cot. The elf noticed he cradled one elbow in his hand.
Your arm has come free of the shoulder?
I think so,
Danilo admitted.
Hard to tell, though. Everything hurts, and it's difficult to sort one thing from another.
There is one sure way of finding out.
Elaith seized the man's wrist and gave it a sharp, vicious tug. Danilo let out a startled oath, then rolled his shoulder experimentally.
That worked,
he said, surprised.
There isn't a better way?
Of course there is, but I'm of no mind to use it,
the elf returned.
That cut on your arm needs attention. I can stitch it if you wish.
With what? A fishhook? Dan retorted. Thank you, but I will await the healer. He paused. You followed me. Why? Elaith considered what to say. The dream spheres were on the streets, sold to those who were likely to have knowledge that would aid the elf's chosen vendetta. He had picked up the dreams of one of these men, a hired sword who harbored a twisted desire to inflict pain on one of the city's privileged, wealthy men. Elaith had seen the man's mental image of his victim. Despite all that he had done, all that he was currently doing, Elaith could not allow a man he'd named elf friend to suffer this fate. No, this was hardly the sort of explanation he could afford to give. Why were you following me? Persisted Danilo.
Morbid curiosity?
The elf suggested. Very amusing, Danilo said dryly. How did you know where to find me?
Not a difficult thing. I assumed you would go to confront Regnet Amcathra, considering that you two are long-time friends.
The man sighed and slumped lower onto the cot. Of that, I am not so certain. The attack outside his house so soon after I challenged him about his involvement in Lily's death? I do not want to think ill of Regnet, but I no longer know whom to trust. Elaith was silent for a long moment.
I saw Myrna Castellanter leave. She looked angry. She is not without resources.
She did threaten Regnet and me, Danilo admitted. I suppose it is possible that she sent those thugs, although to date Myrna has limited herself to assassinating character.
It is possible she took aim at your character, but missed so small a target,
Elaith suggested pleasantly. Danilo sent him a wry look. Is that any way to address an elf friend? Elaith thought of the Maurakira Hadryad. He could almost feel the heat of it, even though the stone was hidden. He could feel the compelling, twisting magic of the thing, and he answered from the heart.
I am doing the best I can.
In Erlin's opinion, she had spent far more time in the company of Waterdeep's merchant nobility than any sane person should have to endure. Yet here she was, standing at the magic-blackened gate to the El Torgal Manor. Isabeau was connected with the theft of the dream spheres. How, Erlin was not certain. By her own admission, the woman had been involved with Oth. Arya El Torgal had let slip that her brother had been doing business with Elaith Krolnober. Perhaps she would let slip something else that would enable Erlin to start piecing together an answer. However, Lady Arya was not receiving visitors. The servant made a point of sniffing at Erlin's lack of a calling card, then slowly scanned the guest registry, glancing up from time to time as if to underscore the fact that the half-elf was not listed among those the family expected or wanted to receive. After a few minutes of this, Erlin lost patience. She shouldered past the servant and stalked through the halls in search of the noblewoman. The suddenly frantic servant followed close on her heels, imploring her to see reason.
That will do, Orwell,
said a cold, female voice.
I will handle this.
The servant bowed deeply and hurried off, clearly glad to have shed himself of this responsibility. For a long moment, the two women faced each other in silence. "What do you want?" Arya El Torkel demanded. "Information," the half-elf replied. The noblewoman gave a scornful little sniff. "Have you no sense of propriety at all, to come storming in making demands of a family in grief?" "That leads nicely to my first question," Erlin said. "Why does no one know of Oth's death?" "That is no business of yours," the woman retorted. "The creatures that killed Oth have followed and attacked me. That makes this very much my business." She remembered Arya's words about the death of the First Lady Deslantyr, and added, "Nor am I the only person of elven blood who has been attacked." A sly, cold smile edged on the woman's beautiful face. "I find it hard to weep over this." "Why's that?" "Nothing good comes of mixing with elves. You provide proof of that." Erlin ignored the insult. "Yet your brother did business with Elaith Krolnober." The woman's gaze shifted to one side. "Did he?" she said vaguely. "That's what you said when we brought word of your brother's fate. I'd like to know more." Arya tossed her head, sending her flame-colored ringlets dancing with indignation. "Go ask him yourself. The elf, not Oth," she added hurriedly. This struck Erlin as an odd statement. "Maybe I'll do that." The woman's strange, sly smile returned. "If you hurry, you should be able to find him in the castle. Danilo as well, for that matter." "The castle?" Erlin repeated, not understanding where this was going. The castle of Waterdeep was an enormous structure that housed the city guard, the headquarters and barracks of the Watch, the armory, offices for city administrators, and a host of other practical functions, including the prisons, she concluded aloud, understanding the malicious delight dancing in Arya's green eyes. Anger and frustration washed through her at the realization that Danilo had ignored the warnings to stay away from the treacherous elf. "Both Elaith and Danilo? Since you seem to know so much, why don't you tell me what happened?" "Didn't I make myself clear?" the woman said with false sweetness. "That's what comes of associating with the wrong people. Now, if you'll excuse me, you've been here rather too long. I have no interest in courting Bashaba's fancy," she said, naming the goddess of bad luck. Erlin noted the woman's animosity, but her attention was more on the contents of her own purse. As she left the El Torkel manor, she mentally counted her coin and tallied whether or not she had enough to pay damage fees for both of the offenders. If not, she was not entirely certain which of the pair she would leave to languish in his cell. As it turned out, Erlin was not forced to make that choice. Elaith had left the castle within the hour, but despite Danilo's arguing and bargaining, he had refused to carry word of Danilo's predicament to his steward. "You are safer where you are," was all that the elf would say. Judging from the grim set of Erlin's face, Danilo was inclined to agree with Elaith. She strode along at a pace Danilo was hard-pressed to match. "Consider it a new experience," he suggested. "How many times have you had to sign pledge for a prisoner in the castle?" "Too many," she muttered. "But you may get a chance to return the favor. Myrna Castellanter doesn't inspire my better nature. I'm half hoping she'll come at me with a poker." Danilo chuckled and slipped an arm around her waist, keeping it there until they reached Myrna's manor. The maid ushered them into Myrna's presence and dropped her tray with a shriek. Her mistress was on her knees on the floor, both hands clutching at her throat. Her face was blue, and though her mouth worked frantically, no sound emerged. Erlin strode forward, reaching in her bag for the small vial she carried for just such occasions. She uncorked it with her teeth and spat out the cork, then seized the woman's chin and tilted her head back. She poured the liquid into the woman's mouth and held her head back until it ran down her throat. Myrna slowly began to breathe normally. Her face turned a sickly green, and she rushed for the washstand. She retched until she was as dry as the Honorrock, then wiped the tears from her streaming eyes. The look she cast upon her rescuers held more enmity than gratitude.
Trying to clean up after your friend?
She croaked at Dan. He and Erilyn exchanged a puzzled glance. I don't understand, he said.
Elaith poisoned me. I'm sure of it. I have had dealings with him of late,
Myrna admitted, her voice growing stronger.
Some openly, some hidden. Payment for some of the information came in the form of elven coin,
she said defensively.
What reason would he have to do such a thing?
Danilo demanded. The woman sniffed.
You are a fool,
she said.
Do you know nothing of what goes on around you?
Erilyn's face clouded and she seemed about to speak, but Danilo made a subtle gesture warning her to silence. The gossip-monger's words were too close to his own thoughts for comfort. What she had to say he needed to hear. He took a small purse of gold from his bag and set it on the table. Go on, he said evenly. For once, the sight of gain had no effect on Myrna. She caught up the bag and threw it back at him.
This I will do gladly, she said vindictively. Lady Cassandra did well to keep you from the family business. You, who dance attendance to the Archmage and play about with harpers. What would you do, Harper, if you knew that the days of the Than family's presence in illegal trade were far from over? Your duty? She mocked him.
Be careful what rumors you repeat, Erilyn said softly.
Rumors?
The woman laughed scornfully.
Half the bards in Waterdeep speak of him as a harper. As to his family, he believes me. I see it in his face.
Not just Than, Dan said slowly. There is much trade between Waterdeep and Skullport. It stands to reason that someone oversees that trade, someone who has the resources and the power to impose order on what would otherwise be lawless chaos.
Huzzah!
Myrna applauded him mockingly.
He realized that his clan is not all-powerful. Of course, it's not just Than. There are 7 families, each with interests that are clearly defined and viciously protected. I will not name them, but surely you could come up with at least 2 of them.
El Torkel, Erilyn guessed, seeing Oth's death in this new light.
Those potion mixers and tinkers? Hardly.
Myrna cocked her bright head as she considered this.
Nonetheless, I would not rule out the possibility. The current struggle might make room for new faces, provided, of course, that those faces are not surmounted by pointed ears, she added viciously.
Danilo began to follow her reasoning. Elaith Kroll-Nober has many concerns in this city, both above and below the streets.
Huzzah again, the woman said. He is getting too ambitious, too powerful. The families have agreed to oust the Elf Lord.
Yet you have had dealings with him, Erilyn pointed out. Myrna smiled coyly.
Who is to say that I might not be behind some of these attempts?
For a long moment, no one answered. Erilyn stooped and picked up the empty vial.
To think I wasted a perfectly good antidote.
The noblewoman's face turned livid.
Mark me, you will not escape this. Do you think that the families are pleased with Dan's relationship with Kelvin Aronson? With the Harpers? With a half-elf?
She stopped and made a visible effort to calm herself.
I have said too much, and I will no doubt pay for it. But every word of it is truth. If you ask my opinion, and many people in this city do, you're both in deep and wild water, and neither of you will swim to shore.
Chapter 17. By unspoken agreement, Danilo and Erilyn sought out the beauty and solitude of his elven garden. They did not speak until they stood at the edge of the serene pool, and for a long time they stared into the water as if it were a scrying bowl that could show them their next course. Danilo was of no mind for conversation. He still reeled from this revelation, which explained much, if not all, of the mysteries surrounding recent events.
Myrna Castellanter is a spiteful woman,
Erilyn said at last. I will not argue with that, but I dare say there is as much truth in her words as spite, he said. Don't you agree?
Not completely. I doubt Elaith is responsible for poisoning Myrna.
Danilo looked at her in surprise. Really? Elves seldom use poison. Elaith's methods, though twisted, are still elven. Twisted? He prompted. She told him her suspicions that Elaith killed the broker down in Skullport in order to acquire the missing dream spheres. The mark of an elven sword was unmistakable. One of the men had been dissolved into mist. Elaith is competent in magic, and he has a vast collection of magical weapons. It is the sort of thing he would do. But Myrna said she received payment in elven coin. What of it? That, more than anything, leads me to believe that Elaith is being set up. He isn't that stupid. No, he isn't, Danilo agreed. But that makes him all the more dangerous. He will not take kindly to this treatment. It's possible that some of the recent events are his vengeance against the noble families. They considered this in silence. A courtesan was dead, and Simon Ilzimmer had been blamed. The death count did not end there. Belinda Gundwind and her elven love, Oth El Torkel, Lily. And this is the elf I am pledged to defend, Danilo said softly. Once he asked me to prove his innocence. I have to find the truth of this, no matter where it leads. I owe him that much, for the honor he once did me. Erilyn nodded and started for the gate. We might as well get on with it. Isabeau waited until Erilyn and Danilo were well out of sight, then sailed up to the door of Myrna Castellanter's mansion as if she were a regular visitor. She found Myrna pale but unusually calm. The reason for this, the woman explained, was her new diversion. She showed Isabeau a wooden box filled with small crystal spheres. Isabeau knew all about them, knew more than this silly woman could begin to suspect, but she listened with quiet contempt as Myrna spoke glowingly of using purchased magic to live a fantasy. She, Isabeau, was determined to carve out her own. The dream spheres were not the way. She saw that now. If they had already found their way into the homes of Waterdeep's wealthy and powerful, she had little hope of retrieving enough of them to turn a profit. There was another way. Risky, certainly, but Isabeau saw in it her only chance. She selected the largest, brightest globe from the box, and took note of the greedy, territorial expression that leaped into Myrna's eye. I would like to try one of these wonders, Isabeau said. Will you choose one for me? Myrna all but leaped for the powerful, expensive globe in her visitor's hands. That one is for my own use. Any of these others you may have. We could perhaps share, Isabeau suggested. You to your dream and I mine? A pleasant respite to break up the day. Her hostess nodded avidly. Once her guest was settled with a lesser magical dream, she took the powerful dream sphere for herself. Isabeau waited until the woman was deep into the magical trance. She rose quietly to her feet and tipped the box of dream spheres into her pocket. Then she carefully unclasped the necklace from the entranced woman's neck and added it to her lute. The larger and brighter the sphere, the longer and more powerful the dream. Isabeau had learned that much, but she took no chances. Moving as silently and swiftly as a dervish's ghost, she picked the chamber clean of any valuables and fled while the woman was still deep in her dream. Isabeau had had no idea that gossip-mongering paid so well. With the coins and jewels she had taken from this single theft, she could easily buy and bribe her way into distant Tethir. Elated at her success, she all but ran from the mansion and climbed into the waiting carriage. If the driver was surprised to hear that she wished to go directly to the south gate, he did not state his opinion. An extra gold coin went a long way toward ensuring discretion. If she were careful and lucky, she might yet make it safely to the southern lands. Isabeau settled back against the seat and dared to begin dreaming of a future far greater than any she might glimpse in one of Oth El Torkel's magical toys. Erilyn woke with a start, sitting upright beside her sleeping friend. After a moment, her breathing returned to normal, but the dream that had awakened her did not fade. She glanced at the moonblade, which lay sheathed beside the bed. It was dark and silent. In times past, she had awakened from such a dream to find the sword limned with green light, a sure confirmation that the dream was sent from forest elves in need of her help. This time, the dream was different. It was she who needed the help, and her friends from distant Tethir forest who came to her aid. There was no trusting the dream, though. Evidence of that was plentiful. 5 ghostly elves stood sentinel in the room, released from the sword by the relaxing of her will. In fact, the Moonblade's magic was growing ever more contradictory. Elaine could almost count upon the elven sword to do the opposite of whatever function it had once performed. Warnings came not at all, or too late. Worse, its quick strike was growing unreliable, sometimes coming too fast, sometimes not at all. If this continued, she would not be able to use the sword in battle. A discreet knock on the door roused the sleeping man beside her. Danilo sat up and ran both hands through his hair.
"What is it, Monroe?"
"A message for Lady Elaine," the halfling said, his voice muffled by the heavy door.
"Well, bring it in."
The halfling entered and handed Elaine a message marked with the seal of the guard. She quickly broke the seal and read with growing wonder. "There is a group of forest elves inquiring for me at the south gate," she said, and explained in a few words her belief that the malfunctioning sword had reversed the direction of the dream summons. "They've come to help," she concluded. "And?" Danilo prompted, seeing from her eyes that there was more. Elaine met his eyes with a steady gaze. "These are the elves from Tethir's forest. You should know that Foxfire is among them." Danilo absorbed this in silence.
"You will want to meet with them at once,"
he said simply. It was the answer Elaine had hoped to hear. No questions, no reservations. This was part of her life, her duty, and he accepted it as such. He did not ask what path she would take when the task at hand was done. The time would come when Elaine would have to answer that. She could not say how she would respond. The night was nearly over, and Elaine had yet to decide whether his campaign to divert attention of the nobles from himself was success or failure. It was true that he had received important information through the combined magic of the Maurkira and the Dream Spheres. However, word of the Dream Spheres was spreading fast. Too fast. The powers of law and order were beginning to take notice. Just that day, 3 of his Dream Sphere vendors had been arrested. The wizards of Waterdeep were furious at this profligate use of magic, and Elaine had received word that there were attempts to magically follow the spheres back to their source. He wondered where those magical inquiries might lead. Given the distortion of magic that the Dream Spheres caused, it might be almost anywhere. He might not be the equal of Othel Torkel when it came to twisting magic, but he knew enough to ensure that no one could trace the sale of the spheres back to his door. Certainly no one would come looking for him here. The monster pit was one of the best-kept secrets in the dock ward. Through a two-way mirror, the elf looked out over his establishment with a mixture of distaste and satisfaction. Gladiatorial dens were illegal in Waterdeep, but this one was highly popular. It lay many, many feet under a smithy and a raucous tavern. By day, the clatter of hammers on metal, the hiss of the bellows, and the gruff shouts and near-constant singing of the smiths served to drown out any hint of the noise of battle and the cheering of the spectators. By night, the tavern served the same purpose. The monster pit was a large, round cavern that had been carved into the shale. The walls had been covered with wood to keep patrons from peeling layers off the rock and hurling them at the combatants. As usual, it was an unruly crowd seasoned with strong spirits and a variety of entertainments not available in the market. Smoke from scores of pipes rose into a thick blue haze. Most of the patrons were shouting and shaking their fists at the fighters, but a few wandered off into back rooms for private wagers or games. Tonight the betting was brisk, for few men knew how to take the measure of the rare monsters that faced off. They were an unusual pair, and had cost the elf considerable effort and expense to acquire. The larger fighter was a Fomorian, a member of a species of freaks in which no two were quite alike. This creature was male, a huge brute with 4 muscled arms and a vast torso that dwindled down to short, bandy legs. Despite his stunted legs, The fighter stood well over 6 feet tall. His face was malformed, dominated by an enormous eye that drooped low on one cheek. The Fomorian's nose was a bear-like snout, and his other eye was small, red, and cunning. His opponent was a yuan-ti, a snake-like creature with the head and arms of a man. At the moment, the snake man had the upper hand. His coils were wrapped around the Fomorian. The brute's eyes bulged, but he continued to fight. With 2 of his hands, he squeezed the snake's neck, and with the other pair, he desperately tried to peel off the crushing coils. The monsters' faces were eerily similar, for both had mouths as wide as frogs. Their fanged teeth were bared in fierce grimaces, and their forked tongues flicked out in desperate, flickering gasps. It was all very distasteful, Elaine noted, but highly profitable. The sound of a watch horn tore through the din and shattered his comfortable musings. 3 patrols, 12 men, pounded down the wooden stairs. To Elaine's consternation, they went straight for the mages who ringed the cavern and whose magic kept the monsters contained within the ring.
"Fools,"
Elaine muttered. In the chaos that followed, the yuan-ti immediately loosed its hold and slithered off, disappearing into a small hole that led to its den. The Fomorian roared and charged with the fury of a caged beast who sees a chance at freedom. 3 of the watch converged on the fighter. He resisted, easily lifting 1 in each hand and hurling them aside. The third was swept away as wild melee filled the room. The creature's mismatched eyes swept the room, searching the crowd for Elaine, the elf who had captured and imprisoned him. He charged forward and smashed the mirror with 3 fists. His malformed eyes gleamed with wild delight as they settled upon Elaine. He backed off several steps and kicked into a charge. The monster's progress was halted by a shining elven sword. To Elaine's astonishment, Elaine stepped into the Fomorian's path. "If you have a weapon, arm yourself," she said to the creature. "You cannot be serious," Elaine began incredulously. "I will not kill an unarmed being," she said sternly. "Give him your sword." Still, Elaine hesitated, but the Fomorian settled the matter by ripping a weapon, and the arm that held it, from a passing gambler. Elaine lifted her sword in challenge. The Fomorian charged, seeing only the elf behind her and the prospect of cutting him down. Elaine would not give way, though. For several moments the battle went on. 2 of the watch took notice and began to close in on the combatants. One of them came to an astonished halt.
"That's it. I didn't sign on for this."
The man turned and headed for the stairs. Elaine followed the man's line of vision and gasped in astonishment. A tall, rangy elven woman stood at the edge of the ring, her translucent sword drawn and her ghostly face daring any to interfere with the challenge beyond. More of the patrons noticed the apparently vengeful spirit, and more took to the exits in frantic haste. Elaine could not move so much as a step. He knew that elf. It was, or had been, Thasitalia, a warrior whom he had known on Evermeet. She had wielded the moonblade Elaine carried and had bequeathed it to Amnestria, the willful, wild-hearted princess he had loved. That was very long ago, though. Why was Thasitalia here? To help defend him? Or to take vengeance upon him for his many misdeeds? Perhaps even to reclaim the Maurkira and destroy the elf who dared to wield it. Before an answer came, the ghostly elf faded away. Elaine finished the battle and sprinted to Elaine's side. "Any way out of here?" The return to practicalities steadied him. Elaine used the points of his daggers to prod people out of the way. The 2 elves made their way to a back room. He threw aside a small carpet and opened the trap door hidden below. They dropped into the opening and fled in silence through the tunnels. When finally they stopped for breath, Elaine got right to the point. "What do you have to do with these dream spheres?" Perhaps it was the appearance of Thasitalia, perhaps the sight of a moonblade raised in his defense. "I have them," he said frankly, for he suspected that there was little she did not know. "When presented with the opportunity, I took it. In a way, this is self-defense. I am using them to set my enemies against each other." Do you realize the implications of what you have done?
Things may have gotten out of hand.
The elf felt more vulnerable and open than he had for many years, and he described some of the truly ugly dreams that had recently been coming through the magical spheres.
I can't begin to fathom where some of them are coming from.
Erilyn thought this over. A suspicion that she could not entirely grasp came to her. Let me see the Maukira. When the elf hesitated, she drew her sword and threw it aside, following it with the knife in her boot and the hunting knife in her belt. I am unarmed, she said. You can easily take it back.
That was not my concern,
Elaine said. I know what your concern is, she snapped. A moment's contact won't corrupt me, even if I'm wrong. The elf's face was deeply puzzled, but he produced the ruby from a pocket of his jacket and handed it to her. Erilyn studied the stone, turning it over carefully and running her fingers over the glittering facets. It was a beautiful thing, deep red and perfectly cut. Magic vibrated through it, even she could sense that. All the same, she was certain that this was not the dark stone of legend. How much did you pay for this? She asked. Elaith looked startled.
600 gold. Why?
That's a lot for a piece of crystal. The elf looked as if he wasn't sure whether to be puzzled or outraged.
Explain,
he requested coolly. You're still alive, the half-elf said with a faint, cold smile. You know what I am, what I have been. There is enough anger in me to give the Maukira a foothold. I wouldn't need much of an excuse to kill you. More importantly, Dan is still alive. You even came to his aid. I doubt you would have done that if you were under the influence of the rogue stone. His answering smile was bitter.
You do not know the entire legend, princess. If there is a seed of evil, the rogue stone will make it grow. But creatures beyond redemption can handle it with impunity. I am still clear of mind and will, quite capable of making decisions that suit my whim. What does that say of me?
Erilyn had never seen such emptiness in living eyes, or such despair. If anything, that only convinced her she was right. It is a counterfeit, she persisted. Take me to the fence you bought it from and I'll prove it. The elf conceded and led the way to a shop in Castle Ward. Erilyn stalked up to the one-eyed man and placed the stone on his table. You sold this gem. The man's gaze flicked from Elaith's face to Erilyn's as if seeking permission to speak. The elf nodded.
That is so,
the fence said.
Why?
It's a fake. A crystal. He drew himself up, outraged.
I know precious stones. That is a ruby. I stake my life on it.
A bad choice of words, considering the company,
Elaith said pleasantly.
Convince me.
The fence took up the stone and a glass. He began to study it. His confidence faded away by the moment, and he raised a horrified gaze to his visitors.
This is not the stone I sold you.
I assure you that it is none other,
Elaith said.
Then it is not the one I bought.
Erilyn began to see through the problem. Did anyone else look at the stone?
2 or 3 people. One I remember in particular. A young woman, very richly dressed and haughty. Her eyes were green, her hair a very bright red.
The half-elf snatched up the stone and seized Elaith's arm. Before the elf could protest, she hustled him out of the shop. That's Arya El-Torkel, she said tersely. We need to speak with her. Elaith nodded and began to climb the stairs carved into the thick stone wall of a cobbler's shop. The half-elf, understanding his intent, fell into step. They made their way onto the rooftops and set an unerring course for the El-Torkel manor, following a hidden path known only to those who made their way in the shadows. Erilyn fell easily into the task and into the rhythms of the elf's quick pace. Without speech, they circled the rooftops around the El-Torkel estate until they caught sight of Arya. The woman was in the garden. They dropped lightly from the wall, flanking her and closing in. Elaith pointed a wand at her. A shimmering ball darted toward her, enclosing her head and shoulders and cutting short her shrill scream. She turned to run, but the elf seized her and sat her none too gently back on the bench. Erlin's attention was elsewhere. A familiar-looking cat had vacated Arya's lap and was now sitting crouched a few feet away. The tabby's gray tail was lashing in agitation, but there was a decidedly unfeline expression of wrath in the creature's eyes. It was the cat that Arya had held when they had come bringing word of Oth's death. It was also the tabby Erlin had seen in Isabeau's chamber in the Eltorkels' country estate. It was, in short, one well-traveled cat, if indeed it was a cat at all. Erlin leaped, arms outstretched to seize the tabby. The creature vanished in a puff of acrid blue smoke.
"What the 9 bloody hells was that?" demanded Elaine.
Erlin looked down at the noblewoman and saw her suspicions confirmed in Arya's look of mingled panic and fury. "That," she said emphatically, "was Oth Eltorkel." Chapter 18. "It all fits," Danilo said thoughtfully when they brought the matter before him. "That ring Isabeau had at the Eltorkel estate, was it like the one we found on the severed hand?" "I had not considered that, but now that you mention it, the ring did look familiar," Erlin admitted. "It was gold and had a pink stone." "I'd wager that the ring we found was an illusion. The hand as well, no doubt." Danilo began to pace. "Remember the state of Oth's study? The tables were overturned, the floors littered with broken pottery and common spell components, but the shelves, with their valuable vials and scrolls and boxes, were untouched. No wonder the Eltorkel family kept Oth's death a secret," the half-elf said. "But why would he wish to appear dead?"
"I can answer that," Elaith said softly. "Much of it you already know, thanks to Myrna Castellanter's tattling tongue. The illegal trade in and out of this city is carefully, secretly controlled. For many years I have been building an empire of my own."
He smiled faintly. "I suppose it is a tribute to my success that I have finally been perceived as a threat. The 7 families have been sending me warnings for quite some time now.
Some are subtle, some not quite so."
"Such as the Tren attack at the Than Villa," Erlin said.
"That lacked subtlety," the elf said dryly. "But set your mind at ease, Lord Than. That was not your family's doing. Naturally, it was hoped that I would assume it was and would strike back. This would have given the Than family reason to join the others in their attempts to have me ousted."
"So the Lady Cassandra has no part in this?"
"I did not say that,"
Elaith cautioned him.
"She may have no choice but to take action."
"What form will that action take?" Erlin asked. The elf was silent for a long moment.
"I thought that I held the Mauerkira. I had reason to think so. I arranged for certain people to use the dream spheres, and from them I gained information I used to take action against the 2-city consortium."
"What kind of action?" Danilo said cautiously.
"I had nothing to do with your sister's death," the elf began.
"That was Oth," Erlin said decisively. "If he can take the form of a cat, why not a Tren? Of course Isabeau had reason to run from him. From what Elaith says, she stole from Oth not once, but twice. She probably named Elaith from sheer spite. What of Belinda Gundwind?"
"Ilzimmer, I suspect," the elf said wearily. "The path to that is rather convoluted. I had a fatal dispute with a mercenary captain, a retainer of the Ilzimmer clan. The killing blade was made by the Amcathra clan and was stolen during the ambush."
Danilo looked puzzled. "What has that to do with the Gundwind clan?"
"It is common knowledge that the Amcathra family is not among the 2-city consortium. That is why I sent you to Regnet," the elf admitted. "It was a diversion, nothing more. The Ilzimmers assumed, as I intended for them to do, that the blade was a sign from Gundwind. After all, it was lost from their caravan. Its use to attack an Ilzimmer soldier, especially considering that the man was the caravan master, could be seen as a direct accusation. The death of Belinda was intended to be a warning."
"So were the attacks on Danilo and me," Erlin said. "What of Simon Ilzimmer?" Elaith's smile took on a hard edge. That was my doing, he said without the slightest hint of guilt.
The woman was in my employ and dying from a wasting disease of the lungs. A few illusions, a few well-spent coins, and there are many who will swear that Simon Ilzimmer was seen coming from her room.
I cannot shed too many tears over such a man, but I do not approve, Danilo said heatedly. Let's set aside the consideration of whether Simon's innocence is general or specific. What about those who give testimony? I assume that they were chosen to implicate some other family and to further fuel the flames? The elf admitted this with a nod.
I will undo what I can. You said that you had words with Simon Ilzimmer that same day. Do you remember the hour?
The bells of Ilmater's temple were ringing, Erlin recalled.
That answers all, Elaine said with satisfaction. The hour is close enough. You can speak for him. That will help build favor between the Ilzimmer family and the Thans. It will be easy enough to blame this on Oth. We know he has done murder in other forms. Why not claim that he took on the physical shape of Simon Ilzimmer?
Danilo started to protest, then gave up with a sigh. We have to find Oth before we can accuse him of anything. The question is, how do we proceed?
I see several possible paths, none of them very attractive, the elf said. We could turn this matter over to the Lords of Waterdeep, but these accusations would be hard to prove, and that might only deepen the animosity between the families. We could let the families settle this among themselves and hope that the bloodletting is minimal. This is the course I myself prefer, but for the fact that you and the princess are in line for reprisal.
Danilo grimaced. Or... The elf's smile was cold and ruthless.
We could serve up Oth to the two city families, but first we will have to find and stop him.
Not easy to find a dead man who can change his appearance at will, Erlin pointed out.
It will be easier than you think, Elaith said.
He took the red crystal from his pocket and flipped it onto the table.
Oth has been sending information to me through this, things he wants me to know. He wants all three of us dead, and he is trying to entrap us. Let's oblige him.
I've heard better plans, Danilo said dryly. But please continue. This can only improve. Elaith reached out and tapped the stone.
In 2 nights, there will be a massive, coordinated Tren attack against members of both the Than and Ilzimmer clans.
Why would Oth do that?
Several reasons. These families have long-standing rivalries. They will believe that the attacks come from their rivals and will continue to act upon them. They will fight until both are weakened. At some point, the other families will step in and settle the matter.
Why would Oth want to create problems among these families? Dan wondered.
The Eltorkal fortunes are fading, the elf reminded him.
No wonder, Erlin put in. New tunnels don't come cheap. Neither do the services of Tren assassins. Or magical research, Danilo added. The cost of developing the dream spheres must have been ruinous. Elaith shook his head.
The cost would be a small thing compared to the profit Oth could make if he could worm his clan into the two-city trade. Using the dream spheres, Oth could learn enough bits and pieces of the illegal trade to make a convincing bid. Fortunately, the elf said grimly, he failed in his most ambitious ploy. He drew me into the dream sphere trade, no doubt hoping that I would be tempted to use the devices myself and thus betray secrets that I entrust to no man. If he accomplished what the 7 families could not do, and handed them both my ruin and my fortune, the other families would welcome him into their midst with open arms.
Danilo and Erlin absorbed this.
There are still a number of loose threads, Erlin said.
It is clear that the peerage does not embrace elves, but the Eltorkal family seems extreme in their dislike. Oth is an arrogant man, Danilo explained. The thought that some magic might elude his grasp is deeply offensive to him. You should have seen his face at the Gemstone Ball when he asked me to teach him spell song magic.
That is well said,
the elf agreed.
A number of years ago, Oth tried to purchase elven spells from the priests at the Pantheon Temple. He was firmly rebuffed.
Sibylanthra Deslantier was a mage, Erlin pointed out. Is it possible that she, too, rebuffed Oth? Perhaps he was working on the Maurkira back then. If he thought that she understood too much of his intent, he might think it necessary to silence her. Elaith looked startled, then grimly angry.
I would say it is very possible.
That fits as well, Erlin mused. She was most likely killed by poison. Diluntir deals both in poisons and the services of Tren, clearly. Oth has some contact with the man. That could also explain the attack on Myrna Castellanter.
No, that was my doing,
Elaith said candidly. He shrugged off their incredulous stares.
She had it coming. Who do you think ordered the attack outside of Regnit's house?
Danilo massaged his temples. Let us come back to that at a later time. I take it that you know where the attacks will be?
I do.
Elaith sighed in deep and profound frustration.
Unfortunately, I do not have enough men to counteract these attacks. Oh, there are many in my employ, but none whom I trust in this matter. The shipment of dream spheres I acquired in Skullport is no doubt a paltry thing compared to Oth's store of them. I would wager that dream spheres have made their way into the hands of every man, woman, and monster seen frequenting my establishments or taking payment from me.
The elf fell silent for a moment.
The only people I trust are in this room. I know of none others.
I do, said Erlin suddenly. Danilo nodded slowly, understanding what she intended. The elves from Tethir came expecting to fight at your side if need be. There are other elves in the city. They might be recruited to this cause. Elaith snorted.
Forgive me, but you do not understand the elven mind. Most of Waterdeep's elves are gold or moon folk like Erlin and myself. Who would they follow? A band of forest elves, who to them are nothing but unknown savages? Or a half-elf, or a rogue, such as myself? The elves of this city know of my reputation, Elaith said, and more than one of them has suffered vicariously because of my deeds. They will want no part of this. They have no reason to trust me, even less if they hear that the Maurkira Hadryad is involved. No, I am sorry, but the people in this city have no reason to unite under any of those banners.
Send out messengers, Erlin said with grim certainty. Gather all the elves you know. I'll do the rest. Lady Cassandra regarded her youngest son with uncertainty.
No more flaming books?
Just a simple warning, Mother. I have come to the end of the path, and you should know what I have found. She nodded, as if she had been expecting this. Danilo told her what he had learned.
I did not order the Tren assassinations, she said in a tight, worried tone. But if this comes to light, no one will believe it, and the Than family will be anathema. How much more so after the battle between the families is over?
It will not take place, he said adamantly. At least, not in any way that touches Than. For once, stay your hand and let someone else handle the problem. Take precautions to protect the family, but keep all your retainers out of this. Cassandra did not agree, but neither did she disagree. After a moment, Danilo spoke the one question to which he must have an answer. Erlin and I have shared the elven handfasting. We have bonded in rapport. She wears my ring, and we intend to marry. Know that she has my first and deepest allegiance. She is worthy of that and more.
That I never doubted,
the woman murmured. Then tell me why you have been so opposed to our union. For a moment, Cassandra looked weary, almost fragile.
You and Erlin might have children. It is possible that one of them might be half-elven in appearance. That would raise questions.
Danilo nodded encouragement.
When you spoke of your elven heritage, I thought you knew. But after the first moment of surprise passed, I realized that Kelbin must have passed along some tale of distant ancestry. The son of Arun had a half-elven father. However, there is a closer tie.
She took a long breath.
I was born before my father came to Waterdeep. My mother died in childbirth, attended by none but my father. He remarried soon after. The Kelvin, whose name the Archmage borrows, was born of that union, and I always called his mother mine. Very few knew otherwise. None living know that she was half-elven.
You were ashamed of this, Danilo said in wonder.
Not so, but you have seen how the nobility regards those of mixed blood.
She swept a hand toward the well-tended estate.
See what I have done. The family business was in utter disarray when I married your father. I have earned this place for myself. None of my family, not even those who have the magical gifts I so notably lack, have achieved nobility. It is what I have. It is what I am.
A faint tremor underlay the cool tones. Danilo considered it long and well before he spoke. I have no desire to take this from you, lady. She shook her head.
Without the two-city trade, all is lost. I am not speaking merely of fortune. Do you think the others would let Thans survive if we attempted to remove ourselves from this alliance?
Danilo had already considered that. For good or ill, this was a secret he would never speak. Than will survive, he said. Still, Cassandra was not content.
What do you propose to do? And how will this not come back to our door if it is known that you are involved?
Rest your mind on that, he said. I have allies no one will connect with this noble house or any other. She considered that, then let out a short, humorless laugh at the irony of the situation.
Do what you must, my son.
She hesitated, then gave him a smile that was genuine, all the more so for its self-mocking edge.
Sweet water and light laughter, until we meet again.
The traditional elven farewell surprised him, then left him feeling both confused and deeply touched. He did not understand this woman and would never find his way through the many layers and convoluted passages of her mind. This much he knew. She had given him her blessing, in words she knew would be meaningful to him. He took her hand and kissed her fingers, then turned and walked swiftly from the hall to prepare for the battle ahead. Chapter 19. The gathering at Greenglade Tower was far from cordial. Danilo soon realized that Elaith's assessment of Waterdeep's elves had been distressingly on the mark. Some of these elves had recently been evicted from the tower and were none too happy to learn that Elaith had given that order. Nor were they willing to follow him. The mother of the elf who was slain at Belinda Gundwin's side angrily demanded to know if Elaith had anything to do with her son's death.
"Tell me, my lord,"
she said with bitter mockery.
"Was this part of your vendetta against the noble clans?"
Before he could speak, Erilyn stepped forward. She placed a hand on her moonblade. "All of you know what this is. You know it cannot shed innocent blood, and that it can never be used to harm the people. If the task Elaith Krolnober asks of us is a right and true path, if the elf himself is worthy of our loyalty, the sword will honor him. If he falls, you will follow me. Will you accept that?" There were many doubtful faces, but a murmur ran through the crowd as a tall male stepped forward from the small knot of forest elves. Danilo knew at once who the elf was. Erilyn had spoken of her friend Foxfire as a war leader. This elf moved with the fluid grace of a warrior. Dan had seen leaders before who possessed that quiet, indefinable strength that flowed like an aura, who inspired confidence in those around them. Never had he seen one who possessed this quality in such ample measure. If that were not proof enough, There was the elven naming custom, in which given names were taken from an elf's skills or appearance. Foxfire was aptly named, for his long russet hair had the gloss and color of a red fox's pelt. Danilo noticed as objectively as possible that the elf was possibly the most strikingly handsome male of any race he had ever beheld. Foxfire took a band from his arm and tossed it at the moon elf's feet. It was a ritual Dan had read of. No doubt the band carried the insignia of Foxfire's position as war leader.
"I will honor the Moonblade's decision, and my people with me," he said in musical, deeply accented Elvish.
The forest elves rose and came to stand behind him. Of course, they could not know that the Moonblade's magic had been unreliable, even contradictory. At that moment, Danilo understood what Erilyn was doing. Fear rose in him like a tide. As if she sensed this, she turned and met his eyes. Gone was any hint of reserve. Her heart was in her eyes, and Danilo had no doubt that it was his. Nor did he doubt that this last, supremely honest gaze might well be her silent farewell. Erilyn spun away and turned to Elaine. She drew her sword, raised it in challenge. White-faced, the elf drew his weapon and mirrored her salute. There was no fear on his face, though he clearly expected to die. Danilo suspected that he wished for death. The answer Elaine sought from the Maorkira had never come, but death by Moonblade's decree would lay to rest the question that had haunted his soul. Danilo marveled at the unlike pair, the incredible courage of both elves. Erilyn raised her sword for a powerful two-handed blow and brought it whistling down. She never got close. A terrible flash lit the room. For a moment, Dan's horrified gaze perceived the outline of skull beneath Erilyn's face, the bones in her arms. Then the vision was gone, and the half-elf lay on the floor. Her hands were blackened. Her eyes were open and staring, but she was utterly still. Before Danilo could move, Elaith threw aside his sword and dropped to his knees. He balled one fist and pounded on the half-elf's chest. He struck again, and then again. Instinctively, Danilo moved to stop him, but Foxfire caught him and held him back.
"He does right,"
the war leader said softly. Danilo realized the truth in it. He nodded to show that he understood, then put aside the elf's restraining hands and went to kneel beside his love and his elven friend. For several moments he could do nothing but watch as Elaith continued his brutal ministrations. Erilyn suddenly drew breath in a sharp gasp. Her eyes shut as she struggled against the pain of her burns. When she had mastered herself, she opened her eyes and regarded the somber, watching elves.
"You have your sign,"
she said in a faint, ragged voice.
"Do as the elf lord bids you."
A forest elf came forward, a small female, brown as a wren.
"Go with the others," she told Danilo brusquely. "I am a shaman and will heal her."
She looked to Foxfire to help her move the wounded half-elf. The war leader shook his head and nodded to Dan. Danilo carefully eased Erilyn into his arms and followed the shaman out of the room. "You expected that to happen," he said softly. She nodded once, with great effort, and turned to Elaith. The moon elf followed at Dan's side, his eyes intent on Erilyn. His inscrutable calm was gone, shattered by the sacrifice his princess had made for the elven folk, the family of her human love, and for him.
"You did not get the Maorkira, but you have your answer," she said. "Are you content?"
An expression of wonder suffused the elf's face.
"All these years," he marveled. "The things that I have done. I am beyond regret. Beyond redemption, or so I thought." "Sometimes the difference between a rogue and a hero," she said carefully, "comes down to who is telling the tale. Ask these elves who I am. They will speak of the Moonblade. Ask humans, they will say assassin. It could be the same for you." "You're talking too much," scolded the shaman.
Erlen's eyes drifted shut.
Needed to be said.
Danilo left her with the fierce little elf woman and returned to the main hall. Since Elaine did not seem to want to discuss what had just happened, he left that conversation for later and sought out Foxfire. "That was a noble gesture," he said. "A rare kindness to offer a stranger." The forest elf gave him an enigmatic smile.
"I have seen you before, once, in a battlefield near my forest. Erlen called all the elf shadows from her sword. Yours was among them."
"No longer. That bond is broken."
"Changed,"
Foxfire corrected.
"never broken. She has need of you."
This surprised Danilo. "How so?"
"Erlen is courage. Never have I seen an elf who embodied courage so completely. However, she is half-elven, and so there are some qualities she lacks. Music and light laughter, these are as important to the elven soul as starlight. These she finds in you. See that you give them to her, and I will always name you a friend."
There was truth in these words, and also the answer Danilo had long sought. He raised one hand in the elven pledge. Foxfire laughed and extended his hand for the salute that human comrades exchanged. They clasped wrists, then joined the others in preparation for the battle to come. Chapter 20. Erlen and the forest elves took to the rooftops. It felt odd, but amazingly right, to be back in the familiar company of her friends. The band took to the new challenge with ease, making their way across the uneven line of roofs as sure-footed as squirrels. They crept up to the Than villa and circled the place where the Tren attacks were to come. The garden shed with the false door that led into the tunnels. They got this in their sights and waited. The night was dark, with a slim, fading moon and a thick mist. When the Tren emerged from the shed, they blended into the shadows. Even to Erlen's heat-sensitive eyes, they were little more than a cool blur.
"No one but elves would have seen them,"
the half-elf mused as she fitted her first arrow to her bow. Oth wasn't expecting this. At her side, Foxfire nodded and raised his bow. On his signal, all 6 elves fired. The arrows dove in like silent, deadly falcons. A faint rumbling cry drifted up to them, a sound that was abruptly and wetly silenced. "We got at least 1, Erlen said.
2,
the forest elf corrected.
"There are 3 more. We should pursue?"
"No need. Listen." There was a faint hiss as the surviving Tren dragged their slain kin beyond range.
"They eat their own rather than leave evidence of their presence," she explained.
Foxfire shook his head in disgust.
"All the same, some of us should stay here. You go along with the others."
She nodded and placed a hand on his shoulder in farewell, then was gone, running lightly over the rooftops toward the Ilzimmer estate. A large shape loomed up in front of her, springing up over the edge of the roof so suddenly that she nearly ran into it. It was the Tren who called himself Newt, distinguished by the ridge of festering scar over one eye. The Tren touched the wound.
"I think I die soon. Wounded clan chief doesn't live long. Others will attack. But I will die wearing your blue hide."
Erlen danced back and drew her sword. "Notions of fashion in this city," she said grimly as she circled in, "are getting entirely out of hand." She lunged at the creature, a quick attack that forced him back on his heels. Immediately she pivoted into a half-turn and swept her sword in low. Newt turned also, protecting his hamstrings and swatting away the blow with his thick, short tail. The blade sliced deep, but there was little blood. Almost casually, the Tren kicked aside the severed appendage. He swiped at Erlen, a knife in each clawed hand, 2 quick, slashing blows. She parried them both, but the pain of the impact jolted through her hands. The prayers of the shaman had healed the blackened skin, but the blow from the Moonblade's magic had dealt deep and possibly lasting damage. Erlen fought aside a wave of weakness and fell back to prepare for the next attack. To her surprise, it did not come. The Tren looked confused, his tongue darting out and his huge head jerking back and forth as if he were trying to take stock of a host of new enemies. That, she realized, was precisely what he was trying to do. From the corner of her eye, Erilyn saw the ghostly image of a beautiful elf with enormous blue and gold eyes and hair the color of sapphires. The look that the elf gave her, at once bracingly stern and full of love, chased away any thought of weakness. "Mother," Erilyn murmured, welcoming the apparition even though it was yet another sign that her sword's magic was breaking down. She retreated another few steps and glanced around. All the elf shadows, all 8 ancestors who had wielded her sword, prowled about the roof in battle-ready stance. The Tren's gaze darted from one to another, his tongue flicking out to taste their scent. After a few moments of this, the creature began to advance. Unlike humans, he had no fear of spirits. If he could not smell them, they were not real enough to concern him. Erilyn lifted her sword in guard position. The Tren came in hard, slashing at her with both knives. She turned her sword this way and that to block the attacks. Each one throbbed through her battered hands, and the pain grew so intense that her vision began to blur into a red haze. A musty, heavy weight sagged against her. For a moment, Erilyn thought that she had taken too much punishment, that oblivion was claiming her. Suddenly the weight was gone, and the moonblade was torn from her slack hands. For some reason, the sudden release steadied her. Her vision cleared and settled upon Dan's stricken face. The Tren lay dead at her feet, killed by 3 quick cuts of his sword. She noticed her hands. Danilo held them both in his, gripping the translucent fingers hard enough to send renewed pain singing through her veins. Nonetheless, she did not let go, for she saw what he had seen when he looked at her. She could see through her own hands, almost as clearly as she could see the city below through the ghostly forms of her ancestors. "Not now," Danilo said, his eyes defying the waiting shadows. "Not yet." She felt him reaching through the link that bound them, and sensed new strength begin to edge into her battered form. "I'm filling in," she said. It was an odd term, but it suited. Color and substance were returning to her hands. She pulled them free of Danilo's grasp and held them up for his inspection. Danilo caught one of her hands and gave the fingers a quick, grateful kiss. He then stooped and retrieved the blade. Dimly, she realized that it dealt no harm to him. But that did not surprise her. The sword's magic was utterly distorted, so much so that it had turned upon her and was sapping her very life force. "The Marakira," she said, understanding what was likely at work. "It's close." He stopped in mid-stride and threw the moonblade aside. "You cannot do anything to fight it. Stay here or leave that sword." Erilyn could do neither. She brushed past him and stood poised at the roof's edge. "Bring it with you," she said, and then leaped into the night. Danilo's heart missed a beat. Then he heard the light thud of her boots landing on the roof just a few feet below. He picked up the sword and followed her to Diluntir's perfumes, and from there into the tunnels below. It was there that the surviving Tren were to meet. The elves had done their work well. There had been but few survivors. The bodies of Tren and elves alike spoke of the final brutal battle that had taken place. All that remained of this band was the large Tren facing off against Elaine. "Easy victory," Erilyn said confidently. Danilo was not so certain. Elaine's quick sword kept the Tren's knife engaged, but the creature reached his free hand into a suspiciously familiar bag hanging from his belt. A fabric bag such as that worn by human mages, not the grim, fine leather fashioned from a Tren victim. "That is Oth. I'll wager my life on it," he said in a worried voice. The mage had the Marakira, the powerful dark stone that stole memory and magic. Erilyn seized his arm. "I've got to get out of here," she said urgently. "Elaine is fighting for his life. I cannot help him, and I risk distracting him." Danilo looked carefully at the nearest elf shadow, and understanding jolted through him. The face was Erilyn's, though if possible even more beautiful, and the ghostly image's hair was translucent blue. Princess Amnestria, he realized, seeing the wisdom in Erilyn's words. If anything could distract Elaine from battle, it would be the face of his lost love. The warning came too late. Elaine's amber eyes settled on the beautiful elf shadow, and recognition tore a poignant, painful swath across his face. The elf seized control of himself at once, but the hesitation was all that the Eltorkal mage needed. The Tren flung aside his sword and made a short, sharp gesture with the thick fingers of both hands. A burst of crimson light exploded from his reptilian hands and caught Elaine full in the chest. The force lifted the elf off his feet and carried him back several feet. He crashed into the wall of the tunnel and slid to the ground. Scales melted into flesh and fabric as the mage reclaimed his shape. The tall, aesthetic features of Oth Eltorkal came into focus, and in the mage's outstretched palm was a red stone glowing with malevolent light.
"You will die," the mage said almost casually, "but not before your memories are mine."
Danilo felt the sudden sharp tug, as if someone had reached into his chest and closed iron fingers around his heart. He felt the magic of the weave shift as his place in it began to tear free, thread by thread. A glance at Erlin's white face told him that she was experiencing much the same thing. Her history, her magic was being stolen from her. But the manifestation was different. The elf shadows began to move toward the flame-haired mage, resisting each step, but struggling as if against a strong wind. Erlin began to move as well, fighting her way over to the place where her moonblade lay in a desperate attempt to stop the twisted elven magic and the mage who wielded it. Danilo gathered the remnants of his strength and will and formed it into the spell of accusation he had fashioned for the Lady Cassandra. As he anticipated, the spell went awry. Swirling lines and tendrils of flame danced into the air, swirling around the mage and then disappearing into the Maurkira. This distracted Oth, if but for a moment. The elf shadows paused, uncertain. Danilo tried again, throwing at Oth the bubble spell that had contained the Tren. The mage again began to change form, this time to a giant hedgehog. The long, thick quills pierced the magical prison, sending shards flying like droplets of rain from a wind-shaken tree. A howl of rage burst from the mage, a howl that lifted into a wolf's mournful cry and ended in the shriek of a hunting owl. The mage's body followed suit, shifting from one form to another in a spate of uncontrolled magic. Not all the transformations were uniform. The ever-shifting result was horrific, turning the wizard into a mirror reflecting the creatures that inhabited 1,000 nightmares. Erlin finally made her way to the moonblade and stooped to pick it up. Her fingers closed around the hilt and went through it. Her head fell forward in a gesture of resignation. The battle was over for her. There was nothing to do but wait and watch the spectacular spell battle rage between her love and the crazed wizard. It was the hardest moment of her life. Fitting, she thought fleetingly, that it should be her last. She raised one ghostly hand to shield her still sensitive eyes from the brilliant barrage of light. Danilo was throwing every fireball and lightning bolt spell in his memory at the mage. No, not at the mage, she realized. At the Maurkira. Panic swept through her, and she tried to shout at him to stop, to flee. Such magic was dangerous at the best of times. In the presence of the dark gem, it could turn deadly. The Maurkira absorbed each of his magical attacks, growing brighter with each one. Suddenly, it exploded, sending shards and sparkles of light into every corner of the cavern. There was no sound. There was no rumble or shudder or tremor. But the forces of the explosion tore through Erlin's insubstantial form, sending her to her knees. Never had she faced a foe to equal this one. A soundless, psychic maelstrom whirled through the cavern, made up of memories, magical spells, dreams, and nightmares. A lifetime of them. 100 lifetimes. The force of it threatened to tear her away. Amid the soundless howl, she heard a familiar voice and felt a familiar, golden presence. Danilo was equally adrift, equally buffeted. A moment's touch and he, too, would be gone. She felt the familiar clasp of his hand, as surely in her mind as she had ever felt it in life. With all her fading will she clung to that, lending to it her own stubborn courage. The storm raged about them, but together they found they could stand. When at last the crimson storm faded, Erilyn slowly eased her grip on Danilo's hand. She rose to her feet, and jolted with surprise when she noted that he was at least 20 paces away from her. "Look," he said, nodding toward her elven sword. The moonblade glowed with faint blue light. The elf shadows were gone, but each of the 8 runes glowed with serene power. Danilo crossed over to Elaine and motioned Erilyn to his side. She heard the reassuring click of her boots on the stone, knew that her time as elf shadow was not yet come. A quick glance, however, told her that Elaine might not be so fortunate. His injuries were severe. Oth El Torkel was in considerably worse shape. The mage huddled at the base of the wall, his eyes as blank as a newborn babe's. At his feet lay the Maurkira Hadryad. The light of life and memory was gone from it, leaving it a common gem. Erilyn picked it up and felt no trace of its malevolent magic. The Kira was as empty as the mage whose mind it had destroyed. Epilogue. 2 days passed before Danilo went to the Than Villa for what he suspected would be the last time. There was much to do before he said his farewells to the life he had known. He had handed the Lord's helm to Peer Giran, and exacted from the First Lord a pledge to find a replacement who would champion the needs of Waterdeep's elven people. He had paid the keepers of Mistra's arms for the care of Oth El Torkel, whose mind seemed irrevocably destroyed with the Maurkira. The dream spheres were also dead, their stored magic released by the final maelstrom of the spell battle. For years to come, small boys and girls would no doubt be shooting marbles with the crystal spheres, all the while dreaming the harmless, healthy dreams of childhood. Dreams that would be earned not through magic, but through tears and time. The Tren's tunnels had been sealed, and Regnet and his deep delvers would be kept busy for some time to come hunting the last of the monsters down. Area El Torkel had disappeared. No dainty hand or foot had been found in the El Torkel estate, but Danilo had his suspicions. Area had all but admitted paying for the attack upon Elaine. Despite everything that had happened, it would be very like the elf to repay her in kind. Best of all, Erilyn was at his side, as she would be from this point on. The specter of renewed warfare threatened Tethir, and they had both pledged themselves to Hadrak's cause, with one stipulation. They would fight with the forest elves and for them. Anyone in Tethir who took arms against any of the people, even if that person were Hadrak himself, might face the small army of northern elves gathering under Elaine's command. Or, and Erilyn had been very clear on this, such a person might face one of the many assassins who still plagued the land and whose names were known to her. This offer had gained generous concessions from the would-be king. He had promised Elaine lands and title in the south, and Foxfire a place in the new order as advisor and ambassador. "What of the forest elves?" Danilo asked. "They're on their way back home. We have an invitation to stop at Tangle Trees on our way north." "North?" he inquired. "Last time I consulted a map, the forest of Tethir was south of Waterdeep." "True, but it's north of Zazaspur. From all I can gather, that's where Isabeau is headed." "Ah." Danilo did not pursue this. The grim, determined set of Erilyn's face told all. She had fallen back into her assassin's role, this time of her own volition. Oth El Torkel had been punished for his part in Lily's death, but Erilyn still held Isabeau responsible for hers. She would pursue the woman into the glittering cities of Tethir, or into the abyss, if need be. Danilo did not disapprove. "Elaine is coming with us," she announced. "He asked to be released of his promise not to harm Isabeau. I told him yes. I hope you don't mind me speaking for both of us." This time Danilo was surprised. "I thought he would have his hands full with his new command." "Will Elaine ever be too busy for vengeance?" "Everyone needs a hobby," Dan agreed. And as you pointed out, the difference between a rogue and a hero often comes down to who tells the tale. It seems to me that you have taken upon yourself the task of rewriting Elaith's path. She shifted one shoulder in an impatient shrug. He is what he always was. Nothing I did changed that. I disagree, Danilo said softly. Do you know what he told me when he first regained consciousness? He asked about Amnestria. Apparently, he found her in the storm, and found strength in her as we did in each other. He did not understand what had happened, and asked only if I thought he would see her again. I assured him that he would. I believe it, he said firmly. An elf who is thinking about the afterlife to come is likely to treat this life with greater care. Indeed, any elf who would risk the Maurkira's power to test his true mettle is worth as much courage and heart as any 3 paladins you could name. He's out to kill Isabeau, Erlin said, then shrugged again. So am I. Who's to say that he is wrong and I'm right, just because I've got the Moonblade to add its voice and judgment to my actions? Speaking of that, he said, do you plan to tell Elaith that the Moonblade's magic was running amok? She considered that, and shook her head. No, I don't think so. I believe that Elaith is the same as he ever was, but what he believes is more important. Perhaps the Moonblade spoke true. Perhaps he was not equipped to wield the Kralnober blade, but is amply suited for another task that will serve the elven people as well. Erlin looked surprised, but she considered that. Perhaps. The fact remains that Elaith is still a rogue, he pointed out. A killer with great skill and little mercy. True enough, she agreed. But let's see what else he can do. Danilo found he was content to leave it so. They walked in silence to the Than villa. He sought out the Lady Cassandra and faithfully recounted all, sparing her nothing of the battle and its outcome. You have bridges to mend, but I believe an all-out battle will be averted, he concluded. Like all successes, though, this one comes with a price. I was expecting this, Cassandra said with resignation. Her ice-blue eyes flicked to the half-elf. Very well. I will accept Erlin into the family without reservation. You misunderstand, he corrected her. Where Erlin is concerned, there are no bargains. I have a debt to pay, and this time it comes out of family funds. The pledge of Elf Friend goes both ways. You will use your influence to see that the consortium makes no more attempts against Elaith or any other of Waterdeep's elves. That is too much, she protested. The family is already in a tenuous position without championing a rogue elf. I hold to my price. Danilo fell silent as he gathered the will to continue. It was not easy to know that his family controlled much of Waterdeep's illegal trade. It was harder still to contribute to it, but as Cassandra had pointed out, they were unlikely to survive any other way. This was one more reason why he had to leave the city. He could not betray them, nor could he be a part of their dealings. This once, and never again. I will give you this. There will be less risk than First Reckoning indicates. Elaith will surrender some of his business interests to Than control. He will remain the silent partner and collect a share of the gains. Cassandra was silent for several moments. Given our recent losses, this might be a timely arrangement. I will have to work through the particulars, but I agree in principle. It was an odd and ironic choice of words. Dan decided not to comment, at least not directly. Then the matter is settled, but for this small remembrance. He took his mother's hand and slid onto her finger a wondrous ring set with a single, perfect ruby. This is, or was, an elven Kira. I ask that you wear it always, he said softly, as a reminder that not even the most formidable power can last forever. This has been an Audible Frontiers production of The Dreamspheres, written by Elaine Cunningham, narrated by Eric Michael Summerer. Producer Mike Charzik. Copyright 1999 by TSR Incorporated. Copyright 2011 by Wizards of the Coast, LLC. Production copyright 2012 by Audible, Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.